There was a time when the entire gaming world seemed to revolve around one title, Deus Ex Machina, Ragnarok, better known to everyone simply as Demrock. The moment it launched, Demrock exploded across the globe, grabbing Game of the Year and smashing every record the VR market had ever seen. At the height of its fame, more than 100 million players were connected at the same time, throwing themselves into a world packed with monsters, magic, battles, and endless glory. But no matter how bright a legend burns, even the greatest names eventually begin to lose their shine. As the years rolled on, the player count slowly slipped away, with more and more people leaving Demrock behind for the next big thing. And now, after all that history, the service is finally reaching its end. Around a quiet campfire, a handful of old veterans have gathered for one final farewell. Then a system message suddenly appears in front of them, coldly announcing that the server will be shut down forever in just 30 minutes. Kaiser, the highest-ranked player in all of Demrock, sits there staring into the dark night. Even with the end right in front of him, the number one player looks strangely calm. Beside him, the fifth-ranked player, a huge man named Purple Taste, grumbles that the game was trash anyway. He says he always wanted it to fail, but now that it is really happening, it does not feel the way he expected. Sword Emperor, the fourth-ranked player with a long ponytail falling behind him, lets out a heavy sigh. He truly loved the game, and he still cannot understand why something this good has to disappear. From off to the side, Kikaka Chicken, a woman wearing a shining gold mask, cuts into the conversation. Of course, her words do not exactly make the mood any warmer. She starts muttering about Purple Taste's mask and his irritating way of talking, and Purple Taste immediately fires back, looking ready to start a fight even in the game's final minutes. Sword Emperor quickly tells the two of them to cut it out, while Kaiser simply watches their familiar arguing in silence, as if taking in their last bit of chaos together. Purple Taste turns his eyes toward the quiet leader of their group. Kaiser finally admits that watching everything come to an end does feel a little disappointing. Purple Taste bursts into laughter, because out of everyone there, Kaiser was the one who had studied Demrock's mechanics so seriously it was almost like his life depended on it. He says that watching Kaiser fight was like watching a god move across the battlefield, with every strike coming from pure skill and not even a trace of luck. Kaiser's combat techniques had become legendary, because he could pull off movements and strategies that most players would have sworn were impossible. Kikaka Chicken points out that the gods must have balanced things out somehow, though, because Kaiser also has the worst luck she has ever seen in her life. Purple Taste agrees right away. To him, it is ridiculous that someone without even a single legendary skill still managed to reach rank 1. If Kaiser had actually been lucky too, none of them would have been anywhere near his level. Kikaka Chicken still remembers the time Kaiser failed 10 enhancement attempts in a row, yelling like the entire world itself had joined forces just to ruin him. The giant man laughs so hard he can barely hold it in, calling Kaiser the unluckiest bastard in their whole group. For a moment, everyone around the campfire laughs together. With the flames flickering between them, it becomes a rare and peaceful second before the final shutdown. Even Sword Emperor cannot help smiling, admitting that when it came to luck, Kaiser really was sitting at the absolute bottom. Then the final warning bell rings out, sharp and unavoidable. The service is ending exactly on schedule. A message flashes across every screen, thanking the players for staying with Demrock and being part of its journey until the very last second. Purple Taste's avatar is the first to begin breaking apart, his body dissolving into soft blue light. Before he disappears, he tells the others they all worked hard and says his final goodbye. Kikaka Chicken and Sword Emperor fade away next, their forms scattering into light as they hope to meet again someday in another god-tier game. Kaiser is left standing alone in the quiet forest, surrounded by the silence where his friends had just been. This time, there is no denying it. The game is truly over. The campfire crackles one final time in front of him, and then Kaiser's own body starts to loosen and break apart into glowing fragments. With one last burst of light, the number one player vanishes completely from the world of Demrock. The service termination is complete, and with that, an entire legendary era officially comes to a close. Back in the real world, a sleek VR headset rests quietly on a desk, and the small lights across its surface slowly go dark. 2 years pass. The city keeps growing, people keep moving forward, and new trends have already taken control of the gaming market. On a busy street, a green bus drives through the flow of traffic, carrying people on their way home. Inside the bus, 2 high school students are hunched over a phone screen, completely absorbed in a video of high-level gameplay. One of them can hardly believe the control he is seeing. On the screen, a single player is taking down a massive demon lord all alone, showing the kind of skill that only the top elite could ever hope to pull off. The boys start talking about a ranker named Annihilation from the Execution Guild, confidently saying he has to be the strongest player around right now. But the other kid is more interested in the Empress, clearly a huge fan of her solo playstyle. To him, she is like a proud lone wolf standing at the top of the gaming world. They begin wondering whether anyone could actually defeat those two monsters. Then one of them pauses, thinking for a second, and suddenly remembers that there might be one person. He brings up Kaiser, the former rank 1 player from the old Demrock era. But after that game shut down, Kaiser simply disappeared without a trace. Both of them wonder what happened to him and what he could possibly be doing now, because from the outside, it really feels like he vanished from the face of the earth. Just a few seats away, a young man in a military uniform sits quietly, tilting the brim of his cap with a small smile. 2 years after Demrock ended, Kong Doyen has finally returned. In Demrock's place, a new legend has risen across the gaming world, a massive title known as God of Savior. Most players simply call it GOTS, and its user base has already grown to an enormous scale. The game promises a level of freedom that feels almost limitless, offering players a huge range of races, classes, and ways to build their own path. And now, a familiar name is about to step back into the spotlight. Kong Doyen, the man who once stood at rank 1 in Demrock, has finally completed his military service. After being discharged, he wastes no time at all and heads straight back home. The moment Doyen bursts through the front door, the first thing out of his mouth is a question about where his gaming capsule is. His sister stares at him, completely shocked that he is back so suddenly. She can hardly believe that after finally coming home, the very first thing he wants to do is jump right back into gaming. From another room, his mom immediately yells at him, complaining that kids these days only seem to care about their parents when they are babies. Doyen barely reacts to all the nagging around him. His mind is already locked onto one thing, and nothing his family says is going to slow him down now. And then he finally sees it, sitting there right in front of him. It is a VR capsule, the exact kind of machine he has been watching on television for the past 18 months, dreaming about the day he could use one himself. Doyen immediately wraps his arms around the capsule like it is some priceless treasure, soaking in the moment. Every bit of military pay he had saved up over all those months had gone toward this. His hand glides across the smooth surface, tracing the capsule's sleek curves while he admires the clean design and solid craftsmanship. With a soft mechanical sound, the capsule door slides open in front of him, almost as if it is inviting him to step inside. Even though the capsule is secondhand, the inside feels far better than he expected, with a seat comfortable enough to make him pause for a second. He settles himself into the chair, pulls the headset down into place, and gets ready to dive straight back into the virtual world he has been away from for so long. The system comes to life around him and begins scanning his retina, preparing to initialize the login process. After that, it verifies his ID card and smoothly moves into the synchronization phase, connecting his real identity to the game. The synchronization finishes without a problem, and with that, Doyen officially enters the world of GOTS. A brilliant flash of light bursts around him as the game welcomes him into what it calls a paradise built for adventure. When the light fades, he finds himself standing inside a grand hall, where the system immediately prompts him to create a brand new character. He checks over the default appearance waiting in front of him. It looks plain and ordinary, but for someone eager to get started, it is good enough for now. Running a hand over his short hair, he thinks that even in the game, he still looks a little too much like a soldier fresh out of service. The menu offers an overwhelming number of customization choices, but Doyen is far too impatient to sit there adjusting every detail. So he picks a simple standard look and pushes forward. Next comes the nickname screen, and for this part, he does not need even a second to think. A confident smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth as he enters the name that once ruled another world, Kaiser. Character creation completes successfully, and the system welcomes Kaiser into the world of rankers. A hashtag is assigned to him right away, and before he can waste any time, his body is warped directly into the tutorial zone. He lands in the middle of a fortress swallowed by flames, with smoke and fire all around him, as the system names the place the tragic battlefield of Arlen Castle. Kaiser takes in the heat, the noise, and the realism of the scene, genuinely impressed. Compared to Demrock, this new world is clearly on another level. A weapon selection screen appears in front of him, asking him to choose the starting gear he will carry into battle. The choices are all beginner-level equipment, nothing flashy or rare, just daggers, whips, standard blades, and the kind of basic weapons a new player would expect. Without making it complicated, Kaiser reaches toward a simple sword, choosing to stick with the weapon that feels most natural in his hand. After all, he has been a swordsman since the very beginning, so there is no reason to abandon a style that has already carried him to the top once before. Just then, a loud shout echoes across the courtyard, cutting through the crackle of fire. Kaiser turns his head and sees someone rushing straight toward him. A knight in shining armor comes charging over in a panic, his movements urgent and his expression filled with desperation. The man is Charlie, the knight captain, and he immediately demands to know why a mercenary is just standing there while the castle is under attack. Before Kaiser can even get a word out, Charlie grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him along without waiting for an explanation. A system message pops up, letting Kaiser know he has now been placed in a party with the captain, while Charlie shouts that the other mercenaries are already fighting ahead. Together, they race through the castle's burning corridors, passing through heat, smoke, and chaos as they head straight toward the front lines. When they finally reach the battlefield, Kaiser skids to a stop. The moment he sees what is happening, it is clear the situation is far worse than it looked from outside. Bodies are scattered across the ground, and the castle guards are being torn apart by a brutal pack of beastmen charging through the fortress. Charlie grits his teeth as he realizes the enemy has joined forces with monsters, and from the look on his face, he suspects they have made a pact with something truly terrifying. He yells at Kaiser to move, warning him that if they fail to stop the invaders here and now, that dreadful thing will come down on all of them. Charlie quickly points toward another route, urging Kaiser to hurry through the side passage so they can save even a little time. Kaiser does not hesitate for a moment and follows the captain straight through the heavy doors. But all of a sudden, an arrow slices through the air with a sharp, deadly whistle. A whole volley of arrows slams into the stone floor around them, making it instantly clear that they have already been spotted. From the darkness ahead, snarling beastmen begin to step out one after another, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Charlie curses under his breath, realizing the monsters have already pushed this deep into the castle. He gets ready to force his way through them, but before he can even finish speaking, a blur suddenly cuts across his path. It is Kaiser. He has no interest in waiting for some long-winded speech from an NPC, because his hands and feet are already itching for a fight, and he charges straight into the heart of the battle. A massive beast man lets out a furious roar and leaps out from the shadows, raising a heavy axe high above its head. The creature swings down with enough force to crush stone, aiming the brutal blow directly at Kaiser. But Kaiser's eyes have already gone sharp. In that instant, everything around him seems to slow as he slips into a state of complete focus. Charlie shouts a desperate warning from behind him, certain that the young mercenary is about to be cut down. Kaiser shifts his body by the smallest margin, tilting just enough for the massive strike to miss him by a hair's breadth. The axe crashes into the ground with a violent impact, blasting dust and debris into the air, but Kaiser is already moving past it. The beastman freezes in shock, unable to understand how its prey has suddenly vanished from right in front of its eyes. Kaiser's hand closes around the hilt of his sword, and in that moment, it is time for everyone there to remember exactly why he was once called a legend. In a sudden flash of blue light, Kaiser pulls his sword free and slices through the monster in one clean, seamless motion, cutting it down before it can even react. He does not slow down for even a second. His body becomes a streak of steel and speed, while his glowing eyes follow every tiny movement the enemies make. Kaiser rips through the pack of beastmen like a violent whirlwind, his blade flashing again and again until only sprays of blood are left behind him. The monsters that remain stand frozen in place, their bodies stiff with fear, unable to understand how a human can move with such terrifying speed. One beastman finally forces itself forward and tries to crush him with a desperate overhead swing. Kaiser avoids the downward strike with almost insulting ease, shifting to the side with a simple step that makes the attack hit nothing but empty air. He gives the beastman no time to regain its balance. Carrying the momentum from his spin, Kaiser drives in with a brutal knee strike packed with explosive power. Then a sharp high kick smashes straight into the monster's face, sending it crashing backward as its jaw breaks under the impact. The beastman collapses hard onto the ground, its glowing eyes slowly fading as it struggles to understand how it lost so quickly. The rest of the squad stares in horror, realizing far too late that they have not cornered an ordinary human at all, but a monster wearing human skin. Their courage breaks in an instant. The beastmen start scrambling backward, their vicious snarls twisting into frightened whimpers. Kaiser finishes everything with one final spinning strike, drawing a perfect circle of light through the air that cuts down every remaining enemy. He lands lightly on his feet, calm and steady, with the entire battle ending in only a few short seconds. Kaiser glances back at the bodies scattered across the corridor, and the fight feels almost too simple for someone like him. He flicks the blood from the edge of his blade, quietly satisfied. He had been worried that 2 years away might have made him rusty, but the result speaks for itself. He admits to himself that he was a little concerned after being away for so long, but once he started moving, everything felt surprisingly natural. In fact, his body feels even lighter than before, reacting faster and smoother than it ever did back in Demrock. Charlie stands there completely stunned, staring at Kaiser like he cannot believe what he just saw. He has never witnessed an unknown mercenary wipe out 5 monsters so effortlessly. A system notification pings in front of Kaiser, announcing that Charlie is deeply impressed, and his favorability toward him is rising at an unbelievable speed. Kaiser looks at the message and quietly wonders whether the standard for being called heroic in this world might be a little too low. Meanwhile, Charlie can only stare at him with awe, thinking that this man might actually be a true hero stepped straight out of legend. The system notifications continue popping up one after another, until Charlie's favorability finally reaches the absolute maximum. At that point, Charlie's trust in Kaiser becomes complete. No matter who says otherwise, he would believe Kaiser's words above anyone else's. Then a special title appears before him, Affection Max from the start. Somehow, Kaiser has already achieved something rare right inside the tutorial. It is a rare grade title awarded for maxing out an NPC's affection during the tutorial, and on top of that, it even comes with a useful boost to his stats. Kaiser smiles as he looks at the reward. A bonus like this may seem small now, but later on, it will definitely prove useful. Charlie lets out a hearty laugh and thanks Kaiser with genuine relief, saying he has made his job 1,000 times easier. Then Charlie points ahead and says that if they can eliminate the dark sorcerer waiting inside, Arlen Castle will be able to claim a complete victory. At that moment, violent purple energy begins crackling through the air. Charlie looks up in horror as he realizes the summoning ritual has already started. Grotesque monsters crawl out from the dark rifts one by one, their red eyes burning with murderous intent as shrill screeches echo through the hall. Charlie draws his sword and shouts that he will hold the monsters back here, ordering Kaiser to push forward and stop the summoner himself. He looks at Kaiser with complete faith in his eyes, a golden aura glowing around him, fully convinced that Kaiser is the only one who can finish this. With the commanding voice of a captain, Charlie gives him one final blessing and sends Kaiser toward the confrontation waiting beyond. Then Charlie charges into the swarm with a roar, his armor shining as he throws himself against the horde alone to open a path. Kaiser is left momentarily stunned, because this is not how things were supposed to happen. He remembers the tutorial playing out very differently. A walkthrough video he once watched flashes through his mind. In the normal version of the tutorial, Charlie was always the one who entered the final room first. The guide had mentioned that the tutorial could shift depending on a player's actions, but Kaiser never expected it to change this drastically on his very first run. He steps toward the huge, ornate doors, and as purple lightning crawls across the frame, the entrance seals shut behind him. Kaiser stands alone before the massive portal with his sword drawn, while dark magic thickens in the air and vibrates around him with an ominous hum. One system window after another flickers into view, warning him that only a single person may enter and that failure will bring severe consequences. The game asks whether he wants to enter, and Kaiser is genuinely shocked. Messages like this should not appear in the standard tutorial at all. His eyes widen as the truth clicks into place. This is not just a random change. It is a hidden piece, a secret event triggered by how well he performed. He remembers that hidden pieces are special mechanics deliberately buried by the developers, activating only when extremely specific conditions are met. Completing one can bring legendary rewards and give a player a massive advantage right from the start. Kaiser smirks without hesitation. An opportunity this valuable is not something he would ever turn down, no matter how dangerous it looks, so he selects yes. Light wraps around him as he enters the room, and inside, he finds the dark sorcerer screaming in agony as his own summon turns against him. The sorcerer is being ripped apart by a shadowy, demonic figure, his desperate cries echoing through the chamber until his life is finally snuffed out. The dark silhouette begins taking on a solid and terrifying form, and Kaiser watches closely as his fingers tighten around the grip of his sword. Huge scales and massive wings unfold from the darkness as the creature roars, the sound shaking the air so fiercely that Kaiser can feel it vibrating deep in his chest. A gigantic head with glowing red eyes pushes out from the shadows, carrying a pressure so overwhelming that any normal new player would have been crushed by it. At last, the creature reveals itself, the restrained, iron-blooded, demonic dragon. Kaiser looks up at the towering titan, his sword ready, as the real game finally begins. God of Savior had clearly borrowed plenty of ideas from the old legendary game, Demrock, especially its tier system, where everything was ranked step by step from normal grade all the way up to legendary status. That hierarchy is not just for show, either. It is a strict structure that decides the power balance of the entire world. Of course, monsters are also placed within that same ranking system, but the creatures sitting at the very top are on a completely different level. Those terrifying beings are known as named bosses, rare monsters so powerful that each one carries a unique title of its own. And standing before Kaiser now is one of them, the enormous bound, iron-blooded, demonic dragon. The beast throws its head back and releases a deafening roar that feels cold enough to crawl straight into the bones. The sound is pure intimidation, shaking the chamber so violently that even the foundations seem to tremble beneath its presence. Then the dragon lowers its massive face toward Kaiser and screams directly at him, trying to crush his will before the fight even begins. System alerts immediately flash in front of him, warning that he has been struck by the overwhelming pressure of a legendary presence. His stats plummet all at once, with his speed, attack power, and defense dropping so sharply that the difference is impossible to ignore. Kaiser clenches his teeth in irritation, annoyed that the developers would throw something this unfair at a player right inside the tutorial. Then his eyes shift toward the thick chains wrapped around the dragon's body, and he realizes those restraints are sealing away most of its true strength. But even with that power locked down, Kaiser knows one clean hit from that gigantic front paw would kill him instantly. Still, situations like this are nothing new to him. During his time as a top ranker in Damrock, he has faced plenty of battles that looked just as hopeless. He remembers those impossible fights clearly, the kind where one tiny mistake meant death was already waiting right beside him. For someone with his level of skill, there has only ever been one real option in moments like this: win or die while trying. His eyes flare with a cold, absolute focus, and every trace of hesitation disappears from his face. The dragon lunges forward first, dragging its massive body against the chains as its jagged claws tear through the air. Kaiser pivots at the last possible instant, his boots barely scraping across the floor as he slips past the strike by a narrow margin. He counters immediately, swinging his blade into the dragon's scales hard enough to send sparks scattering across the dark chamber. The beast snaps its jaws toward him with brutal speed, but Kaiser has already shifted his weight and prepared his next movement. He cuts in with a precise slash, testing the dragon's armor while desperately searching for even the smallest weak point. Kaiser keeps just enough distance to stay alive, his eyes locked on every twitch of the monster's muscles and every change in its posture. Another massive clash erupts, filling the room with a burst of light as he barely manages to parry one of the dragon's crushing blows. He launches himself into the air, putting every bit of strength he has into a heavy downward swing aimed straight at the beast. Kaiser does not blink once, completely drawn into the rhythm of a fight where life and death are separated by a single breath. But after landing 2 perfect strikes, he checks the result and realizes he has only dealt 120 damage to a health pool sitting close to 1 million. Sweat runs down his face, yet Kaiser still smirks. This absurd level of difficulty is exactly as insane as the community claimed it was. On the forums, players have already started calling it a boss that was never meant to be defeated by human hands. Some players say the dragon is so disturbing to look at that they can barely stand watching it, much less imagine fighting it themselves. Others are arguing over whether victory is even possible, especially since even the highest-ranking players have already failed against it. Most people assume the fact that the boss can take damage is nothing more than a touch of realism, but Kaiser has no intention of backing down. Then, without warning, the boss's title changes to Demonic Dragon Species of Sloth, and the chat instantly explodes into chaos. Players start screaming about bugs and glitches, unable to accept that someone might actually be winning. Everyone is losing their mind trying to figure out who this level 1 player could possibly be. A blinding pillar of blue energy suddenly crashes down from above, piercing straight through the dragon's core. For the first time since the battle began, the monster lets out a scream filled with real, agonizing pain. Then one final massive shockwave rips through the beast's body, tearing apart its remaining strength and bringing its reign to an end. System alerts confirm what should have been impossible: the legendary named boss has been defeated. Kaiser has officially become the first person ever to slay a legendary boss during the tutorial. He leans heavily against his sword, panting hard and covered in blood, barely able to believe that he actually managed to pull it off. Kaiser looks toward the empty spot where the dragon had stood moments ago and calls it a stubborn bastard under his breath. He realizes this is the first time he has ever managed to accomplish something on this level. And if a fight like that pushed him this far, then the other top rankers probably would not have been able to beat it either. Meanwhile, across the community boards, players are raging at the developers for creating what they believe is an impossible boss. Kaiser only smirks to himself, wondering how those old rivals of his are doing now. Then a notification appears, announcing that he has earned the title First Slayer along with several new traits. The rewards begin stacking one after another: Weapon Master, Hidden Dragon, Slayer, and Hero. He even unlocks the Overcome trait after satisfying a set of extreme conditions that most players would never reach. Then comes the real surprise, a unique trait called Eye of Truth. For once, even Kaiser can hardly believe his luck. Normally, players are considered lucky if they walk out of the tutorial with even a single trait to their name. In God of Savior, traits are one of the most important parts of a player's growth, granting special boosts that can shape the way someone explores, fights, and survives. Some traits are built for adventurers who need guidance while exploring unknown lands, while others are made for warriors, sword masters, and players focused entirely on combat. The stronger the achievement behind it, the higher the grade of the trait a player receives, making every reward a reflection of what they managed to accomplish. Kaiser scrolls through the list in front of him, checking abilities like location tracking and immunity to certain status effects. Then his eyes stop on the one trait that stands out more than all the others. The Eye of Truth is a unique tier trait, and its power allows him to see through things that would normally stay hidden from ordinary players. The other traits he received are definitely powerful, but they are not truly one of a kind. Other players might eventually obtain one of those traits too, but almost no one would ever end up holding all of them together at the same time. The Eye of Truth is different. In the entire game world, This trait belongs to only one person, making it completely unique. With that unique trait added on top of the 5 others, Kaiser feels like he has just pulled the ultimate jackpot right at the starting line. And the legendary title First Slayer is even more ridiculous, giving him massive damage bonuses whenever he faces bosses. Kaiser can barely hide how pleased he is, almost glowing with excitement, because this kind of luck is something he has never experienced before. For a man who used to be known for having the worst luck imaginable, this sudden flood of rewards tastes unbelievably sweet. But just as he is taking in his gains, he realizes he is not the only one still standing inside the room. Charlie, the Knight Commander, is still there, supporting himself with his sword as if it is the only thing keeping him upright. The knight looks battered from head to toe, his breath coming out rough and uneven, and the shock on his face has not faded at all. Kaiser walks toward him across the blood-stained floor, each step echoing softly through the ruined chamber. As he approaches, Kaiser wonders what could possibly be going through the knight's mind after everything that just happened. Charlie looks at him and asks whether Kaiser was truly the one who slew the beast that unleashed that terrifying roar. What shocks him even more is that Kaiser does not have a single scratch on him, and Charlie demands to know who this man really is. Kaiser starts to explain himself, but Charlie cuts him off before he can finish, saying that where he came from no longer matters. With awe filling his eyes, the knight declares that in times of chaos, a true hero is always born. Kaiser simply stares back at him, caught off guard, and not completely sure how to respond to this sudden burst of dramatic devotion. Charlie believes that Kaiser will become the ray of light that brings a great change to this troubled world. Then the knight lowers himself onto one knee, offering his service to the hero standing before him. A window appears in front of Kaiser, informing him that Charlie wishes to swear eternal loyalty to him. If Kaiser accepts the oath, Charlie will become his official subordinate, and all related benefits will be granted to him. Kaiser is completely floored by the offer, because for a tutorial reward, this is an enormous upgrade. But there is one problem. Charlie is technically a figure from the past who has already died, so there are no active benefits available right now. Kaiser remembers that the tutorial itself is only a recreation of historical events, not the actual present-day battlefield. Since it seems more like a formality than anything else, he tells Charlie to do as he wishes. Kaiser accepts the oath, and Charlie's loyalty is officially carved into the game's memories. The war once known as the tragedy of Arlen Castle is changed into a victory within Charlie's memories, allowing him to finally rest in peace while looking forward to a future at Kaiser's side. Kaiser quietly repeats those words to himself, watching as soft light begins to gather around both of them. A notification appears, telling Kaiser that he will soon be warped to the Pantheon. The teleportation circle beneath him shines with intense blue energy, pulling Kaiser away from the tutorial zone little by little. Charlie lifts his head and looks up at him one final time, addressing Kaiser as his liege. The knight asks where their next destination will be, ready to follow his commander wherever he chooses to go. Kaiser pauses for a brief moment, considering the question as the room around him begins to fade into light. With a small, confident smile, Kaiser answers that they will go wherever they are needed. After all, he adds, this is a chaotic world, and his voice echoes softly through the rising glow. Charlie is visibly moved by Kaiser's answer, and a look of deep relief spreads across his exhausted face. The warp countdown reaches 5 seconds, and the entire tutorial room starts dissolving completely around them. Before the final transfer, Charlie quickly reaches out and hands Kaiser a necklace set with a glowing pink gem, asking his liege to accept it. Kaiser takes the gift in surprise, realizing it is an unexpected item drop, just as the countdown reaches 2 seconds. Charlie gives him one last grateful smile as his figure fades away, thanking his liege and asking him to bring salvation. The transfer completes, and Kaiser is pulled through the void, leaving the battlefield and Charlie's fading memories behind. When the light clears, Kaiser finds himself standing inside a grand celestial hall, while the system welcomes him to the Pantheon. This is the place where players choose a god and decide the path they will follow, and before a massive glowing pillar of information, Kaiser prepares to take the next step as divine blessings wait ahead. Kong Doyen has finally arrived at the Pantheon, the place most players casually call the Gacha Room. This place is pretty much the core of the entire game, the one room where a single pull can decide everything about your future path. For countless players, this exact moment has brought either screaming excitement or total heartbreak, because no other part of the game has made people laugh and cry this much. The rules themselves are easy enough to understand. Every player serves one god, and the god they end up choosing is what decides the class their character will walk forward with. Those gods are divided into 3 clear ranks, each one carrying a completely different level of power and status: fable, hero, and myth. Fable gods are the kind of beings born from old tales, legends, and stories that have been passed from one generation to the next throughout history. Hero gods are different. They were once human beings, but through the deeds they accomplished with their own hands, they climbed all the way up to divinity. And then, standing above them all, are the truly massive names, the myth gods, beings like Zeus and Odin, the ones powerful enough to shape entire mythologies around themselves. So, of course, gods on that level are not even playing in the same category as the others. They exist in a league completely beyond comparison. The number of cards spread out before him is enough to make anyone dizzy, but Doyen doesn't let himself get excited. With the kind of garbage luck he's always had, he already knows better than to expect anything amazing. He is just about to reach for any random card and get the whole thing over with, when something among the countless choices suddenly pulls his attention. There, standing out from all the rest, is one single card glowing with a rich golden light. Doyen immediately activates his newly acquired skill, Eye of Truth, wanting to see what kind of truth is hidden beneath that shining surface. The moment the skill takes effect, he freezes in disbelief. This power isn't just showing him a little extra information, it is revealing every secret buried inside the card. If what he is seeing is real, then this changes everything. With this ability, Doyen can basically guarantee himself a top-tier pull whenever he gets the chance. For a second, memories of his old friends flash through his mind, their voices constantly teasing him and laughing about how unbelievably pathetic his luck always was. Back then, Doyen always laughed along with them like it didn't bother him, but deep down, every joke left a bitter feeling sitting in his chest. But now, this golden card could be the opportunity he has been waiting for, the one chance that might send him climbing back toward the top of the rankings. Doyen pulls in a slow, steady breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts and remind himself not to get carried away too quickly. From this point on, he makes up his mind. He is going straight for the gold cards, and he isn't going to waste his time looking at anything else. He stretches out his hand and grabs the glowing card, and the instant his fingers close around it, the whole thing trembles with raw, concentrated power. The card reveals Tyr, the one-armed sword god himself, a myth-tier deity whose name carries the weight of ancient legend. Doyen can barely process what just happened. On his very first attempt, he has actually pulled a myth god. But before he can even enjoy the miracle, the system shuts him down immediately. According to the message, his vessel hasn't even been formed yet. Doyen goes completely still, stunned by the sudden rejection. The game itself is flat out telling him that he cannot accept this power. Confusion hits him hard. He can't become an apostle, but he has no idea what that is supposed to mean or why the system is blocking him now. Even Tyr appears completely baffled by what is happening. This kind of situation clearly isn't supposed to occur at all. Doyen has never heard of a single player running into a problem with their vessel before, which only makes the whole thing feel even more impossible. Then the realization slowly begins to sink in. Normally, players are supposed to die against the boss and receive a goddess's revelation afterward. But because Doyen actually killed the damn boss instead, the goddess never appeared before him. Without meaning to, he skipped the revelation completely. Trying to confirm what went wrong, he opens his status screen, but at first glance, everything looks like a perfectly normal level 1 character. Then he notices the real issue. His class is listed only as adventurer, not apostle, and that single difference changes everything. The special apostle stats that should have appeared are nowhere to be found, as if the system never recognized him as one in the first place. In other words, the system is treating him like he is stuck as some ordinary beginner, a basic nobody with nothing special attached to him. Panic starts creeping in. If he can't obtain a proper class, then no matter how good his instincts are, he is going to become dead weight before the real game even begins. Even if he keeps pulling more cards, it won't matter at all. Without a vessel capable of holding divine power, every card in front of him is useless. His strength seems to drain out of him, and Doyen drops down to his knees, wondering if he has destroyed his entire run before it has even had a chance to start. Deleting the character is not a simple escape either. Doing that would lock him out for 60 full days, and Doyen absolutely does not have that kind of time to waste. Then, just when everything seems hopeless, his eyes catch something else, half hidden beneath the pile of other cards. It is a red card. Doyen stares at it, because in all his time with the game, he has never even heard of a red tier card existing. Still, he reaches out and touches it anyway. At this point, there is nothing left for him to protect and nothing left for him to lose. The system suddenly lights up again. Doyen has selected a hidden card and become the Apostle of Cassiar, the forgotten last adventurer, and because he already had an adventurer's vessel, the connection actually succeeds. At last, the system begins processing everything properly. Doyen officially advances into the last adventurer class, and one by one, his new skills start unlocking. The class information reveals a forgotten truth. Humanity was once a powerful race of masters in this world, but over time, that greatness collapsed until only this final lineage remained. A fierce surge of crimson energy bursts up around Doyen, wrapping his body as the power of the last adventurer begins settling deep inside him. And his unique ability is nothing short of absurd. It lets him use skills from any class without being held back by the normal restrictions that bind every other player. Doyen quickly understands what that really means. He is no longer trapped on one fixed path. He can literally use every single type of skill in the game. With that kind of freedom, he can choose only the strongest skills, piece them together, and create a custom skill tree that no other player could ever copy. When he combines Eye of Truth, which can uncover the best skills, with this new ability to use them all freely, the result is a terrifyingly powerful combination. Bit by bit, Doyen is already moving towards something far beyond an ordinary class, a true all-master with no obvious weakness for anyone to exploit. With his class advancement finally complete, the system begins the countdown that will send him out of this place and into the main world. Doyen smiles to himself, feeling the weight of everything that just happened, and for the first time in a long while, he believes this journey might truly be worth all the effort. The moment the timer finally drops to 0, Doyen fixes his mind on one thing and one thing only, taking back the title he lost and standing among the top rankers again. In the next instant, he is transported beneath a wide, crystal-clear sky, standing inside a huge city that stretches out in every direction. This is Ard, the city of beginnings, and every street around him is packed with players moving, shouting, bargaining, and rushing toward their own starting points. Not far away, one player is completely losing it over his terrible gacha result, while his friend desperately tries to convince him that there is more to this game than fighting power alone. Doyen quietly looks around, taking in the lively streets and the dense crowd, blending in so naturally that he seems like just another ordinary beginner among everyone else. Nearby, a pair of guild scouters are sweeping their eyes across the new arrivals, but from their tired expressions, it is obvious they are not finding much promising talent. They are supposed to be elite recruiters from a prestigious guild, yet most players barely give them any respect, brushing them off like they are irritating sales callers. One of the scouters starts grumbling about his monthly quota, clearly worried that if he fails again, his manager is going to be breathing down his neck nonstop. Just then, their eyes pause on Doyen as he walks past them through the crowd, calm and unbothered. They glance over his plain-looking equipment once and immediately judge him as a hopeless mess of a player, the kind who looks broken before the game has even begun. After that single look, they decide he is not worth even a second more of their time, then turn away with a disappointed sigh and move on. Doyen pays them no attention at all and instead checks the hero tier necklace Charlie gave him, an item that grows stronger every time he earns experience. The necklace is ridiculously overpowered. Even its basic passive effects are so good that they outclass most pieces of endgame equipment. For once, Doyen can almost feel himself drowning in how sweet his luck has suddenly become, as if all the bad fortune from before is finally being paid back. Then, without warning, a regional quest appears in front of every player in the area, calling for a simple goblin cleanup. The objective is straightforward: hunt down and kill 40 goblins in exchange for a solid amount of silver and a useful boost of experience. The nearby players immediately get excited, thrilled that they do not even have to stand around waiting in line just to pick up a quest. Hunter Dante raises the crowd's energy even higher, calling out to the players and telling them that he is leaving the goblin massacre in their hands. In seconds, the city square falls into total chaos, with players shouting over each other, searching for party members, and trying to form groups before the grind begins. Doyen watches the noisy scramble unfold around him and quickly understands that almost everyone plans to clear the quest as a team. That is when a guy named Shield Debist walks up to him and asks if he wants to join a party aiming to push all the way to level 12. The rest of the group looks eager to secure the party bonus, and from their point of view, adding one more sword to the lineup can only help. Doyen thinks it over for a moment, then quietly admits to himself that they have a point. For the early stage of the game, this really is the most efficient way to start. At these low levels, party hunting is practically required if a player wants to keep pace, because the bonus experience makes too much of a difference to ignore. So Doyen accepts the invitation, deciding that joining them is also a convenient way to blend into the crowd without drawing attention. The party is officially formed with Shield Debist as the leader, while Doyen enters under his old name, Kaiser. When Shield Debist notices the name, he immediately reacts, asking Doyen if he is some kind of huge Kaiser fan. The archer quickly explains that Kaiser was once the legendary #1 player from the old Demrock days, a name that serious players still remember. Doyen simply scratches the back of his head and plays dumb, acting as if he has never even heard that name before in his life. With the party settled, the whole group gets fired up, ready to charge into the goblin fields and power their way up to level 12. Doyen gives them a quick cheer as they head out together, keeping his energy casual while following along with the group. The battle begins almost the moment they reach the field, with Shield Debist rushing forward and smashing into a goblin hard enough to stun it right from the start. Shield Debist lets out a fierce roar as his shield bash lands cleanly, knocking the goblin off balance and creating a perfect opening for everyone behind him. The archer and the mage respond without hesitation, immediately following up with a rain of arrows and sharp bursts of magic that slam into the target. Their teamwork pays off right away, and the system confirms that they have successfully taken down a green goblin. But before they can relax, more shrill screeches burst out from the surrounding shadows, making it clear that this hunt is nowhere near finished. A whole group of goblins comes charging in from every direction, drawn in by the fight, and eager to tear into the intruders. Shieldebis digs his feet into the ground and raises his heavy shield, desperately trying to hold the front line against the sudden wave of monsters. His teammates cry out in fear as they see the goblins closing in, realizing the party is on the verge of being completely overwhelmed. Shieldebis strains with everything he has to keep the grinning creatures back, shouting for the others to hurry up and take them down before the line breaks. Then panic flashes across his face as he realizes the worst possible thing. His key defensive skills are still on cooldown, leaving him exposed at the exact wrong moment. One goblin spots that opening immediately and launches itself high into the air, aiming to strike from a blind spot where Shieldebis cannot properly defend. Shieldebis looks up, his eyes widening in pure terror as he understands that he has no way to stop the attack falling toward him from above. A green goblin screeches viciously, baring its teeth at the intruders as it prepares to rip into them. Before the monster can even make its move, a sharp blue slash tears through the grass like a flash of light. Kaiser cuts straight through his target with clean precision, while Shieldebis remains planted in front with his heavy shield raised to hold the line. Shieldebis can barely believe what he is seeing, because Kaiser is handling the goblins with a level of ease that makes the whole fight look simple. Yubing Kung and Aimforth Head are just as stunned, their eyes fixed on Kaiser's movements as they try to process the sudden display of skill. But Kaiser does not pause for even a second. The moment one enemy falls, he is already rushing toward the next cluster of goblins. He crashes down hard into the ground, and the impact blasts up a thick cloud of dust that spreads across the battlefield. Two more goblins are cut down in an instant, collapsing beneath the sweep of his red-tinted blade before they can even properly react. The entire team erupts with excitement, shouting Kaiser's name at the top of their lungs as he tears through the battlefield like he owns it. Kaiser calmly slides his weapon back into place, his expression steady and composed, as if everything so far has barely even counted as a warm-up. Shieldebis walks over to him with genuine admiration on his face, clearly impressed by how much skill this so-called rookie is showing. At this point, Shieldebis is already convinced that with Kaiser in the party, clearing this dungeon is going to be ridiculously easy. But then his eyes catch movement inside the shadows nearby, and his relaxed expression vanishes as he immediately shouts out a warning. From between the trees, a whole pack of green goblins begins pouring out, their small bodies swarming forward in a restless wave. This is not just another small group. It is a massive horde, and every one of them looks far more vicious and hungry than the first batch they fought. Shieldebis instantly panics, yelling for everyone to get out of there and run before the goblins surround them completely. But Kaiser does the exact opposite. Instead of falling back with the others, he lowers his stance and charges straight into the center of the mob. The monsters rush at him from all sides at once, claws raised, mouths open, and their eyes fixed on him like prey. Kaiser launches himself high into the air, aiming his descent right toward the middle of their formation. At that moment, a memory from his past flashes through his mind, showing him with red glowing eyes as his hands grip a massive sword. Back then, the power surrounding him was so overwhelming that even the forest itself seemed to tremble beneath its weight. A huge shockwave bursts across the clearing, blasting outward with enough force to make the entire area feel like it has been struck by a storm. Inside that flashback, Kay stands in the middle of the aftermath, surrounded by the heavy silence left behind after such overwhelming power. Kukadaku asks why Kaiser always throws himself into fights that look so reckless, but Kaiser only looks back at him, genuinely wondering why he thinks it is reckless at all. Kay remains at the center of that memory, the past still hanging in the air as the conversation continues around him. Kukadaku points out that leaping in headfirst with low HP is practically begging to die, but Kaiser simply gestures toward the gigantic monster corpse behind him, as if the answer is obvious. He won, didn't he? The big man admits that Kaiser is technically right, but even so, he warns him that fighting like that is still unbelievably dangerous. Back in the present, Kaiser stares at the goblin swarm closing in and admits that, from the outside, maybe it really does look reckless. But in his own mind, he knows there is no point in taking pointless risks just for the sake of fighting. Then he moves, becoming a blur before the rest of the team can even blink or call out to him. To Kaiser, he has never once been fighting recklessly, no matter how insane his actions might appear to everyone watching. He dives through the air with perfect control, his eyes tracking every goblin's movement, as if he can already see how the fight will unfold. His old self echoes through the memory, making one thing clear. He only chooses to fight when he is already certain he is going to win. For one sharp instant, the entire forest seems to fall silent, holding its breath right as Kaiser makes his move. A system notification flashes into view as Kaiser activates his smash skill and commits to the attack. His blade cuts straight across a goblin's chest, ripping through it with such force that its body is nearly torn apart. The system immediately confirms the kill, and at the same time, it rewards him with a new pelt. Kaiser's eyes sweep across the battlefield, and he quickly identifies the real threat, a single poison dart goblin hiding near the back. He kicks off the ground without hesitation, moving so fast that the surrounding monsters can barely follow him with their eyes. His strategy is simple and clean. When enemies come in numbers, the ranged units have to be eliminated first. He cuts through the remaining guards while still in midair, leaving the fat goblin with the blowpipe exposed, wide open, and completely defenseless. Kaiser becomes a whirlwind of steel, his attacks slicing through the goblins with a frightening level of precision. In the middle of the fight, his overcome trait activates, allowing his body to push beyond its normal physical limits. With his eyes glowing fiercely, Kaiser steadies himself and prepares to unleash another devastating strike. One goblin lets out a terrified screech as it watches its companions get wiped out one after another. But by the time it thinks about running, it is already too late. Kaiser has already passed by, his blade leaving a bright trail through the air. He is moving with such terrifying speed that his feet barely seem to touch the grass beneath him. Kaiser stands firm against the entire horde, completely unfazed by the number of monsters pressing in around him. The goblins keep trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, but he parries every attack so casually that it almost looks boring to him. His concentration never wavers for even a moment as he locks his gaze onto the next target in front of him. In a heartbeat, he switches weapons and drives a dagger straight into a goblin's skull with brutal precision. The combination of his weapon master trait and his adventurer class is basically unfair, giving him the freedom to use weapon skills that should normally be locked away. Even Kaiser himself is caught off guard by just how broken this combination really is once he sees it in action. Without slowing down, he snatches up the goblin weapon that had just been knocked flying through the air. He immediately triggers exploit weakness, landing a savage critical hit that brings the monster down in a single blow. The clearing is quickly turning into a graveyard of fallen goblins, with bodies dropping wherever Kaiser moves. Then he switches to a heavy club, grips it tightly, and starts swinging with enough force to send anything in front of him flying. Whatever weapon Kaiser gets his hands on, the system instantly feeds him the exact mastery he needs, letting him swing, stab, and crush like he has trained with it for years. One unlucky goblin barely has time to react before Kaiser brings a huge overhead strike crashing down, rattling its skull with brutal force. The goblins finally start to understand what they are up against, and the fear in the pack shifts fast as they realize they may have attacked a monster even worse than themselves. Kaiser does not let them breathe for even a second, stepping straight through the chaos and driving his blade clean into a goblin's throat. Before the next one can recover, he pivots with the club in hand and slams a heavy blow right into its neck. Then, with one massive swing of his blunt weapon, Kaiser wipes out the last few goblins still trying to stay on their feet. Because he is switching between so many weapon types at once, every mastery he owns begins climbing at a ridiculous speed, leveling faster than any normal beginner should manage. As Kaiser stands there surrounded by the wreckage he created, he looks over the battlefield and feels more than a little satisfied with how his new setup is working. He expected the class to teach him the skills, but even Kaiser did not think he would be able to use them this smoothly and this effectively from the very beginning. A grin slowly spreads across his face, because this adventurer class is already proving to be far better than he dared to hope. Meanwhile, Shieldebist is frozen on the sidelines, staring at Kaiser with wide eyes like he still cannot process what just happened. Sweat runs down his face as he quietly wonders whether something like this should even be possible for a complete newbie. Shieldebist knows very well that even veteran parties usually have to coordinate carefully and fight hard to bring down a pack this large. And yet here Kaiser is, tearing through the whole horde alone, as if the entire fight was nothing more than a light warm-up. Then, almost without warning, an old name rises in Shieldebist's mind. Kaiser, the legendary ranker. He starts wondering if this mysterious teammate could really be that same genius from the old Dimrock days. But he quickly shakes off the thought, telling himself there is no way a real legend would end up in a party like theirs. Online, people have been asking for ages where the legendary Kaiser disappeared to, and most of them believe he has already fallen too far behind to catch up. Even so, Shieldebist cannot push the strange coincidence out of his head, no matter how impossible it sounds. He glances back at his mysterious teammate once more, studying Kaiser's face and wondering who this guy truly is. Then he remembers another rumor, one that claimed the Real Kaiser was known for being a little too hungry for battle. And after seeing the look on Kaiser's face in the middle of all that fighting, Shieldebist starts worrying that the guy might actually be a bit unhinged. But Kaiser's expression stays steady and composed, almost too calm, like everything he just did was part of a normal day's work. As the remaining weapons fade away into glowing particles, the battle finally settles, and Kaiser stands there quietly pleased with the results. With that one fight, he has officially found a way around the game's equipment restrictions. Now that the area is safe and no goblins are left rushing in, Kaiser decides it is the perfect moment to check his status. Kaiser opens his status window and takes a look at his progress. He has already reached level 4, with surprisingly strong beginner stats and a couple of powerful titles attached to his name. Jumping 3 whole levels from a single hunt is exactly the kind of clean, efficient progress Kaiser likes to see. He begins assigning his points carefully, choosing to build a stable foundation around his sword skills while also increasing his agility and senses. Thanks to titles like First Slayer, along with the rare necklace he received from Charlie, his overall stats are looking far stronger than a beginner should. Kaiser simply takes a slow breath, looking completely calm despite the sudden jump in power. His teammates, however, are reacting the exact opposite way, showering him with praise and losing their minds over how easily he crushed that horde. Shieldebist and the archer start whispering to each other, both wondering whether this man could actually be the Kaiser from the old legend. The tank admits that after watching a performance like that, the idea suddenly feels like the only explanation that makes any sense. Even the archer begins to believe it, while Kaiser stands in the background scratching his head, trying his best to act casual. Kaiser gives them an awkward little smile, but inside, he knows the funniest part is that they are completely right. He really is the one they are talking about. The archer is still stunned and asks if Kaiser somehow pulled an absurd, god-tier mythic trait to unleash that much damage. Kaiser keeps his answer modest, brushing it off as a mix of his traits and a lucky boost from his titles. The moment they hear he has a title, the whole group explodes into excitement again, and Yubing Kung is already trying to make sure he stays on Kaiser's good side for the future. After all that chaos, the group finally takes a proper break among the thick green trees and fresh forest grass. Once everyone has recovered their stamina, Shieldebist is the first to get ready, clearly eager to jump back into the grind. With Kaiser standing beside them, the archer grows bolder and suggests they take on an even larger group of goblins this time. Kaiser only lets out a light chuckle and agrees to go along with their plan. The whole party is fired up now, ready to charge back into action after realizing they have an absolute powerhouse fighting on their side. But for one brief moment, Kaiser's expression changes, and his thoughts begin to drift somewhere far away. A memory suddenly hits him from the old days, when he used to walk alongside a crew of world-class rankers who depended on him for almost everything. He remembers their constant arguments, their clashing egos, and the sharp atmosphere around them, so different from the sincere beginners standing with him now. Kaiser lifts his eyes toward the sky, quietly wondering where those old faces are now and what they might be doing. His thoughts are suddenly cut off by a blood-red system alert flashing into view, announcing an urgent quest to hunt down a mutant goblin warrior. Kaiser's gaze turns sharp the moment he reads the target's name, and it becomes clear that his little warm-up has officially come to an end. Sunlight slips through the broken clouds overhead, washing the path in a pale glow as the party gathers themselves and prepares to take on the mission ahead. Before long, the group arrives at the entrance of a massive cave, its wide mouth yawning open like a dark gate into the depths. Shieldebist and Yubing Kung are already sweating like crazy, their nerves written all over their faces, while Kaiser stands there completely relaxed. On the way to this tomb, they have not stopped hunting for even a moment, cutting down monsters one after another as they pushed forward. That extra grinding ends up paying off in a big way, raising the entire squad's level all the way up to level 9. But even with those gains, the place in front of them has a nasty reputation as a dungeon that crushes new players without mercy. All over the online forums, players have been complaining non-stop about this raid, calling it frustrating, brutal, and almost impossible for rookies. Art's Tomb is known as the first real wall in the game, the kind of challenge where most new players get wiped out on their very first attempt. Compared to the weak monsters they had been clearing outside, the jump in difficulty here is on a completely different level. This dungeon does not let players brute force their way through it, demanding tight teamwork and careful movement through specific attack patterns. For most beginner parties, this is exactly where their confidence falls apart and their whole team ends up getting erased. Some players even recommend challenging it alone, just so they do not have to deal with teammates who panic or keep making mistakes. Yubing Kung's face tightens with worry as she thinks about what is waiting inside and what they stand to lose if they fail. Shieldebist tells the group that if they want to qualify for higher raids later, they have no choice but to clear this place first. Kaiser simply watches from the side, wearing his usual bored expression as if all this pressure barely interests him. In this game, things work a lot like the real world, where companies would rather choose experienced workers than gamble on complete rookies. The major guilds will not even bother speaking to a player who has not cleared this specific boss yet. Of course, some people try lying about their records, but fooling the system is nowhere near that simple. Cheap tricks and fake claims do not get very far in this game, because every single action a player takes is tracked. All of it is recorded and preserved inside the Book of Adventures. That book keeps track of every quest they complete, every material they collect, and every boss they have ever managed to kill. In other words, that record is practically a player's resume, showing everyone exactly what they have proven they can do. If they want to join parties in the next city, they need this clear marked on their record, so all they can do now is grit their teeth and push through. Kaiser already understands that the boss waiting in the next city is not optional at all, but a required step for moving forward. With that in mind, Kaiser calmly takes a step forward. At last, they reach the habitat of the variant Goblin Warrior, a rare-grade boss waiting deep inside the tomb. Kaiser turns back toward the others with a small smirk and casually asks if they are ready to head inside. Shieldebist and the others have already studied the strategy guides carefully, and this time, they are determined not to fail. The party gathers together at the base of the enormous stone doors, standing before the raid entrance in tense silence. Shieldebist glances over at Kaiser one final time, as if trying to steady himself before everything begins. Then he draws in a deep breath and starts walking toward the gate. He reaches out and places his hand against the cold stone door, triggering the raid entrance portal. A system prompt immediately appears in front of them, asking the entire party to confirm that they are ready to begin. Aimforth Head is already fired up, practically buzzing with excitement as he waits for the fight to start. One by one, everyone agrees to enter the raid, and Kaiser gives his confirmation along with the rest of them. The system checks each of their levels, verifies the party, and then begins the entry sequence. Kaiser rolls his shoulders, stretches his arms, and cracks his knuckles like he is getting ready for nothing more than a light warm-up. With a deep, grinding groan, the heavy stone doors slowly begin to open, revealing the arena waiting beyond them. The group steps inside, their boots striking the stone floor and sending hollow echoes through the chamber. All along the walls, torches suddenly flare to life, spreading flickering light across the cavern's rough stone. There, waiting in the center, is the elite boss, and the number above it shows a terrifying 20,000 health. The variant Goblin Warrior lowers its gaze with a guttural growl, tightening its grip around a massive cleaver. Then it unleashes a deafening roar so powerful that the entire chamber seems to shake around them. Shieldebist and the others stare in horror, finally feeling just how overwhelming an elite boss can be at close range. Kaiser suddenly shouts out a warning, sensing the incoming attack before the monster even fully moves. The beast launches itself into the air, raising its blade high before crashing down toward them with the weight of a falling boulder. In that instant, Shieldebist understands that even with Kaiser here, the party still has to prove it can stand on its own feet. He realizes Kaiser cannot be everywhere at once, and there is no way one person can protect the entire team from every angle. The tank steps forward with resolve in his eyes, determined to fulfill his role and hold the line, just as the boss charges in with a terrifying howl. Shieldebist immediately commands the team to scatter, warning everyone to stay out of the monster's path before it tears through them. The party throws themselves out of the way at the last second, diving for cover just as the goblin crashes down and slams into the ground with brutal force. Shieldebist quickly recognizes the movement, realizing that this charging attack is only the first step in the monster's opening pattern. He plants his feet, raises his shield, and catches the goblin's follow-up strike head-on, the impact shaking through his arms like a shockwave. The moment its attack is blocked, the goblin's body locks up for a few precious seconds, leaving it staggered and wide open. Shieldebist immediately shouts to the others, telling the whole group that this is their chance to attack before the boss can recover. Aimforth Head and Yubing Kung react without hesitation, launching straight into their counterattack the instant the opening appears. Magic bursts and flashing steel slam into the boss all at once, erupting into a huge blast of light, noise, and force. As the smoke begins to clear, the monster is already forcing itself back up, its glowing eyes burning with pure rage. Shieldebist stiffens in surprise, taken aback by just how quickly the beast is shaking off their attack and getting back on its feet. The Goblin Warrior pulls its massive weapon back again, winding up for another swing powerful enough to crush anyone in its path. Shieldebist steps in once more and catches that enormous blade against his shield, refusing to let the blow reach the others. At that moment, his protection trait activates, shining brightly around him as it reinforces his body and boosts his stats. He yells out that he has the boss's attention locked on him, urging everyone else to keep attacking and pile on as much pressure as they can. But before the tank can even finish speaking, Kaiser has already shot past him in a blur, carving into the boss with a rapid storm of slashes. More magical blasts streak through the air toward the boss, crashing against its defenses one after another. A massive explosion bursts across the monster's body, shaking the chamber and dragging its health lower with every hit. Shieldebist watches the flow of the battle and thinks the first phase is going almost perfectly, as if they have finally gotten the fight under control. But then his teammates behind him suddenly shout a warning, realizing that the next attack pattern is arriving much earlier than it should. The boss's health bar has already fallen below half, triggering a move that never appeared in any of the strategy guides they studied. Shieldebist freezes for a split second as the monster prepares an unfamiliar attack, one he has no ready answer for. Kaiser does not hesitate at all, kicking off the ground and launching himself toward the boss with incredible speed. He unleashes a flurry of blows in rapid succession, his movements cutting through the air so fast they are almost impossible to track. The monster lets out a pain scream as Kaiser's blade lands cleanly, striking exactly where it needs to. Shieldebist can only stare, completely stunned by the overwhelming skill Kaiser is displaying right in front of him. Kaiser keeps pressing forward without slowing down, refusing to give the boss even a single second to regain its rhythm. With his eyes glowing and a dark smirk on his face, Kaiser declares that the monster's pattern ends right here. Back in the days of his old game, Kaiser's party had already built a legendary reputation as the strongest group on the entire server. During an interview, a reporter once asked him what secret allowed his team to clear dungeons that everyone else called impossible. Kaiser gave a simple answer, saying it came down to every member focusing completely on the role they were best at. The reporter pointed out that a normal party usually needed 4 basic roles to function properly. Those roles were tank, DPS, healer, and support, each one covering a different part of the fight. But since Kaiser's party did not use a tank, she could not help wondering whether raiding that way was even possible. Kaiser did not deny the importance of tanks at all, admitting that they were actually a crucial part of any proper team. A tank has to stand alone in front of the boss, interrupt dangerous attack patterns, and absorb the punishment meant for everyone else. The reporter was left speechless when Kaiser calmly revealed that he was the one who handled all of those responsibilities himself. Instead of explaining further, Kaiser simply answered with a confident smirk that said more than words ever could. Back in the present, the boss is completely losing control, thrashing in fury as Kaiser tears apart its momentum. Shieldebist watches in disbelief, unable to fully understand how the fight in front of him is even possible. Even dedicated tanks usually struggle to stop boss patterns with crowd control skills, yet Kaiser is doing it smoothly without using a single skill, all while fighting as a pure DPS. The mutant goblin warrior throws its head back and releases another massive roar that echoes through the arena. But to Kaiser, attack patterns at this level are not even enough to count as a real challenge. He strikes again with sharp precision, cutting off the monster's momentum before it can build into another deadly attack. The rest of the party can only stand speechless as Kaiser keeps aiming for nothing but the boss's vital spots. Shieldebist forces himself to stay focused, keeping his eyes locked on the boss's health bar. At last, the boss's HP drops all the way down to the 20% mark. Shieldebist immediately warns everyone to brace themselves, because the second phase is about to begin. The team quickly moves into position, tightening their formation and preparing for whatever the boss throws at them next. A system alert flashes across their view, announcing that the boss's mutant trait is finally beginning to manifest. The ground beneath them cracks apart as the goblin warrior's trait activates, sending tremors through the arena floor. The goblin enters a full berserk state, its entire body surging with power as every one of its stats rises at once. Kaiser watches the transformation unfold with calm eyes, because this is exactly the part he has been waiting for. Mutant traits are special boss abilities, and the tricky part is that no 2 bosses are guaranteed to carry the same kind of power. This particular goblin has 2 of those traits, both grouped under the dangerous effect known as 007 Bang. If the party lands 4 physical attacks in a row, everyone gets hit with a debuff. And if 3 magic attacks connect back-to-back, the boss will reflect all incoming damage right back at them. The boss suddenly throws its head back and releases a piercing scream that slices through the entire cavern. Because of the berserk effect, the whole party immediately feels their attack speed and movement speed drop, like their bodies have been dragged down by invisible weights. Panic spreads through the group as they realize the fight has just become far more dangerous than anything they prepared for. But Kaiser receives a completely different notification. His hero trait is blocking the mental contamination, making him fully immune to both the boss's mutant effect and its berserk pressure. A grin pulls at Kaiser's face as he realizes those nasty debuffs have no effect on him whatsoever. Shieldebist quickly orders everyone to stop attacking for the moment and focus only on dodging until they understand the pattern. He assumes Kaiser must be slowed down just like the rest of them, but Kaiser calmly tells him to wait. Then Kaiser steps forward, his eyes beginning to glow with a dark, dangerous intensity. A faint smile spreads across his face, and it becomes clear he is ready to finish this entire raid by himself. Shieldebist can only stand there watching, his body tense as the pressure in the cavern keeps rising. In the next instant, Kaiser bursts forward with explosive speed and leaps into the air to bring the fight to an end. The mutant warrior roars one last time in desperation, pouring all of its rage into the moment as the battle reaches its peak. Kaiser meets that fury head-on, driving in a massive strike that flashes through the cave and lights up the darkness around them. His eyes shine with a cold red glow as he steadies himself, preparing to deliver the final blow. He tears through the boss with ruthless efficiency, his attacks cutting deep as blood sprays across the cavern walls. Shieldebist and Yubing Kung can barely move, their bodies dragged down completely by the boss's brutal status effects. All they can do is watch in total shock, wondering how Kaiser is the only one still standing tall and moving freely. Shieldebist stares at him in silence as the crushing difference in skill finally sinks in. Another heavy blow lands cleanly, slicing deep through the boss's defenses and forcing it further toward collapse. In that moment, with red light burning around him, Kaiser looks less like a player and more like a god of battle. He continues the slaughter without slowing down, moving in a blur that the monster cannot even hope to follow. The mutant goblin is completely overwhelmed, its health bar draining away under Kaiser's relentless assault. Shieldebist quietly whispers Kaiser's name, unable to tear his eyes away from the overwhelming display of power. The monster screams in agony, its voice echoing through the cavern as its end draws closer and closer. Kaiser does not show even the slightest flicker of emotion, keeping his focus locked completely on finishing the kill. He swings his blade in a wide, deadly arc, cutting through everything in front of him with terrifying force. Every step, every slash, and every shift of his body is calculated to cause the greatest damage possible. At this point, Kaiser is not simply fighting anymore. He is taking the boss apart piece by piece with cold precision. Blood splatters across the stone as another critical hit lands, driving the monster even closer to its breaking point. Kaiser finally comes to a stop, standing perfectly still while the red aura around him pulses with raw power. A stream of system notifications appears one after another, confirming that his level has risen along with his sword proficiency. With those brutal, heavy slashes, Kaiser leaves the boss completely breathless. Under that overwhelming attack, with not a single movement wasted, the massive monster can only freeze in place, paralyzed by pure terror. Kaiser gives his opponent no room to breathe, then executes a godlike blink from a distance. In an instant, his silhouette vanishes forward and appears right behind the boss's back. Kaiser lowers his head slightly, his gaze dropping for just a moment. Then his eyes flare with a murderous red glow, signaling that his final ultimate move has been activated. The moment his slash cleaves through the Titan's body, a massive pillar of light erupts brilliantly, swallowing everything around it with overwhelming force. As the blinding light fades away, the once terrifying boss is reduced to nothing but collapsing ruins, its body falling to the ground as its existence finally comes to an end. The system immediately confirms the defeat and announces that the dungeon has been successfully cleared. The rest of the party stands frozen in stunned silence, barely able to understand what they just witnessed. They begin murmuring among themselves, quietly questioning who this man in front of them really is. Shieldebist wonders in his heart whether this could truly be the legendary ranker himself, the Real Kaiser. Yubing Kung and Bracer Forehead can only stare with their mouths hanging open, completely unable to find the words. For a moment, they look around the now empty cavern, still feeling the heavy pressure left behind by the battle. The boss's body lies motionless on the ground, proof of just how one-sided the massacre had been. Then the final time limit rankings appear, showing Shieldebist's party in first place by an enormous margin. Kaiser calmly grips his sword, looking completely composed, as if he is already prepared for the next fight. The contribution rewards are handed out soon after, and naturally, Kaiser claims the top spot without question. He begins gathering his loot from the fallen boss, starting with a rare leather top as his first reward. He also adds a pair of mutant goblin epaulets to his inventory, the rare gear joining the growing pile of rewards from the boss. And as the final prize, Kaiser obtains the boss's enormous red greatsword, a weapon so massive it still seems to carry the weight of the battle. But the real treasure is the title, Throne of the Time Attack, a powerful reward that grants him a permanent boost to his speed. Kaiser glances back at the wreckage of the fight with a satisfied smirk, calmly giving his thoughts on how the hunt turned out. With that sinister glow still lingering in his eyes, he admits that goblins are at their best when they have been sliced cleanly into pieces. Kaiser lands smoothly on the stone floor while the massive beast behind him finally begins its last collapse. The battle is over. The system confirms the boss's death and officially announces that the dungeon has been cleared. Their final clear time lands at 29 minutes and 58 seconds, fast enough to steal the #1 spot on the world rankings. The results are now locked in, with Kaiser claiming the highest contribution, followed by Shieldebist and the rest of the party. The loot begins to drop in front of them, including rare red leather armor, matching epaulets, and that huge greatsword. And to make the victory even more ridiculous, Kaiser also earns the legendary title, Throne of the Time Attack. It is a hero-grade title that increases his speed and boosts all of his stats whenever he breaks a record. Kaiser stands over the fallen corpse with a pleased look on his face, clearly satisfied with how cleanly everything ended. He says it himself with complete honesty. Goblins simply look much better once they are in pieces. The party finally takes a moment to breathe inside the dark cave, still trying to process the overwhelming carry they just witnessed. The archer and the mage are left with their jaws hanging open as they realize just how insanely rare the rewards they received actually are. Kaiser's teammates practically stumble over their own words as they rush to thank him for handing them such a massive win. Kaiser only smiles and casually brushes it off, acting like wiping out that boss was hardly worth making a fuss over. His mind is already moving past this victory, turning toward whatever challenge is waiting for him next. Shieldebist pulls up the rankings and asks Kaiser if he wants to see his name sitting right at the very top. Their party is ranked first, and the gap is huge, nearly 6 whole minutes faster than the team sitting in second place. Shieldebist immediately feels awful and apologizes for not changing the party name beforehand, worried that Kaiser did not receive the proper credit. Kaiser just scratches the back of his head, realizing that having his name thrown into the spotlight might become more trouble than it is worth. An achievement this big is more than enough to catch the attention of the top 10 guilds in the entire game. Even though this is only a beginner city, taking first place here still sends a huge message about their strength. They have even managed to rank above the legendary player known as Annihilation, which makes the result even harder to ignore. Shieldebist and his teammates keep apologizing, feeling as if they have stolen Kaiser's glory, and they offer him anything he wants as compensation, whether it is money, items, or something else entirely. Kaiser lets out a small, amused laugh, clearly finding it funny how seriously they are taking the whole situation. Shieldebist looks up at him in surprise, caught off guard by how relaxed Kaiser seems to be. Kaiser tells them to calm down, explaining that the system automatically registers the party leader's name anyway, and besides, he had not expected to claim the top spot this early. He is not exactly fond of standing in the spotlight either, since attention like that usually creates more work than reward. Still, when it comes to the rewards themselves, Kaiser definitely has no reason to complain. He has just secured the full warrior set, and the stats on these rare plus items are absurdly strong. At this stage of the game, these pieces are among the absolute best items anyone can possibly get. With a haul this good sitting in his inventory, there is no way Kaiser could possibly be in a bad mood. He suddenly starts laughing, and that only makes Shieldebist look even more confused than before. Kaiser cannot help it, because the luck from this run is almost too ridiculous to believe. He tells the group once again to stop worrying about it, assuring them that everything is fine. By this point, Shieldebist has completely turned into a fanboy, swearing his full loyalty to Kaiser without hesitation. In his eyes, Kaiser's personality is just as high level as the terrifying combat skills he showed in battle. A portal begins humming to life nearby, its energy gathering as the dungeon prepares to close behind them. As they start heading out, Shieldebist admits that he once thought all the hype around Kaiser was exaggerated, but now he is a true believer. Kaiser looks back at the dungeon one last time, finally beginning to understand what this new identity of his really means. Shieldebist calls out to him from ahead, wondering if Kaiser is planning to stay behind for some reason. Without saying a word, Kaiser steps forward through the portal and leaves the cleared dungeon behind. Blue energy swirls around the warp gate, wrapping the party in light as they transition back into the outside world. They arrive back in the city, where tall towers rise toward a clear sky above the streets. From there, the group heads straight toward Ardback Alley, searching for one particular shop. Inside the alchemist shop, the atmosphere feels like a completely different world, with strange magical items packed into every corner. Kaiser slowly scans the shop interior, his sharp eyes moving over the shelves before finally settling on the figure standing behind the counter. Behind the desk, a man wrapped in a dark cloak stood completely still, his face buried beneath heavy shadows so deep that no one could make out his expression. This was Calder, the alchemist they had come to see, and from the cold air around him, it was obvious he was not exactly thrilled about unexpected visitors. The rest of the party immediately felt a chill crawl up their backs, but Kaiser only narrowed his eyes, seeing nothing more than a gloomy, unpleasant man. Calder fixed them with a sharp glare, asking whether they had dragged themselves back just to abandon the mission, before grumbling about his research materials and how nearly everyone who helped him ended up being useless. Kaiser didn't bother answering with words. He simply stepped forward and slammed a vial filled with dark red liquid onto the counter. The moment Calder saw what was inside, his eyes shot wide open. He could barely process that the liquid before him was actually the blood of a mutant goblin. Then his shock exploded out of him in a shout, because not even 40 minutes had passed since the party had first walked out the door. The party stood there proudly, shoulders lifted and expressions confident, enjoying every second of the alchemist's complete disbelief. Thanks to Kaiser's max affinity title, Calder's attitude flipped in an instant, going from irritated and suspicious to almost obsessively fascinated with them. Right after that, the system confirmed the quest had been cleared, and one reward after another began appearing in front of Kaiser. Kaiser received a satisfying pile of gold, along with a custom silver ring personally crafted by Calder's own hands. The experience reward was so enormous that Kaiser's level didn't just rise once. It jumped twice in a row. With that, he had officially cleared Trial 0, earning the right to finally leave the starter zone and travel to the main continent. And because his rank was so high, an extra bonus appeared as well, a low-grade skill draw ticket. On top of that, reaching level 10 gave Kaiser another prize, a random skill draw ticket that could test just how far his luck would carry him. The rest of the party could barely contain themselves, shouting and cheering because they were finally free to move beyond the starter area. But tucked among the rewards was something even more unexpected. Kaiser had received a personal postcard from Calder. It was a rare plus item, simple at first glance, but made special by the fact that Calder had written it himself in his own handwriting. Kaiser decided the postcard could wait until later. Right now, there was something much more important pulling at his attention. He opened the menu and prepared to use his skill draw ticket, finally reaching the moment he had been looking forward to. A group of glowing cards appeared in front of him, drifting weightlessly through a sea of bright blue light. Kaiser stared at the shimmering deck, his eyes locked on the cards as his heartbeat quietly began to speed up. The sight wasn't nearly as overwhelming as the rewards he had received from the Pantheon, but for now, it was more than enough. He activated his Eye of Truth, hoping to pierce through the hidden cards and choose the best option available. Since it was only a low-grade ticket, Kaiser already knew there was no chance of pulling anything legendary, so he kept his expectations grounded. What he drew was Charging Slash, a common grade skill that allowed him to rush forward while attacking at the same time. It was a sturdy, practical skill he had used before in the past, but Kaiser's real attention was already shifting toward the second ticket. He got ready to use the random ticket next, silently hoping this one would give him something strong enough to change the game. But just as his excitement started to rise, a sudden system warning flashed in front of him and snapped him back to reality. Kaiser froze, staring at the screen with utter disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what he was seeing. The system was forcing him to log out because he had already been connected to the game for 10 straight hours. Even worse, the draw window was already beginning to disappear as the connection started cutting off. With only 2 seconds remaining, Kaiser rushed desperately to complete the draw before the system could throw him out. The countdown reached its final second, and the glowing cards whirled together into a blinding vortex of light. Kong Doyen lunged forward with a panicked shout, stretching his hand out desperately to make the final selection in time. But before he could even process the result, the screen flashed pure white as the system forced a shutdown, severing his connection right as the draw finished. The gacha cards spun wildly as the countdown hit 2 seconds, and Kaiser fought to lock in a skill before the system could boot him out completely. Sweat ran down his face as he shouted at the cards, practically begging the draw to hurry up. Then, the instant the clock dropped to 1 second, a brilliant golden glow began leaking out from between the spinning cards. That golden light looked good, too good to ignore, and for one brief moment, it felt like something amazing might really be coming. Kaiser screamed at the screen, demanding that it give him the reward, but the system showed no mercy. His time was up, and the forced disconnect began. The entire world around him melted away into a blinding flood of white as he was dragged out of the game. Back in his room, everything fell into darkness, broken only by the faint mechanical hum of his high-tech gaming capsule. Kong Doyen pushed open the lid and sat up, staring blankly ahead like someone who had just seen a ghost. He sucked in air in rough gasps, gripping his chest as if he had just sprinted until his lungs burned. Then all at once, he threw his head back and screamed in pure frustration, because getting kicked out right at the climax of a poll was every gamer's worst nightmare. Outside, the day was bright and beautiful under the warm sun, but inside that apartment, one gamer's soul was being crushed by agony. Doyen sat there shaking his legs nonstop, his whole body restless because he could not stand waiting to log back in. His eyes stayed glued to the clock until it finally struck 10 o'clock. At long last, the wait was over. He bit down on his thumb with a wild, almost crazed look in his eyes, desperate to find out exactly what he had pulled. Without losing even a single second, he threw himself straight back into the capsule, moving like a man who had been waiting for this exact moment. The capsule system immediately scanned his eyes, confirmed his identity, and began sinking him back into the game without any delay. A loading screen opened in front of him, calmly welcoming him once again to the world of God of Savior. A small message even appeared, wishing him a pleasant journey, as if he were about to enjoy a relaxing vacation instead of chase down a mystery pull. The next instant, he spawned right back into the back alley of Ard, exactly where he had been standing before the forced logout. Kaiser didn't stop to check the street, the walls, or even who might be nearby. He immediately broke into a sprint down the alley. His mind was completely stuck on that yellow light he had glimpsed right before the disconnect, because in a game like this, that kind of glow usually meant top-tier loot. He opened his inventory in a rush, and there it was, one unconfirmed skill card sitting quietly in storage, waiting to reveal what he had pulled. Kaiser was hoping with all his heart for something legendary, but he forced himself to stay cautious so the disappointment wouldn't crush him. Then he tapped the card, and it erupted into a brilliant burst of light. The skill that appeared was the heroic skill Backstab, a move technically meant for assassins, with a description saying it allowed the user to teleport behind an enemy and deal massive damage. Kaiser stared at the skill name, completely stunned for a moment, as if his brain needed extra time to accept it. Backstab, of all things, he had really pulled Backstab. This was the signature move of assassins, the kind of skill that every ranged player in the game absolutely hated dealing with. The reason was simple. It erased distance in an instant, making running away feel pointless the moment the user decided to close in. A dark, satisfied smile slowly spread across Kaiser's face. He was a warrior, yet he had just obtained one of the strongest mobility skills in the entire game. He began laughing under his breath, realizing that from now on, whether he was facing monsters or other players, cutting through them would become much easier. Right in the middle of his victory moment, a random couple passed by the alley, with the man confidently bragging about how much he knew about the game. But halfway through his sentence, the man suddenly stopped, his expression twisting into confusion as something caught his attention. He glanced over and saw some guy standing alone in the alley, laughing to himself like a cheap villain from an old movie. Kaiser was so absorbed in his own excitement that he didn't realize how terrifying he looked, practically radiating creepy energy as he stood there grinning. The couple went pale with fear, instantly convinced that they had just stumbled across a complete psycho hiding in the alley. They didn't even bother finishing their conversation. Without another word, they turned around and ran back the way they came. Kaiser finally came back to himself and looked around, genuinely wondering why people were suddenly acting like that alleyway was poisonous. He decided not to dwell on it. More importantly, it was time to stop walking around like a fresh newbie and finally put on his real gear. He pulled out the loot he had taken from the variant Goblin Warrior, the red leather top, the pauldrons, the red greatsword, and Calder's silver ring. With equipment like this, Kaiser figured people would at least hesitate before thinking they could mess with him. Once he suited up, his whole presence changed. The red armor gave him a fierce edge, and the massive sword resting on his shoulder made him look seriously dangerous. Then a system prompt appeared, warning him that once he departed for the main continent of Raven, he would no longer be able to return to Ard. Kaiser didn't hesitate for even a moment. He stepped straight into the enormous blue portal as the final countdown began around him. As the light surrounded him, Kaiser stared forward, feeling a small trace of regret that he was leaving without saying a proper goodbye. His thoughts drifted back to the party he had left behind, and he realized that somewhere along the way, he had actually started to like them. When the portal countdown reached 2, Kaiser accepted it quietly. If they were meant to cross paths again, the game would eventually bring them together. With only 1 second remaining, the system confirmed that he was being transferred to the main continent. A huge pillar of blue light burst upward around him, launching him out of the beginner zone and toward the next stage of the world. He arrived in a grand city plaza, the kind of place where every new arrival stepped in carrying big dreams and even bigger expectations. Nearby players were already chatting among themselves, saying this was the true starting point where everyone gathered to search for parties. The vast city of Raven stretched out before Kaiser, its streets and buildings making it clear that his real journey was only just beginning. Then, without warning, a group of knights on horseback charged through the streets, shouting for everyone to move aside. Guards dragged a bound criminal through the plaza as he struggled and screamed for them to let him go. Kaiser watched as new features began unlocking one after another, including the arena, duels, and workshops. The massive outline of the city towered over him, making it clear that this was no longer a beginner area where easy perks would protect him. A system tip appeared as well, informing players that anyone who became a victim of crime should report directly to the city guards. Kaiser was genuinely impressed, realizing that the main continent operated on a completely different scale from everything he had seen before. A merchant called out to him from nearby, offering local ash beer, while also complimenting the sharp red outfit Kaiser was wearing. Other vendors filled the streets with their own shouting, selling unusual foods like lobster and hot guinea pig soup, while promising freebies to anyone willing to buy. Kaiser quickly understood why some players got swallowed up by city life, spending all their time enjoying the streets instead of going out to hunt. He gave himself a quick slap to snap his focus back into place, reminding himself that the sightseeing could wait until later. With his sword resting on his shoulder and a confident grin on his face, Kaiser wondered where he should begin his first hunt on the main continent. It didn't take him long to find action, and soon he was already slicing through a goblin with one smooth, decisive motion. Kaiser had moved out onto the Raven Plains, where a fresh pack of monsters was already surrounding him from every side. His red armor began to glow as the 3-piece set effect activated, giving him a powerful advantage against goblins right as the fight began. The moment the monsters laid eyes on Kaiser, their bodies stiffened in place, fear locking them down as their morale collapsed all at once. Kaiser kicked off the ground and launched himself high into the air, activating his leaping slash skill to wipe the area clean. He tore straight through the middle of the pack, his blade carving a path through them as the system confirmed multiple kills within mere seconds. Kaiser landed smoothly in the tall grass, his balance perfect, his gaze already shifting around for the next enemy to cut down. With his eyes glowing red and blood dripping from his blade, he looked less like an ordinary player and more like a predator stalking the plains. Even his red greatsword was growing more dangerous, gaining attack power with every enemy Kaiser brought down. He couldn't stop himself from laughing, completely drunk on the overwhelming strength pouring out of his new equipment. Between his already high base stats and a weapon that kept scaling with each kill, Kaiser was turning into an absolute monster on the battlefield. He was enjoying every second of it, soaking in the thrill of feeling completely untouchable against anything that came near him. Then he opened his quest log and nodded to himself, seeing that only a few more kills stood between him and another level up. Suddenly, Kaiser's eyes flashed gold as he sensed a strange movement in the air behind him. A purple, ghost-like figure shot out from the shadows, and Kaiser instantly understood that this wasn't a monster attacking him, it was a person. The attacker was Assassination Boy, a masked player who hunted rich-looking newbies, and in Kaiser, he thought he had just found a walking treasure chest. The assassin drew his daggers with deadly intent, deciding that it was time to close in and finish the target. He lunged forward with a mocking grin, telling Kaiser that he was about to enjoy this meal. But the next instant, metal slammed against metal as the assassin's blade was stopped cold by Kaiser's heavy sword. Assassination Boy's eyes widened in disbelief when he realized his sneak attack hadn't even left a scratch. Kaiser simply stood there, dark energy radiating from his body as he stared the attacker down without the slightest hint of fear. Realizing the situation had gone terribly wrong, the assassin tried to spring backward and create distance. From somewhere in the bushes, his partner shouted at him to stop wasting time and hurry up and take the target down. Then an archer from the PK group leapt into the air, firing 3 glowing blue arrows down toward Kaiser in a sharp volley. Kaiser didn't even slow down. With one powerful swing of his red greatsword, he shredded the magical arrows apart before they could touch him. Another member of the group charged in from the side, screaming at the top of his lungs as he raised a heavy axe for a crushing strike. Kaiser blocked the attack with ease, his cold, predatory eyes glowing as the axe ground uselessly against his blade. With one effortless shove, Kaiser forced the axe wielder backward, overwhelming him completely through raw physical strength. He calmly adjusted his grip around the hilt of his massive sword, his movements steady and controlled despite the chaos surrounding him. Then, in a single swift and brutal motion, Kaiser sliced through the warrior, sending a trail of blood arcing through the air as the man was cut down. The remaining ambushers froze where they stood, their faces draining of color as they realized they were no longer the ones hunting. Assassination Boy began backing away, trembling as he wondered how a supposed newbie could have this much overwhelming power. Then a system notification appeared, marking him as a target. He tried to run, but Kaiser was already moving, blurring forward and appearing in front of him like a ghost. Kaiser loomed over the panicked assassin, his silhouette stretching across the ground like a dark shadow swallowing the light around them. With a terrifying, wide-eyed grin on his face, Kaiser looked down at his prey and mockingly asked if he had gotten lost. No matter what game it is, there are always players who refuse to follow the rules or listen to reason. This wasn't about official arena duels or fair fights between players, it was unauthorized slaughter. In other words, these people were pikers. They had existed back in Temrock, and in this game, things were no different at all. Their reasons changed from person to person. Some did it for fun, some for loot, and some simply because they wanted to dump their frustration on others. But if you asked most players, 9 out of 10 would agree that the worst kind were always the same. The noob slayers. They waited for people who had just stepped out of the beginner village, killed them while they were still weak, and stole everything they had. And the guy standing right in front of Kaiser was exactly that kind of scum. Kaiser only smiled at him again, calmly asking if he had somehow lost his way. Assassination Boy froze in shock, because the tracking mark he had placed had just vanished into thin air. He couldn't understand it at all. How was a swordsman using backstab, an assassin-only skill? Before he could even process the answer, Kaiser dropped him with one clean, decisive hit. The rest of the crew didn't last much longer, falling one after another soon after their leader went down. Kaiser stood over the fallen bodies as the system confirmed he had committed no crime and cleared him of any penalty. That was when he realized Ard had only felt peaceful because of the beginner area perks protecting everyone there. The people he had met back in Ard weren't the norm at all. They had actually been unusually decent. But out here in the wider world, Kaiser could already tell the place was crawling with bastards. Kaiser doesn't even bother looking back at the mess left behind. Without wasting another second, he heads straight over to claim the rewards from the quests he just finished. The moment he turns everything in, the rewards start stacking fast, and his experience bar shoots upward as all that hard work finally pays off at once. With that, Kaiser officially reaches level 17, and the enormous west gate that had been blocking his path finally begins to open. Kaiser stands right at the edge of the gateway, staring into the path ahead, as if he's already prepared to leave the safe zone behind. Beyond that gate lies Ravenwest Forest, a place that immediately feels colder, darker, and far more dangerous than anything before it. This hunting ground is so deadly that even the NPCs don't treat it like normal territory. They openly warn players not to step foot inside unless they're ready to die. Compared to the wide, open plains outside the East Gate, Ravenwest Forest is on a completely different level. This place feels less like a hunting area and more like a nightmare waiting in the dark. The trees grow so thick that the forest practically swallows the light, leaving players with almost no clear line of sight once they step inside. And hidden within that suffocating darkness are packs of goblins and giant insects crawling through the shadows, ready to strike the second someone gets careless. Attacks can come from anywhere here, behind trunks, above branches, between patches of brush. Every blind spot in the trees can turn into an ambush. The jump in difficulty is so ridiculous that anyone who comes here unprepared would immediately understand why players fear this place. Because of that, players naturally created an unwritten rule for anyone brave enough to challenge Ravenwest Forest. No one is supposed to enter with fewer than 3 party members, because going in alone is basically asking to be torn apart. Right outside the West Gate, the whole area is crowded with players trying to recruit teammates before stepping into the forest. Tanks and damage dealers are calling out loudly from every direction, desperately trying to fill their parties before someone else grabs the people they need. But most of those groups are still stuck in place for the same reason. They already have fighters ready to go, yet they're all waiting on that one missing healer. Healers are rare because leveling 1 is exhausting, and honestly, most players don't find the role very exciting. So when a few guys notice Kaiser walking toward the West Gate all by himself, they immediately assume he's just another clueless player marching straight into his own grave. After all, even top-ranked players don't dare enter Ravenwest Forest without a full team backing them up. They watch him pass by, wondering what kind of confidence he thinks he has. But Kaiser doesn't care about their rules, their warnings, or their stares. He just keeps moving forward until his figure disappears into the dark, suffocating woods. The moment he's inside, a forest red goblin suddenly leaps out from the shadows, only to be cut down almost instantly. Kaiser isn't wasting a single breath, tearing through the goblins as if they're nothing more than weeds in his way. Another goblin tries to use the branches above him for a surprise attack, dropping in from his blind spot, but Kaiser is already shifting before the monster can even land. He brings his heavy blade crashing down with brutal force, and the strike hits so hard that the ground itself splits beneath the impact. When another goblin lunges at him head-on, Kaiser doesn't retreat. He launches himself upward, rising cleanly into the air above the attack. From midair, he drives a powerful kick straight into the goblin, and the impact explodes into a vivid burst of red energy that flashes through the entire forest. Kaiser lands firmly back on the ground, calm and steady, while the shockwave spreads behind him and wipes out the remaining stragglers. One goblin is slammed down and pinned helplessly against the forest floor, coughing blood as its health runs out, and the fight ends right there. Kaiser swings his sword in a wide, sweeping arc, sending a wave of destructive power tearing through the trees. Then, in the middle of the chaos, he spots 3 projectiles flying straight toward his head. He doesn't even flinch. With a quick spin of his blade, he forms a circular shield of energy and knocks every shot away. The goblin archer hiding in the shadows freezes, unable to believe what it just saw. Kaiser slowly turns his gaze toward it, his eyes glowing with a cold red light, and it's clear he's finished playing around. He tosses his massive sword into the air, using the momentum to launch into another follow-up strike. The blade comes down hard, biting deep into a goblin's body and sending blood spraying across the ground. Before the weapon can fall away, Kaiser catches the hilt mid-swing and immediately readies himself for the next wave. A game alert suddenly appears in front of him, letting him know that the warrior set effect has finally worn off. The remaining goblins instantly sense an opening and rush him all at once, surrounding Kaiser from every side. But Kaiser doesn't look even slightly worried. He calmly switches to a different weapon handle and looks at them like they're nothing but trash. Because of his weapon master trait, every weapon restriction has been lifted for him, meaning he can use whatever weapon he wants without being limited by class rules. He activates Backstab, but this time the weapon in his hands isn't a dagger or a sword. It's a heavy axe, ready to tear through anything in range. Kaiser drives the axe blade straight into a goblin's skull, burying it deep and ending the monster in a single crushing blow. The game confirms that he has just used Smash, the basic axe skill. Then Kaiser starts spinning like a violent whirlwind, the axe carving through every enemy foolish enough to get near him. Goblins are split open one after another, their bodies collapsing across the ground as the forest floor quickly becomes stained red. When the slaughter finally slows, Kaiser stands over a mound of corpses while kill notifications flood across his screen one after another. After that brutal massacre, his axe proficiency finally rises, clicking up cleanly to level 2. Kaiser takes a moment to open his quest list, checking what still needs to be done before he can move on. The goblin objective is already complete, but one task remains unfinished. He still has to find the pendant. Just then, a powerful vibration shakes the ground beneath his feet, and Kaiser immediately turns his head to look behind him. The earth suddenly bursts open, and an enormous centipede erupts from underground right behind his back. The monster rises over him like a living wall, purple slime dripping from its body as it stares down at him with a hungry, disgusting presence. Even Kaiser, with all the battles he's already been through, can't stop himself from letting out a curse at the sight of that thing. Deep within Raven West Forest, birds suddenly scatter from the treetops, fleeing in every direction as something massive begins moving beneath the ground. Kaiser leaps high into the air, facing the giant forest centipede head-on, as its towering body rises even higher than the surrounding trees. The beast doesn't give him any time to breathe. It lunges straight at him, snapping forward with its huge mandibles wide open. Kaiser lets out a fierce shout, gathering every bit of strength in his body and focusing it all into the attack he's about to unleash. He swings his massive blade with full force, aiming to finish this monster as quickly as possible before the fight can drag on. His eyes flare with a sharp red glow as he locks onto the perfect gap in the centipede's armor, the exact point where his strike can break through. The centipede releases a piercing screech, sensing the deadly pressure closing in and realizing the attack coming toward it is no ordinary strike. Kaiser twists through the air in a lethal arc, his blade cutting through the space around him with terrifying speed. The attack lands directly against the beast's face, smashing into its hardened carapace and crushing through its armor. The force of the blow erupts into a massive shockwave, driving the centipede's head down and slamming it violently into the dirt. Kaiser lands solidly back on the ground, his body low and steady, but his eyes never leave the monster for even a second. He can already tell this thing isn't done moving. The beast still has plenty of fight left in it. It throws back its grotesque head, releases another piercing shriek, and coils itself to launch forward again. Kaiser doesn't panic in the slightest. He simply stares down the monstrous centipede with a cold, focused look, calculating its next move before it even strikes. The moment the attack comes crashing in, Kaiser catches it directly against his blade, and sparks explode between them from the violent scrape of metal against armored shell. The centipede's weight alone would be enough to flatten an ordinary player on the spot, but Kaiser plants his feet and holds his ground without giving an inch. Energy suddenly crackles around his hands, flickering like lightning around his grip, as Kaiser reaches into his inventory and pulls out a new weapon. He throws a sharp insult at the creature's disgusting face, then immediately follows it with a vicious swing aimed straight to sever its head. The strike tears through cleanly, and blood bursts across the forest as the centipede's head is ripped completely away from its massive body. But Kaiser isn't satisfied with just taking its head. Before the monster can twitch again, he raises his sword and brings it down one more time to make sure the job is finished. With smooth, almost effortless precision, the warrior cuts through the rest of the armored body, carving past the hard shell as if it can no longer slow him down. At last, the enormous insect stops moving. Its broken remains collapse heavily into a mangled heap, sinking into the ruined forest floor. The system recognizes the brutal fight he just won, rewarding his effort by pushing his swordsmanship proficiency all the way up to level 10. Kaiser finally lets himself take a breath, and right after that, the level up notification appears in front of him like a reward for surviving the clash. Dust drifts slowly through the air around the torn-up carcass, settling over what had once been a terrifying area boss. Kaiser checks his stats and sees that he has already reached level 19, with titles like King of Time Attack already secured under his name. The adventurer starts distributing his newly earned points, carefully placing them where they'll help him keep his advantage over everyone else. So far, everything is going smoothly. He has already cleared most of the quests in this zone, and his progress is moving faster than expected. Kaiser opens his menu again, scanning through the remaining tasks to see what still needs to be handled before he leaves the area. One of the remaining quests is simple enough. He has to recover a lost pendant for a girl named Camilla. It isn't exactly a difficult challenge, so Kaiser sheathes his blade and heads out to wrap up the errand without wasting any more time. As night begins to settle over the forest, he moves through the darkening trees, following the quest marker deeper toward the pendant's location. Up ahead, voices start cutting through the quiet, and Kaiser hears a few other players arguing over who arrived at the spot first. He soon spots the tree where the quest item is supposed to be, but instead of rushing forward, he keeps to the shadows and watches the situation carefully. At least the line isn't too long at this hour, so he won't have to waste much time waiting. Kaiser slips into the crowd quietly, keeping his presence low while listening to the chatter around him. A few players nearby are talking about an execution order that has apparently been issued against griefers causing trouble in the area. They laugh among themselves about some assassin brat who got exactly what he deserved after acting out and drawing too much attention. According to them, that guy had been running around and claiming that his name was Kaiser. Kaiser freezes for a moment, genuinely stunned. He didn't expect his own name to start spreading through rumors this quickly. The players brush the story off as nothing serious, assuming it was just some fanboy trying to look impressive. They especially find it ridiculous that a swordsman would supposedly be using backstab like an assassin. Hearing that, Kaiser decides it would be smarter to stay quiet for now and keep his head down until all this attention fades. He understands exactly how dangerous his situation is. A swordsman with assassin skills and 6 traits would instantly become a walking target if the wrong people found out. The top guilds would either rush to recruit him for themselves or decide it was safer to cut him down before he became too powerful. That danger is even worse because most of the highest-ranked players come from Tamrock, and players like them don't welcome new competition easily. If they realize they can't control someone like Kaiser, they'll do everything they can to crush him before he grows beyond their reach. Kaiser still manages to grab the lost pendant without causing a scene, and the quest objective is immediately checked off his list. Now he just needs to return it to Camilla and finish the errand quickly, while he's still able to move around unnoticed. He heads back toward the city of Raven, keeping his presence quiet and unremarkable as he passes through the gates. When Camilla sees him again, her face lights up with pure excitement, especially once Kaiser returns the jewelry she believed was gone for good. The quest clears right away, rewarding him with a nice gold coin along with a solid amount of experience for completing the task. That final boost is exactly enough to push Kaiser to level 20, and along with it, he earns a random skill draw ticket. Camilla is so overwhelmed with gratitude that she decides to hand Kaiser something even more precious to her. The gift turns out to be a random gift box, one that could contain almost anything from Camilla's strange little collection of oddities. Kaiser gives her a gentle, reassuring pat on the head and tells her to be more careful with her belongings from now on. That small act of kindness ends up paying off immediately, as a special title activates and his affinity with Camilla reaches the maximum level. As he walks away, Kaiser quietly nods to himself, realizing that treating NPCs kindly is clearly one of the best strategies in this game. With that easy quest finished, Kaiser starts looking for something with a little more danger and challenge behind it. A rare dungeon subjugation quest near the West Gate soon catches his attention, standing out from the rest of the available options. The reward list includes another skill draw ticket, and once Kaiser sees that, there's absolutely no chance he's going to ignore it. He briefly considers heading for the ant nest, but after comparing his options, the Goblin Chief's Den seems like the better target. The Goblin Dungeon has the gear Kaiser needs, which makes it the obvious choice. The only problem is that entering it requires a party. Kaiser hesitates for a moment because joining a random party means fighting in front of strangers, and right now, the last thing he wants is to expose his unusual skills too early. Even so, he makes his way to the entrance of the Goblin Chief's Den, only to find the area already crowded with players preparing for dungeon runs. The whole place is buzzing with recruitment calls, and nearly every party is shouting for high-level fire mages like they're the only class that matters. Merchants and blacksmiths have also set up nearby, taking full advantage of the raid traffic by selling supplies, repairs, and gear to anyone heading inside. Kaiser looks around in surprise, not expecting to see so many production-type players gathered right at the edge of such a dangerous dungeon. Nearby, a high-level warrior named Bastardsword coldly turns down a thief who is only trying to find a party. He tells the thief to get lost, bluntly saying there's no room in their group for a class he considers useless. After brushing the thief aside, Bastardsword and his crew eventually persuade a mage girl to join them, finally strengthening their lineup. Kaiser watches the whole thing from a short distance away, quickly realizing that in this place, everyone only seems to care about magic damage. For this specific dungeon, mages are treated almost like gods, all because of the way the boss battle works inside. That makes Kaiser wonder if a lone swordsman like him can even find a party here, no matter how strong he actually is. Then, out of nowhere, Bastardsword notices Kaiser standing nearby and calls out to him. He offers Kaiser a place in their party, which immediately feels strange since their group already seems to have enough people. Bastardsword casually says their levels are high enough to carry the quest anyway, so Kaiser's class won't cause any trouble. Kaiser senses something off right away. The invitation feels too convenient, and he starts wondering whether he should go along with it. In the end, he accepts the invite for the time being, figuring that no matter what they're planning, he can handle whatever comes his way. A system message appears and confirms that the Bastardsword party has officially been formed with 4 members. Kaiser studies his new teammates closely, and the longer he looks at them, the more clearly he senses the hostile mood hiding beneath the surface. Their faces are stretched into unpleasant, sinister grins as they get ready to enter the dungeon together. At that moment, Kaiser understands that this was never some random invitation. These people definitely know who he is. Outside the dungeon, nearby players are already whispering about a heavily geared warrior who has just shown up. A full warrior set and a great sword on his back, there's no mistaking it. To them, that has to be Kaiser. From the side, a group of 3 players quietly watches him, with their leader, Bastard's Word, showing the most obvious interest. Bastard's Word grins as his eyes settle on Kaiser's rare equipment, already looking at it like something he wants for himself. Kaiser stops when he hears someone calling to him from behind, the voice cutting through the noise around the dungeon entrance. Bastard's Word walks over with a friendly smile on his face, asking Kaiser if he happens to be looking for a party. He explains that their levels are a bit higher, but since they're only here to complete a quest, Kaiser is welcome to come along. Kaiser plays along, acting grateful for the offer, and accepts the invitation without showing what he's really thinking. Once the party is officially formed, the group heads toward the dungeon entrance and arrives at the Goblin Chief's den. A system notification appears, explaining that this is a rare rank dungeon with specific entry requirements. Inside, Bastard's Word immediately cuts down a goblin scout with a single effortless slash, then scoffs like the whole place is nothing more than an easy stroll. Kaiser stays quiet and watches from behind, carefully reading their strength and how they move as a team. Then the system warns them that the chieftain is sending out his soldiers. From the darkness of the cave, a swarm of goblins rushes forward, their screeches echoing sharply through the tunnels. Bastard's Word steps back with a casual look and suggests that Kaiser should take the lead this time. The mage girl, ultimate top 10 archmage no cap, adds that it's just a good chance to see how well he can sync with the team. Kaiser immediately understands what they're really doing. This isn't about teamwork at all, they're trying to test his actual strength. Still, he decides to play along for a little while, and calmly draws his heavy blade from behind him. Without hesitation, Kaiser charges straight into the goblin formation, closing the distance before they can fully spread out. He activates Charging Slash, and his blade tears through the front line in one brutal sweep, sending blood spraying across the cave floor. Bastard's Word watches from behind with a smug look creeping across his face, convinced they've found exactly the person they were looking for. Shieldebist agrees as well, clearly impressed by the sheer amount of damage Kaiser is dealing with every strike. Kaiser moves at a terrifying speed, slipping past every counterattack before the goblins can even touch him. Bastard's Word rubs his chin while watching closely, feeling that something about Kaiser's skill doesn't quite add up. Shieldebist notices the look on his face and asks what exactly is bothering him. Before Bastard's Word can answer, Kaiser brings his sword down in another powerful strike, finishing off yet another goblin. Bastard's Word remembers a rumor he heard about an elite assassin who lost to a rookie player said to be relying only on powerful gear. The mage girl tells him to stop thinking too much about it, and just stay focused on their original plan. Bastard's Word accepts that and agrees to move forward. First, they'll finish the job, then they can deal with Kaiser afterward. Shieldebist signals for the group to keep moving, guiding everyone deeper into the dungeon tunnels. He also warns the others to control their expressions and act natural, so Kaiser won't notice anything strange too soon. Meanwhile, Kaiser keeps cutting through the goblin ranks with frightening ease, as if the monsters are barely slowing him down. The swordsman quickly rushes over with fake praise, pretending to be completely amazed by Kaiser's performance. The mage girl joins in right away, flattering him by saying that with strength like his, Kaiser probably could have cleared the entire dungeon alone. Kaiser only gives them a calm smile and replies that everyone is simply doing their part. Shieldebist glances toward Bastard's Word with clear surprise, asking how he managed to pick up someone this strong in a place like this. Kaiser's expression quietly turns icy. Behind their fake friendliness, he can see their shameless intentions and the complete lack of manners they're trying to hide. It doesn't take him long to understand the truth. They're only waiting for the right moment to ditch him inside the dungeon and steal the gear off his back. After the brief pause, Bastard's Word puts on a casual tone and suggests they start moving again now that everyone has had time to rest. Kaiser meets his gaze with sharp, unreadable eyes. He already knows exactly what these people are plotting, and if they think he'll go down quietly, they're badly mistaken. Kaiser keeps cutting through the goblins with cold, precise movements, each swing landing cleanly, as if he's simply clearing obstacles from his path. Shieldebist tries to stay close enough to keep up, raising his massive shield and smashing one of the monsters backward with brute force. Then a sudden blast of magic detonates right beside Kaiser, exploding close enough to catch him off guard, but he drops low and avoids it at the last possible moment. Bastard's Word immediately snaps at the mage, ordering her to aim properly. She stammers back that she did aim, but the goblin moved before the spell landed. The 3 higher-level players stare at Kaiser with growing discomfort, each of them wondering whether he really dodged that by luck, or if something else is going on. What they don't realize is that Kaiser has already seen through them completely. He knows they're trying to make their attacks look accidental while hitting him from behind. A system alert suddenly rings through the dungeon. The boss stage has officially opened, and the giant stone doors ahead begin to creak apart. The air inside the cave changes instantly as the goblin chieftain senses intruders stepping into his territory. Elite goblin soldiers pour toward the entrance, and their dangerous stats flash across the party's view in a red warning box. From the darkness, a massive elite goblin launches itself forward, roaring so violently that the sound sends a chill through the tunnel. Bastard's Word immediately sees an opening and orders Kaiser to handle the elite soldiers while the rest of them push farther inside. But Kaiser has no intention of obeying him. Instead, he slips into the shadows and disappears from sight, leaving the others frozen in confusion. Bastard's Word whips around, searching the tunnel for any trace of the rookie he thought he had under control. Then the truth finally hits them. Kaiser had already figured out their plan, and just as panic starts to spread, the mage girl points ahead and screams for them to look. Bastard Sword's face drains of color as the elite goblins close in on them instead, turning the trap completely back on his own party. One of the monsters lunges straight at the group, forcing them to throw up their defenses in a desperate attempt to survive. Shieldebus takes the hit head-on with his shield, but the impact rattles through his entire body as the goblin roars right in his face. Bastard's Word shouts for the mage to finish the creature quickly while he struggles to hold the front line from collapsing. The archmage clutches her staff with trembling hands, eyes wide with fear, as she hurriedly begins chanting her spell. Above her, a huge flaming boulder starts to take shape, burning so fiercely that the heat bends the air inside the narrow tunnel. She releases the spell, and a violent blast of fire and stone erupts through the cave, shaking the walls with a chaotic explosion. But when the smoke begins to thin, the mage's expression freezes into pure terror. A huge red foot crashes down onto the ground in front of them, hitting with enough force to split the stone beneath it. The goblin chieftain stands before the party, its eyes burning with murderous intent while hot steam hisses from its mouth. The boss's traits appear before them: cowardice, selfish defense, and revenge, each one making the situation look even worse. The tanker tries to regain control, shouting that they'll pull the boss's aggro first and stabilize the fight before everything falls apart. But his words suddenly catch in his throat when he notices Kaiser walking calmly through the chaos like none of it has anything to do with him. The mage girl screams with a mix of fury and fear, demanding to know how Kaiser is even standing there right now. Kaiser steps out from the shadows, his massive blade resting casually across his shoulder, looking far too relaxed for someone surrounded by enemies. He looks them straight in the eyes and asks if they were friends with Assassin Boy, the one who tried to hunt him down before. With the goblins pressing closer from every side, the mage quickly changes her tone and tries to sound reasonable, suggesting they forget their grudges and clear the dungeon together. Kaiser pauses for a second, as if he's actually considering it, then admits that working together does sound like a sensible idea. The mage girl starts to relax, relief spreading across her face as she thinks she has managed to fool him one more time. But before she can even blink, a sudden strike cuts through the air, and blood sprays across the cavern walls. Kaiser leans in with a terrifying grin, his red eyes glowing in the darkness, and gives them his real answer. He refuses. Kaiser walks toward the group at an unhurried pace, every step calm enough to make the situation feel even more suffocating. The mage girl, ultimate top 10 archmage no cap, stammers in complete disbelief, unable to understand how Kaiser is still alive after everything that happened. Kaiser ignores her shock completely and brings up the assassin kid they were with earlier, cutting straight to the question that matters. His eyes glow with a cold red light as he asks whether all of them were friends with that assassin. Yuan tries to buy time, forcing her voice to stay steady as she suggests they should focus on clearing the dungeon first and settle their differences afterward. Kaiser tilts his head slightly, as if giving the idea some thought, then admits that her logic actually does make sense. The mage girl quickly agrees, her tension easing as she convinces herself that they've managed to reach a temporary deal. In the next instant, a sudden strike flashes through the cavern, and blood splatters violently across the stone around them. Kaiser towers over the group with a dark, merciless grin, making it clear that even if cooperation sounded reasonable, he simply doesn't feel like working with them. The system immediately confirms the kill, its message appearing in front of Kaiser as the cave falls into a brief, heavy silence. Because she had already been marked as a villain, Kaiser suffers no karma penalty at all for cutting her down. That result doesn't surprise him in the slightest. From the beginning, people like them had never planned to fight fair anyway. He had used back grab to erase his presence, slipping into the shadows before striking from a blind spot where no one could react in time. Kaiser glances back at the fallen body, a little surprised that the skill still worked even after the target was already dead. Yuan panics instantly, shouting at the top of his lungs that killing their mage has ruined everything and doomed them all inside the dungeon. Kaiser pays no attention to the yelling. Instead, he turns his gaze toward Yuan and calmly asks if he knows Kaiser's motto. Yuan can only stare back in confusion, completely thrown off by the question in the middle of such a deadly situation. The rule is simple: never join hands with rotten people who are already waiting for the perfect moment to stab you in the back. Because anything built on that kind of betrayal is destined to decay sooner or later, no matter how useful it looks at first. Yuan's eyes suddenly widen as his gaze drops to the dagger in Kaiser's hand, recognition flashing across his face. Kaiser notices his reaction and seems almost impressed, realizing Yuan recognized his friend's weapon faster than expected. Yuan can't make sense of it at all. He doesn't understand how a swordsman could be holding an assassin's weapon, or what Kaiser even thinks he can do with it. He warns Kaiser that if he kills the rest of them here, there's no way he'll ever be able to clear this dungeon by himself. Yuan points straight toward the Goblin Chieftain's special defensive trait, trying to remind him what kind of boss they're dealing with. That trait completely shuts down physical attacks, making normal blades and brute force practically useless against the boss. Yuan laughs bitterly, insisting that mages are the only ones who matter in this dungeon, and that a dagger won't help Kaiser at all. Kaiser doesn't argue. He simply says one thing in a calm voice: status ailments. He spins the dagger lightly in his hand, letting the blade catch the dim cave light, and asks Yuan what he thinks those effects count as. Yuan thinks Kaiser must have lost his mind if he plans to rely on something as basic as bleeding in a boss fight like this. Kaiser calmly corrects him, making it clear that the bleeding he's about to use is not the ordinary kind people are used to seeing. For once, Yuan has no comeback. He just stands there, speechless, as the danger in Kaiser's voice finally sinks in. In the next instant, Kaiser blurs into motion and flashes past his target before the eye can follow. System alerts appear at once, pointing out the overwhelming stat difference between them. Yuan starts to say the attack won't work, but the words never fully leave his mouth. He suddenly coughs up blood as the bleeding effect activates, and the damage explodes far beyond expectation because Kaiser's perception stat is so much higher. His health bar drops at a terrifying speed, plunging below half in a single moment before he can even process what happened. Yuan staggers in disbelief, unable to understand how Kaiser, only level 20, is overpowering him despite Yuan being level 24. He desperately tries to make sense of the gap between them, but Kaiser only looks down at him, fully aware that Yuan is completely lost. Kaiser explains that the skill came from a high-level gacha ticket, which is why it doesn't behave like some ordinary low-tier trick. The rare bleeding skill card appears, showing that it is normally restricted to rogues, and that its power depends heavily on the difference between the user's stats and the target's. Kaiser admits that there was one specific feature of this game that actually surprised him when he first realized how it worked. Unlike many other worlds, status ailments here can stack even when they come from the same class, making the effect far more dangerous than most players expect. Kaiser thinks about how shocking it must look to others when someone uses high-level rogue skills with this kind of accuracy and timing. Yuan keeps coughing up blood, still unable to accept that a lower-level player is dealing this kind of ridiculous damage to him. With the last of his strength, Yuan glares at Kaiser and accuses him of being a hacker, clinging to the only explanation he can think of. The system confirms the kill, officially removing the player bastard's word from the game. Since the entire group had been flagged as villains, Kaiser's karma stat remains untouched even after another kill. Kaiser only lets out a bored sigh, unimpressed by the predictable excuses that losers always throw out before they die. The paladin screams in horror as he watches his leader fall, the sound echoing through the dungeon like a broken warning. Then the truth hits him all at once. Out of the whole group, he is the only one still standing in this nightmare. He looks around at the corpses of his teammates, unable to understand how their plan to ambush Kaiser turned into such a complete disaster. Kaiser's eyes flare with murderous red light. Their mistake wasn't making the plan. It was believing they had the strength to carry it out against him. The paladin finally realizes the obvious truth. They should never have started this fight in the first place. Overwhelmed by fear, he turns and tries to run, desperate to escape before he becomes the next body on the dungeon floor. But Kaiser is faster. His blade sweeps out in a wide, bloody arc before the paladin can get away. The paladin is driven down to his knees, his body immediately hit by the bleeding effect as the wound begins draining him fast. Another system message appears, noting the huge damage increase caused by the overwhelming difference between their stats. He barely clings to life, staring down at the floor in complete shock as his strength drains away. A new notification pops up moments later, confirming that the player buying Oop Paladin has been eliminated. The dungeon floor has become a graveyard for the villains who thought they could betray Kaiser and walk away with his gear. Kaiser checks the edge of his blade, satisfied as he confirms that putting 15 points into strength was absolutely the right decision. His stat window flickers in front of him, showing that he has forced his physical power all the way to its current limit, hoping that raw strength will be enough for whatever is waiting ahead. From deeper inside the shadows, a towering red-skinned monster silently looms over the battlefield, its huge frame half-hidden as it watches Kaiser with a threatening glare. All around the cavern floor, the bodies of its fallen subordinates lie scattered in the dirt, turning the ground beneath them into a brutal reminder of the fight that just ended. The Goblin Chieftain throws its head back and unleashes a roar so violent it seems to shake the entire cave, its rage boiling over after seeing its own kind slaughtered. Kaiser slowly raises his gaze toward the monster, but even with that furious roar crashing down on him, there isn't a trace of fear on his face. In that moment, Kaiser understands there is still one thing left to do: finish the fight properly and wipe out the final enemies standing in this cave. A dark, fearless smirk curls across Kaiser's lips as he stares up at the boss and asks if it's finally ready to have a little fun with him. The giant beast suddenly launches itself through the air, its massive body crashing forward as it aims to come down on Kaiser and crush him beneath its weight. Kaiser digs one foot firmly into the ground, steadying his stance as his body tightens, already preparing to strike back the instant the monster comes close. With perfect timing, he drives a crushing kick straight into the chieftain's jaw, the impact landing with enough force to snap the monster's head to the side. The blow hits so hard that broken teeth and dark blood burst into the air, scattering through the cavern as the chieftain reels from the pain. Before the monster can recover, Kaiser moves again, following the kick with a lightning-fast slash that cuts sharply across the beast's face. The enormous red brute is thrown off balance by the attack, its heavy body tumbling backward before slamming into the dirt with a thunderous crash. Kaiser remains exactly where he is, holding his ground with narrowed eyes, his attention locked tightly on the wounded monster like a hunter watching wounded prey. As the dust thickens around the fallen boss, a sinister yellow glow begins to shine through the haze, burning from the chieftain's eyes like a warning. The boss activates its selfish defense, a dangerous trait that makes ordinary physical attacks almost useless against its body and incredibly difficult to break through. But Kaiser doesn't pause for even a heartbeat, instead rushing straight back in with even greater speed, refusing to give the monster room to breathe. Before the chieftain can even swing its arm in retaliation, Kaiser slips in close and carves a deep wound across the monster's side. The bleeding effect takes hold immediately, and the chieftain's health begins dropping at a frightening pace, draining away faster than the beast can react. The monster twists its head back in stunned disbelief, its eyes widening as it realizes this fight is no longer going the way it expected. Kaiser steps out from the smoke with a red, murderous aura swirling around him, making his presence feel even colder and more dangerous than before. His fingers tighten around the dagger in his hand as he faces the monster and calmly tells it that this fight has dragged on long enough. The chieftain lets out a sharp, desperate shriek, its voice cracking through the cave as the terror of its approaching end finally catches up to it. With its health plummeting before its eyes, the goblin chieftain abandons all pride, turns its back on Kaiser, and desperately sprints into the darkness of the cave. Kaiser gives it no chance to escape, instantly pushing forward and activating backgrab to close the distance and lock the monster's fate in place. The chieftain chokes out one pained gasp after another, frozen by fear as the awful truth sinks in. There is nowhere left for it to run. In the next blur of movement, Kaiser appears right in front of the beast, staring it down with a cold, ruthless smile that makes the ending feel inevitable. Kaiser's voice cuts through the darkness as he asks, with chilling calm, where the monster thinks it's trying to go. The chieftain falls into full panic, scrambling against the ground as it tries to crawl away, its massive body moving with pure desperation now. Kaiser has clearly had enough of playing with it. He draws out his dagger, his expression hardening as he says it's time to bring everything to an end. The monster answers with another desperate screech, its fear echoing through the cavern as its last bit of resistance starts to crumble. It tries to break away and flee deeper into the black cavern, but even with panic driving its body forward, Kaiser is still far faster. Without wasting a single motion, Kaiser triggers his backgrab skill again, turning the monster's escape attempt into nothing more than a hopeless struggle. One final scream tears out of the beast, raw and terrified, as the moment it feared most closes in around it. Kaiser's figure vanishes in an instant, then reappears directly behind the fleeing chieftain in a flash too quick for the eye to follow. With that same cold smile still on his face, Kaiser asks once more where it thinks it's going, making the monster's escape look completely meaningless. The boss lets out one last terrified shriek, its voice breaking as it realizes that this is truly the end. A violent spray of blood splatters across the cavern walls, cutting through the darkness and marking the final strike of the battle. The chieftain's huge body finally collapses to the ground, and a system ping follows immediately, confirming that the boss has been defeated and the dungeon is cleared. Kaiser levels up from the battle, and his dagger mastery rises to level 5. On top of that, a rare item drops, the chieftain's leather belt. He picks up the belt and smiles to himself, satisfied because a level 20 rare item is exactly the kind of reward he had been hoping to find. Kaiser checks the item's stats carefully. Switching belts causes his stamina to dip for a moment, but the new gear makes up for it by giving him a solid boost to both strength and stamina. Looking over the results, he can't help thinking that if this dungeon had come with a time limit, he probably could have claimed a ranker spot without much trouble. Even so, Kaiser knows that not every dungeon works under those kinds of special rules, so there is no point dwelling on what might have been. Once the boss is dealt with, his attention shifts toward the loot left behind by the guys he took down earlier, scattered among the remains of the fight. Among the spoils, Kaiser manages to get his hands on a rare shield known as Silver Iron, a piece of gear that immediately catches his interest. Seeing that it is rare grade, he realizes those guys must have poured a ridiculous amount of money into their equipment before coming here. Then he finds the training sword that belonged to the man who had been calling himself Bastard Sword, and this one turns out to be rare plus grade. Kaiser looks down at the sword in his hand and finds the name strangely ironic, almost like the weapon itself is mocking its former owner. In the end, he figures the guy was probably just an extreme role player, someone who loved acting the part, but couldn't actually live up to all that loud boasting. Kaiser decides there is no point holding onto the remaining equipment, so he plans to sell it off later and turn the extra gear into easy cash. Then Kaiser activates his Eye of Truth, letting his gaze sweep across the cave, and almost immediately, something unusual catches his attention. Farther inside the cave, beyond the darkness and the uneven stone walls, a strange red glow begins pulsing faintly, like something hidden is calling out to him. At first, Kaiser wonders if it might be some rare herb or secret item tucked away in the cave, but the red light is far too intense to belong to an ordinary plant. A system alert suddenly goes off, revealing that Kaiser has discovered a hidden dungeon known as the Black Goblin Shaman's Hideout. Because Kaiser is the very first one to uncover this hidden place, the system rewards him with a new title, Competent Explorer. Kaiser stares at the glowing red portal in surprise, hardly expecting to find a hidden dungeon tucked away in a place like this, especially in a world filled with so many dungeon types, standard party dungeons, twisting labyrinths, and even special event zones. But among all those different types, hidden dungeons stand above the rest as the rarest and most difficult ones to discover. Most players never even get close to finding one, and even classes built specifically for exploration often struggle to detect their entrances. These hidden places are usually sealed away in absurd locations, and getting inside often requires meeting a set of conditions so specific that most players would never think of them. The system checks Kaiser's current state and confirms that he is completely alone, with no party members standing beside him. Every requirement has been fulfilled, and Kaiser is left stunned for a moment by how harsh and unreasonable the entry conditions really are. To discover a hidden dungeon buried inside a party-type dungeon, the player has to enter and survive completely solo from the very beginning. For anyone else searching blindly without a guide, trying to find this place would have been nothing but a massive waste of time and effort. A dungeon information window appears before him, showing that this is a hero-grade hidden dungeon, and that only a single boss waits inside. Kaiser draws his sword with a confident smirk, because a hero-grade hidden dungeon is far too valuable for him to even think about walking away from. There was once a veteran ranker who compared entering a hidden dungeon to willingly pushing your head straight into the jaws of a beast. Most users laughed it off and thought the ranker was exaggerating, but the few who had actually found hidden dungeons understood exactly why he said it. The meaning behind that comparison is simple. Once you place your head inside a monster's mouth, there is only one thing that can happen next. The jaws snap shut. A hidden dungeon works the same way, waiting in silence until the right prey steps inside, then sealing the trap around them before they can escape. Once someone crosses that threshold, there is no easy way to turn around and walk back out. Kaiser steps through the red portal, and the moment he enters, the heavy pressure of the dungeon bears down on him from every direction. A dark vortex of energy twists around his body, swirling like a storm as the dungeon pulls him deeper into its cursed space. Suddenly, a cursed orb slams into him dead center, striking him with a status effect known as dark vision. The system immediately warns Kaiser that his field of view will be narrowed for a certain amount of time, making it harder to see his surroundings. But before the curse can fully take hold, Kaiser's hero trait activates, giving him mental resistance against the corrupting force trying to cloud his senses. Kaiser brushes off the dark vision effect as if it barely touched him, standing there completely steady despite the dungeon's first attack. Kaiser smirks slightly, as if acknowledging the fierce welcome, and then a raspy voice echoes through the cave, demanding to know how a human dared step into its home. The cave floor begins to stir and crawl with undead creatures, all of their lifeless eyes turning toward Kaiser as they fix on the intruder. Rotting undead goblins shamble forward from the shadows, growling through decayed teeth as their broken bodies drag themselves toward him. Undead spiders soon join the swarm, creeping across the ground with their many eyes glowing an eerie purple in the darkness. Kaiser looks over the rotting monsters surrounding him, but instead of feeling fear, he simply finds the whole sight disgusting. From its throne, the boss watches Kaiser closely, clearly assuming that the sight of its undead children has already terrified the human. The system identifies the boss as Jihad Black, a hero grade named Goblin whose traits are tied to both necromancy and shamanism. Kaiser is a little surprised to run into a named boss this early inside a hidden dungeon, especially one with such high-grade traits. He starts wondering what kind of rewards Jihad Black might drop, remembering that the last high-tier species he fought had given him a pretty satisfying haul. A confident grin spreads across Kaiser's face as his curiosity rises, and he begins looking forward to seeing just how difficult this fight will be. Jihad Black stares down at him in confusion, unable to understand how an ordinary human could have discovered this hidden place at all. The shaman senses no explorer's aura coming from Kaiser, which makes the human standing before him seem even more strange and suspicious. Kaiser calmly notes that, for a goblin, this boss is surprisingly sharp. Jihad Black warns him that now that he has stepped foot inside this place, there is no way out. Around them, the undead swarm hisses and shrieks, ready to tear the intruder apart, yet Kaiser remains completely relaxed, and that only makes the boss even more irritated. Then Kaiser tells the shaman that a ranged fighter should always stay alert when an enemy gets close. Before Jihad Black can fully react, Kaiser suddenly moves, catching him off guard. The shaman activates corpse control, his speed boosted by his nimble fingers trait, and then triggers corpse explosion, turning his own undead minions into living bombs. The shaman bursts into laughter, convinced that the explosion has swallowed the human completely, but that smug expression vanishes when Kaiser walks out of the blast unharmed. Jihad Black cannot understand how someone could move with that kind of speed, while Kaiser stands several feet away, wrapped in a dangerous red aura. In Kaiser's hand is a dagger slick with fresh blood, proof that he has already slipped through the chaos and landed a clean hit. The shaman freezes in disbelief as he realizes that the wound has already inflicted bleeding on him. Kaiser looks at the stunned boss and asks if he is surprised, calmly reminding him that he should have kept his guard up from the start. Furious, Jihad Black snarls at him and calls him a little rat, before summoning even more corpses to flood the battlefield. Kaiser, still unfazed by the growing number of undead, simply wants to see how long this goblin can keep the fight going. A massive purple blast tears through the cave, but Kaiser dodges it cleanly, his eyes staying locked on every frantic movement Jihad Black makes. Jihad Black keeps casting in desperation, purple energy twisting violently around his hands as he tries to regain control of the battle. The cave floor bursts apart in one explosion after another, purple fire and shattered stone flying everywhere, but Kaiser slips through the chaos with the calm precision of someone who has seen worse. Kaiser's eyes shine with a fierce, piercing glow as he tracks every tiny motion Jihad Black makes, reading the boss's hands, stance, and spell timing like an open book. To Jihad Black, this human should have been nothing more than another soul to devour, but no matter how many attacks he throws out, not a single one can land. The boss believes his undead minions have finally boxed Kaiser in from every side, but Kaiser is not trapped at all. He is quietly waiting for the perfect gap to appear. Jihad Black's face twists into a murderous grin as he screams that this is the end, his voice echoing through the cavern with absolute confidence. A system chime rings out as the boss begins preparing an attack far more destructive than before, unleashing the terrifying skill known as Great Corpse Explosion. The blast that follows is enormous, flooding the cavern with violent purple light, but by the time the explosion spreads, Kaiser has already moved safely beyond its reach. Driven by desperation, Jihad Black swings his arms wildly, hurling necrotic spells through the air as he tries to catch the elusive intruder in his deadly magic. Kaiser glides through the tangled storm of energy beams with the smooth confidence of a veteran fighter, dodging each attack before it can even threaten him. At that moment, Kaiser understands it clearly. He can predict where the next attack will strike, and even see what the boss is planning to do after that. Jihad Black pours even more mana into his spells, refusing to back down as he becomes more determined to destroy this insolent human standing before him. The purple haze of necrotic energy grows thicker around the battlefield, threatening to swallow Kaiser completely as the corpses begin closing in from every direction. Jihad Black shouts that it is over, fully convinced that his newest combined spell has finally sealed Kaiser in and trapped his prey for good. Another system notification appears, confirming that the boss is using corpse substitution art to set off yet another explosion around the battlefield. The entire dungeon trembles under the force of the blast, as Jihad Black detonates his own minions at point-blank range, shaking the stone beneath them. Jihad Black starts gloating, certain that Kaiser has been blown apart, but then a system message reveals that the mark on his target has completely vanished. A shadow suddenly stretches behind the shaman, and his victorious grin begins to crack as he realizes someone is standing right there behind him. Kaiser's voice brushes coldly against his ear, mocking him from behind as he asks whether that skill of his just missed. Before Jihad Black can even turn his head, Kaiser's fist slams solidly into his jaw, landing with a sharp, brutal punch. The impact sends the goblin shaman flying backward, his body tumbling helplessly across the jagged stone floor of the cave. Jihad Black wheezes in pain, green ichor dripping from his mouth as he struggles to make sense of how fast this human is moving. Kaiser stands over his fallen enemy with a cold, almost bored expression, looking down at him as if the fight has already lost its excitement. A dark, fiery aura begins rising from Kaiser's body, wrapping around him so intensely that he looks even more monstrous than the boss himself. The shaman barely manages to spit out a threat about revenge, but his wide green eyes betray the terror he is desperately trying to hide. Kaiser gives him no room to recover, driving in a brutal punch that cuts off the boss's whining before it can continue. He immediately follows with another hard strike to the face, clearly determined to end this ridiculous fight as quickly as possible. A barrage of punches comes crashing down on Jihad Black, each blow landing with sickening force as the boss is beaten into the ground. Wait! Jihad Black screams, begging for even a moment of mercy as Kaiser finally pauses, his hand already stained with the goblin's green blood. The boss starts whining about foul play, clutching his battered face and crying that hitting his bones like that is against the rules. Kaiser stares down at the sniveling creature in disbelief, silently wondering what kind of pathetic boss he has actually been fighting this whole time. He looks genuinely disappointed now, questioning how someone this weak and cowardly could possibly be considered hero grade in the first place. A sudden explosion bursts behind Kaiser, but he stays completely calm, using the moment to measure the shaman's real strength more carefully. He realizes the spells themselves are definitely powerful, but Jihad Black's actual body is shockingly fragile, and his courage is even weaker. The boss suddenly leaps backward, moving as if he has just pulled off some grand trick and managed to fool Kaiser completely. Kaiser looks back at the move and finds it completely baffling. Has he still not beaten this thing badly enough, or is Jihad Black truly delusional enough to think he can escape? Hidden within a shroud of dark smoke, Jihad Black begins laughing hysterically, his raspy voice calling Kaiser a foolish human. A system alert suddenly warns Kaiser that the boss is manifesting a new hidden trait called Bloodline Factor. The notification explains that once the manifestation is complete, Jihad Black's stats will increase drastically, turning the fight far more dangerous. Kaiser's eyes narrow as he realizes the threat level is about to rise from hero grade to hero plus grade. Knowing he cannot allow the boss to reach his full potential, Kaiser reaches back and draws the massive sword from his back, deciding he cannot leave him alone any longer. Kaiser charges forward like a crimson streak, his speed and power surging as he commits everything to ending the battle before the transformation can finish. System notifications flood across his vision, confirming that his warrior set bonus has activated and is giving him a major damage boost against goblin-type enemies like Jihad Black. With the massive blade raised high over his shoulder, Kaiser prepares to deliver the finishing blow, his mind settling on one simple truth about combat. His strike crashes down with catastrophic force, erupting into a blinding burst of energy as the extra damage from his Fury effect is applied directly to the boss. Jihad Black stares in utter disbelief as his transformation is stopped by pure, overwhelming power, unable to understand how a human could possess strength like this. Kaiser's eyes burn with unshakable red light as he delivers his final judgment. In front of truly overwhelming damage, every enemy is the same. The final strike tears through the darkness of the dungeon, cutting cleanly through the last moment of the battle. Jihad Black releases one last scream, but it is swallowed almost instantly as his body is completely obliterated. The system confirms that the dungeon has been cleared, and Kong Doyen, known as Kaiser, stands victorious as the achievement is recorded in his adventure book. A pillar of light rises around him, signaling another level up while the rewards from the defeated boss drop before him. From the shaman, Kaiser ends up claiming a hero-grade Vengeful Spirit Orb, the kind of rare drop that immediately feels far more valuable than ordinary loot. Right after that comes another reward from the shaman, a hero-grade robe designed to conceal the wearer's face beneath its shadowed folds. Kaiser lifts his attention to the new cloak and studies it for a moment, clearly impressed that the rewards he pulled are all sitting at such a high grade. The robe is definitely strange as equipment, with a look that feels more unusual than practical, but with rewards this good, Kaiser has no reason to complain. Then the mood shifts a little, because among the loot is something far harder to read, an unidentified item named the trace of a forgotten clan. Kaiser has run into strange objects like this back in his previous life, so the shape of it feels familiar, but even now he still has no clear idea what it is actually meant for. For the time being, he simply lets it go. But before he can move on completely, another reward pulls his gaze back and catches his interest. Resting among the items is a card, and unlike ordinary drops, this one is still unidentified. In GOS, cards are used for all kinds of things, from activating skills to enchanting equipment. Even powerful boss monsters can be reduced into card form after they are defeated. Kaiser brings up the details of the card and takes a closer look at the newest thing he has acquired. The card turns out to be the Jihad Black card, a hero-grade item with the ability to summon the defeated boss as a guardian. The moment Kaiser sees the word guardian, he knows this might be something important. Guardians are basically personal protectors assigned to players, the kind of companions that follow them around like bodyguards. Most people end up with creatures such as fire salamanders or heavy stone golems. Even so, Kaiser does not get too excited right away, because in his experience, most guardians are nowhere near as useful as they sound. Unless someone is a top-tier ranker with a legendary beast at their side, guardians usually end up being little more than gold-draining burdens. Still, curiosity wins out, and Kaiser taps the summon button to see exactly what kind of guardian this hero-grade card will produce. Crackling bolts of energy burst through the air, building up like something impressive is about to appear, only for a tiny, pitiful-looking goblin to pop out instead. This little creature is supposed to be the hero-grade Jihad Black, but the first thing Kaiser notices is his loyalty, sitting at an unbelievable 0. To make things worse, most of Jihad Black's skills are sealed away as well, locked behind the problem of his current level being far too low. The tiny goblin clearly hates the situation just as much as Kaiser does, and the moment he appears, he starts shouting angrily at his new master. Kaiser looks down at the shrimp-sized guardian in silence, his expression flat as he starts wondering whether he has just been completely scammed. What he had imagined was something grand and majestic, maybe even a Pegasus, not a ragged little goblin throwing a fit at his feet. Jihad Black is already wailing about the humiliation of becoming a filthy human servant, refusing to even stand properly as he rolls around on the ground and cries over his miserable fate. Kaiser reads through the listed traits one by one: opportunist, strong against the weak, and several others that feel less like strengths and more like warning signs stacked together. A system warning suddenly appears, making it clear that Jihad Black's loyalty is so low that the situation could become genuinely dangerous. The goblin slowly gives Kaiser a wicked sideways look, the kind of face that practically screams he is already planning a betrayal. Kaiser's eye twitches the moment he sees it. At that point, Kaiser understands that this little guardian is going to become a serious problem if he leaves things as they are. So right then and there, Kaiser makes up his mind that he cannot afford to let this attitude slide for even a second. He quietly steps forward, closing the distance between himself and the cowering goblin on the ground. Jihad Black tries to keep acting brave, glaring up at him and demanding to know what this human thinks he wants from him. Unfortunately for Jihad Black, choosing those words only makes things worse, because Master Kaiser is no longer in a patient mood. Kaiser towers over the tiny goblin, his shadow falling across him while his gaze turns cold enough to freeze the air. Only then does the goblin seem to realize that he has made a very serious mistake. Kaiser cracks his knuckles with a terrifying grin spreading across his face, deciding that some aggressive re-education is necessary, starting with one hit for every passing second. Jihad Black's confidence drains away instantly, and sweat begins pouring down his face as the situation takes a much darker turn. Kaiser flexes his fingers again, the sharp sound of his knuckles cracking making the little goblin tremble, and that frightening smile says the lesson is about to begin. The tiny goblin lets out a terrified scream as his master advances on him without the slightest hint of mercy. Moments later, a string of painful shrieks rings out through the depths of the dark cave, echoing off the stone walls again and again. Then strange system messages begin appearing one after another, and somehow, the more Kaiser beats Jihad Black, the higher the goblin's loyalty climbs. As traits go, this one is truly bizarre. Outside the game world, evening has already settled over the city, and the last light of the sun sinks behind the buildings. Doyen removes his headset and stretches his tired body, finally bringing his long gaming session to an end. He raises both arms, stretches them out, and glances toward the window, only then noticing that the sky outside has already grown dark. After that, he walks into the living room to check what is happening with dinner, only to find his younger sister, Kang Ji-yoon, already sprawled out and casually munching on chips. Ji-yoon barely pauses her chewing as she tells him that their mom is not home right now. Doyen stares at her for a moment, visibly annoyed by how completely relaxed and lazy she looks. Then he shifts his eyes toward the television and asks her what she is even watching so intently. It turns out the program is about GOS, and Doyen is caught off guard when he realizes his own sister actually plays the same game as him. Ji-yoon acts like it is obvious, saying that everyone plays GOS these days, then casually reveals that she has already reached level 71. Doyen freezes at that number, unable to believe what he just heard. Level 71 is much higher than he ever expected from her. Still shocked, he asks how long she has been grinding in the game to reach a level like that. Ji-yoon tells him it has been around 6 months, explaining that a friend offered to carry her at first, so she just kept playing from there. 6 months, just to reach level 70? The number makes Doyen pause, and he immediately starts calculating it in his head like he is trying to measure how much time that really took. Ji-yoon casually adds that, unlike certain hopeless people, she does not sit there playing for 10 hours a day like her whole life depends on it. Doyen goes completely still and just stares at her, the comment landing a little too close to home for him to ignore. Just then, the news playing on the television shifts to a report about the Hero Guild, and the moment Ji-yoon sees it, her lazy expression instantly brightens. Doyen glances toward the screen and asks if that guild is really important enough for everyone to make such a fuss over them. Ji-yoon explains that the Hero Guild is insanely popular right now, especially among people around their age, who seem to be completely hooked on them. Doyen does not look convinced at all, pointing out with a doubtful nod that they have not even managed to break into the top 10 rankings. On the TV, the guild leader Vers appears, his long blue hair flowing around a suit of shining golden armor, and Ji-yoon admits the real reason for his popularity is that he is ridiculously good-looking. Apparently, when it comes to the girls watching him, a pretty face matters a lot more than actual combat rankings. Doyen lets out a scoff, thinking that Vers looks less like a hardened warrior and more like some polished pop star placed in armor. Ji-yoon, on the other hand, keeps gushing over him, saying he is so handsome that he feels like he belongs on a completely different level from ordinary people. Doyen can only roll his eyes while she continues staring at the screen, completely absorbed in admiring Vers. He finally stands up, deciding that going to the gym would be a much better use of his time than listening to this. But then Ji-yoon mentions how popular the guild leader's new tube channel has become. The moment those words leave her mouth, Doyen stops right where he is. Ji-yoon says that all the major players are making videos now, and some of them are pulling in unbelievable numbers, even reaching 100 million views. Doyen's heart nearly skips a beat when he hears that, because an audience that huge is on a completely different scale. He quickly asks whether that means Vers is making serious money from it, and Ji-yoon tells him she heard the guy earns around 1 billion won a year. 1 billion won. The number hits Doyen so hard that his brain immediately starts converting it into the only measurement that matters to him: how many pieces of fried chicken he could buy. He starts mumbling that number under his breath as he walks away, while Ji-yoon watches him from the living room, clearly wondering what strange switch just flipped inside her brother. Doyen keeps repeating it like he has fallen into a trance, completely lost in his own thoughts, then heads straight to his room and shuts the door hard behind him. Ji-yoon is left sitting there alone, unsettled by how weirdly he just acted. Meanwhile, inside his room, Doyen climbs right back into the game capsule and starts the login sequence. Back in the world of GOS, Kaiser has already made up his mind to record everything from now on. If players are earning billions through videos, then he is absolutely going to claim his own share. When Kaiser returns to the dungeon, Jihad Black is already there waiting for him, standing by like the little servant he has become. Kaiser immediately notices that the goblin is already skipping over the formalities and not addressing him with the proper attitude. Jihad Black hurriedly tries to correct himself, but Kaiser simply tells him to relax and call him whatever feels comfortable. Then Kaiser takes out some spare equipment and casually tosses it toward his new servant. He explains that he cannot use the gear yet anyway, so Jihad Black might as well put it on and at least look like he belongs beside him. Jihad Black is thrilled by the gift, practically glowing with excitement. But oddly enough, his loyalty stat drops by a small amount. Kaiser notices the change right away and becomes instantly irritated, unable to understand why giving him a present would make his loyalty go down. The goblin starts pouring out grateful words in a rush, and just as suddenly as the number fell, his loyalty points shoot right back up again. Kaiser lets out a tired sigh, realizing that this little goblin's loyalty is about as unpredictable as a rubber band being stretched and snapped. Now dressed in a dark hooded cloak, Jihad Black looks much more presentable as he asks Kaiser where they are heading next. Kaiser answers with a confident smirk, telling him that what comes next is going to involve a whole lot of serious running. Jihad Black looks up at him with confusion, clearly unable to figure out what kind of plan his master has in mind. Before long, the two of them are charging through the forest, cutting down monsters one after another and leaving a trail of broken bodies behind them. System messages appear in rapid succession, confirming that they have easily taken down a red goblin and even a giant spider without much trouble. Jihad Black looks over the messy battlefield and pretends to feel pity for the poor creatures they just slaughtered. Kaiser rests his huge blood-stained sword across his shoulder, then turns his attention to the goblin and calls him over. With a simple gesture, Kaiser tells the little guy to hurry up because it is time to move on to a different kind of lesson. The moment Jihad Black sees his master's command, he scurries over as fast as he can and presents himself without delay. Kaiser sits back on a fallen log and tells Jihad Black to collect the loot first, then test his necromancy on the bodies lying around the clearing. Jihad Black immediately gets to work, sorting through the remains and tossing aside the monster's weapons as he prepares for the attempt. He then steps in front of the fresh goblin corpse, standing over it, as if preparing to see whether he can drag it back from death. A strange, rhythmic chant begins to leave his mouth, and dark purple energy slowly starts swirling through the clearing around him. The dead goblin's eyes suddenly flare with an eerie purple glow, its lifeless body being forced into something that only barely resembles life again. Kaiser watches the result with genuine surprise, because against all expectations, the little goblin actually managed to pull it off. Jihad Black proudly presents his tiny squad of 3 undead goblins, though he also admits that, for now, This is the limit of what he can control. Kaiser is honestly impressed, because having even a small undead force to handle grunt work could become incredibly useful. The undead thralls let out sharp, screeching cries, standing there with empty, glowing eyes as they wait for their next command. Then, without warning, all 3 undead goblins suddenly sprint off into the dark forest, leaving Kaiser staring after them and wondering where they are going. Kaiser watches the 3 undead goblins disappear into the trees, then turns toward his guardian and asks exactly what order he just gave them. Jihad Black flashes a sly little grin and proudly explains that he simply told them to run off and collect all the loot for them. Kaiser stares at him with a strange mix of irritation and admiration, realizing the goblin has already started pushing his own chores onto undead servants. Still, his mind quickly shifts back to leveling, and he starts wondering how much grinding it will take to reach the next stage. Small fry will not be enough anymore. He needs bigger targets. The moment Jihad Black hears him mention elite mobs, his ears practically perk up, and he says with sudden confidence that he knows exactly where those monsters like to gather. Kaiser stops moving for a second, genuinely caught off guard that this troublesome little goblin actually has information that's useful. Jihad Black explains that those elite monsters are lazy by nature, and instead of roaming around, they spend most of the day clustered together in one specific spot. A terrifyingly wide grin slowly spreads across Kaiser's face. A whole group of elites gathered in one place, sitting there like they are waiting to be farmed, is exactly the kind of news he wanted to hear. Now it is time to track them down and give them a very warm, very violent welcome. Kaiser leans back on a log for a moment, still thinking about how he is supposed to grind out the next 2 levels without wasting too much time. That is when Jihad Black speaks up again, telling his master that he knows a place where several elite mobs are hiding out together. Kaiser turns his head toward him, a little surprised to see the little guy finally acting useful instead of causing trouble. According to Jihad Black, these monsters do not move around much at all and mostly spend their days sitting in a group doing absolutely nothing. Grouped up elite mobs. The moment Kaiser hears that, his eyes light up, because that is the exact jackpot he had been hoping to find. With the target decided, Kaiser and Jihad Black push deeper into the woods, moving through the trees as they search for the hidden camp. Sure enough, they eventually spot a whole pack of elite monsters lounging around a bonfire as if they do not have a care in the world. The 2 of them watch from the cover of the bushes, and Jihad Black carefully confirms whether this is the kind of target his master was looking for. Kaiser answers with nothing but a grin, because the sight in front of him is even better than what he expected. Just as Kaiser is studying the enemies and measuring them up, a new quest notification appears in front of him for the trial of the warriors. The rewards are more than worth it: 100 gold, a solid amount of experience, and an intermediate skill draw ticket. The moment Kaiser sees that skill ticket, his decision is made. He is not leaving this place until that reward is sitting safely in his inventory. One of the goblins is simply trying to enjoy his meal near the fire when he suddenly senses that something is wrong. Kaiser does not give any of them enough time to properly react, launching himself straight into the middle of their camp. He greets them with a casual little "hey there," wearing a smirk that makes it clear the massacre is about to begin. A goblin roars in anger and swings his sword toward Kaiser, but Kaiser has already read the attack before it even reaches him. He leaps cleanly over the slash with ease, making the monster's full force swing look painfully slow and clumsy. The instant his feet touch the ground, Kaiser is already moving again, eyes locking onto the next enemy he plans to take down. That monster barely has time to register the danger before Kaiser's boot comes flying straight toward his head. The kick lands with brutal force, smashing directly into the goblin's jaw. Blood and broken teeth burst through the air as the impact sends the goblin staggering backward, completely knocked off balance. The rest of the pack rushes in at once, trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but Kaiser has only just started warming up. He draws a dagger, and crackling electricity begins to crawl along the edge of the blade as he prepares to activate a skill. Using Vital Thrust, Kaiser darts through the crowd like a flash of lightning, leaving sharp slashes behind him with every step. One of the monsters takes the strike so badly that the bleeding status effect appears on him almost immediately. Kaiser keeps his momentum flowing without a break, cutting through another pair of monsters as they collapse under his attacks. That is when one of the larger warrior goblins charges toward him, screaming at the top of his lungs. The warrior brings a massive blade crashing down, but Kaiser raises only his dagger and parries the heavy blow perfectly. Sparks explode from the collision as Kaiser stops the oversized weapon dead in its tracks without giving even an inch. The monster freezes in shock, unable to believe that a human could meet his raw strength head-on like that. Kaiser immediately follows up with a crushing counterattack, slamming the warrior down into the dirt. The goblin coughs up blood as he finally understands how completely outmatched he is, and Kaiser decides he has played around long enough, reaching back for the massive sword strapped behind him. He draws the heavy blade with a sharp, deliberate motion, preparing to bring the hunt to a decisive end. The warrior lets out one final desperate roar, but the shadow of Kaiser's sword is already falling over him. Kaiser's eyes burn with a dark intensity as he gathers all his power into that finishing swing. A huge vertical slash tears through the air, and the battlefield is instantly painted in a spray of red. The monster is finished before it can even let out another sound. Kaiser stands alone in the center of the carnage, his sword planted firmly into the ground amid the fallen enemies. From the bushes, Jihad Black watches the entire display with wide eyes, utterly terrified by the overwhelming power in front of him. In that moment, the little guardian realizes that the one he is serving cannot possibly be an ordinary human. To Jihad Black, Kaiser no longer feels like just a master. He looks more like a devil wearing a human face. Kaiser plants his sword into the ground once more, finally finished dealing with what, to him, were nothing more than warm-up mobs. Kaiser looks over the quiet battlefield and figures the warm-up is over, because by now, the real challenge should be showing itself any second. As if answering that thought, a massive blue goblin comes charging in with a furious roar, gripping a giant axe that looks heavy enough to split the ground apart. A notification appears and confirms the enemy's identity. Kaiser has encountered the hidden field boss, Karak. The trial of the warriors does not end there, either. The moment the boss appears, the quest immediately changes into the trial of the great warrior. Kaiser's expression does not tense up at all. Instead, he breaks into a grin, because to him, this is not a terrifying boss, it is a walking pile of loot. Karak swings his massive axe down with brutal force, smashing into the ground and shattering the exact spot where Kaiser had been standing just a heartbeat earlier. But Kaiser is already far out of reach, having slipped away from the attack so cleanly that the blow never stood a chance of touching him. The two of them square off again, with Karak tightening his grip and preparing another heavy swing. Behind them, Jihad Black is already panicking, convinced that his master is about to be crushed flat by the boss's overwhelming strength. Karak's axe begins to shine, and a cold blue aura spreads along the blade like frost crawling over steel. The power gathering around it looks dangerous enough to smash apart anything unlucky enough to take the hit head-on. A notification flashes across Kaiser's vision, announcing that Karak is activating his ruthless strike. The boss roars with everything in his lungs, then brings the glowing axe down with all the power he can force into the attack. The pressure from the swing cuts through the air so violently that it almost feels like the space around them is screaming. Karak throws his full weight behind that single strike, clearly intending to end the fight with one decisive blow. Jihad Black can barely stand to watch, certain that this attack is far beyond what Kaiser should be able to handle. Kaiser, however, remains right where he is, his eyes glowing as he calmly prepares his counter. That confident smirk stays on his face, because every movement he makes says he knows exactly what he is doing. The blue giant is completely sure that this strike will finish Kaiser off. With one final roar, Karak drives the axe closer and closer toward Kaiser's head. Kaiser tightens his grip around the hilt of his weapon, waiting for the perfect instant and timing his movement down to the smallest fraction of a second. The two weapons finally collide, and a massive burst of blue sparks explodes between them. Kaiser deflects the strike perfectly, meeting the boss's terrifying power without being pushed back. Jihad Black stares in disbelief, unable to process that his master is actually holding back a boss-level ultimate attack. But Kaiser does not simply block it. He shifts the angle and redirects the entire force of Karak's blow. With that successful parry, Karak's own momentum is thrown off course, sending the power of the attack flying away from its target. A game notification makes it clear just how ridiculous the skill is. With perfect timing, it can neutralize even attacks on a legendary level. This technique is known to go beyond ordinary guard skills, and in capable hands, it becomes an absurdly powerful way to shut down almost any opponent. The problem is that the timing is so unforgiving that most players never bother using it seriously in real combat. Kaiser is simply grateful that such a useful skill somehow came out of a low-tier gacha draw. Now that ruthless strike has been parried, Karak's stance is broken, leaving the massive boss wide open. The shockwave from the deflection blasts through the battlefield, throwing everything back in a flash of blinding light. And with the boss exposed, it is finally Kaiser's turn to attack. Karak's expression twists with fear as he realizes his strongest move has failed, while Kaiser mockingly asks if his skills are on cooldown now. The boss lets out a desperate cry as Kaiser prepares the finishing blow, and from the side, Jihad Black trembles as he finally understands that the person he is serving is an absolute monster. Karak had gone all in with his massive ruthless strike, trusting that single attack to crush Kaiser and end everything. The ground practically erupts from the impact of the move, but despite all that power, the attack has completely missed its mark. Kaiser is already in the air above him, descending fast with the finishing strike lined up. The boss looks up at the last second, and the fear in his eyes makes it clear that he knows he is in serious trouble. Kaiser only grins, because this is exactly what he was waiting for. Karak burning his strongest skill and leaving himself helpless under the pressure. At a distance, Jihad Black can do nothing but watch, looking completely shaken by the scene unfolding in front of him. Then one heavy slash tears clean through Karak's neck, and the fight finally comes to an end. Karak crashes down into the dirt, and the game confirms that the trial has been completed. Now comes the part Kaiser really cares about: 200 gold, a massive amount of experience, and several skill draw tickets. 2 of them are intermediate draw tickets, and the moment Kaiser sees them, he looks like someone who just hit the jackpot. He is so excited that he actually starts jumping for joy right there in the middle of the dark forest. Meanwhile, Jihad Black hides behind a tree, watching him with a look that is full of judgment. Seriously, how can one person look like a terrifying demon one moment and then act like a complete idiot the next? Kaiser is far too busy hyping himself up for the draw to care what his companion thinks. Without wasting even a second, he reaches for the option and presses the use button. The moment Kaiser activates the draw, gacha cards burst outward in a flash of light, spinning through the air like shining fragments of possibility. The first pull reveals Ascending Dragon Kick, a rare martial arts skill focused entirely on leg techniques and explosive close-range strikes. Then the second pull appears, Striking. It is a rare buffer skill, which feels a little strange considering Kaiser's current class and fighting style. A buffer skill? Kaiser pauses for a moment, clearly not expecting something like that to come out of the draw. But once he checks the details, his surprise quickly turns into excitement, because the skill is actually insane. It gives him a massive attack boost with absolutely no downtime. In practice, that means even his ordinary blade can start hitting with the weight and force of a heavy greatsword. Kaiser tries to keep his face calm, but the excitement is hard to hide. For someone who plays solo, a skill like this is basically a dream come true. A damage dealer who can buff himself without relying on anyone else. Piece by piece, everything is starting to fall perfectly into place. And he still is not finished. Next, Kaiser turns his attention to Karak's leather gear, ready to see what kind of equipment the boss dropped. It turns out to be a complete hero-grade set, with pieces that include a ring and a pair of shoulder pads. At long last, Kaiser can finally throw away the basic goblin set he has been stuck wearing this entire time. He does not hesitate for even a second and equips the entire set all at once. And honestly, once it is on him, the new outfit looks surprisingly clean. On top of that, the full set bonuses give him a huge boost to his stats and reign, making the upgrade feel even better. Feeling the difference immediately, Kaiser starts posing a little and asks his companion whether the new look suits him. Jihad Black only stares at him in silence, because from his point of view, his master seems to be growing scarier with every passing minute. Kaiser catches that look right away and turns back toward him with a knowing smirk. Even Kaiser admits, in the coolest tone he can manage, that he is starting to scare himself with how far he might go. Right now, he is fully leaning into that unstoppable main character energy, acting like destiny itself is clearing a path for him. Jihad Black, however, has a completely different opinion. To him, Kaiser just looks like an absolute lunatic. Then a notification suddenly pops up, announcing that the companion's loyalty has just dropped. Kaiser freezes and slowly turns toward him. He asks if Jihad Black was just insulting him in his head, and the little goblin immediately panics, waving both hands in desperate denial. Kaiser draws his sword with a terrifying expression and makes it clear that if Jihad Black steps out of line, he is dead. That threat works instantly. Jihad Black bows down in terror, and his loyalty shoots right back up. Kaiser lets out a tired sigh, realizing that keeping his so-called help under control is already becoming exhausting work. With his new gear equipped and his new skills ready, Kaiser decides it is time to move again and put everything to proper use. Jihad Black trots after him from behind, looking up as he asks where his master is planning to go next. Kaiser's answer is simple and direct. They are going boss hunting. Jihad Black is immediately on board, figuring that since Kaiser already crushed a great warrior, a few more bosses should not be much of a problem. But that confidence starts to waver when he realizes just how serious Kaiser is about this next hunt. The system makes the situation clear. To reach the next city, Kaiser first has to pass the continent's trial, and that trial is not something players can take lightly. To qualify, he needs to reach level 24 and defeat the infamous Spider Queen Eliza. They arrive at the Western Forest, where the entire area is wrapped in giant sticky cobwebs stretched between the trees. A crowd of players is already gathered there, checking the time again and again while waiting for the boss to spawn. Everyone is trying to guess where Eliza will appear this time, using her past spawn locations as clues. Kaiser quietly scans the surrounding forest, searching the environment for any sign that might point him toward the boss. He slips through the crowd like he belongs there, keeping his head low so he does not draw unnecessary attention. Kaiser asks Jihad Black whether he knows the Spider Queen's exact spawn locations, but the little companion comes up empty. Apparently, this boss belongs to a newer generation of monsters, one that Jihad Black is not familiar with. Kaiser can only sigh at that answer, thinking so much for his companion knowing every corner of the forest. Jihad Black looks a little embarrassed, clearly feeling sheepish about disappointing his master. Kaiser turns his attention to the massive trees around them, wondering where the queen is truly hiding. His plan is simple. The moment she shows herself, he will rush in before anyone else has time to react. Then, without warning, his Slayer trait activates, and the system reveals the exact location where Eliza is hiding. Kaiser is genuinely stunned for a moment, because he never expected that trait to trigger in a situation like this. He even realizes that he does not have a Slayer title specifically connected to spiders yet. Then the answer clicks in his mind. The trait does not only work on bosses he has already killed before, it can apply to every one of them. As he thinks back to the bosses he has already crushed, Kaiser understands just how absurd this trait is. It is basically a cheat code for locating hidden targets. After the initial surprise fades, he decides there is no point overthinking something this useful. A sinister grin spreads across his face, because this means he can monopolize the boss before the other players even realize where it is. While everyone else stands around confused and waiting, Kaiser quietly makes his move. Kaiser pushes deeper into the hidden passage and finally discovers a cave entrance tucked away where no ordinary player would ever think to look. From somewhere inside that darkness, a chilling, sorrowful voice keeps echoing through the stone, crying the same name again and again. He steps past the mouth of the cave, letting the shadows swallow him whole, and the moment he enters, the system notification flashes before him. At last, after all that searching, Kaiser has officially encountered the Spider Queen Eliza. For a brief second, even Kaiser can hardly believe what he is seeing. Every step of his plan has fallen into place so cleanly that it almost feels unreal, as if the entire hidden route was waiting for him from the very beginning. His companion is left completely stunned, staring around the cave with his jaw practically on the floor. He cannot understand how Kaiser managed to track down a secret location like this so quickly, as if finding it had been nothing more than a casual stroll. Kaiser, however, does not look impressed by his own success at all. He simply tells his companion to calm down, stop overthinking it, and enjoy the easy rewards they are about to collect. Then, from the thick darkness ahead, her enormous form finally comes into view. Eliza is far beyond some ordinary oversized insect. This terrifying creature is an elite field boss, armed with venom strong enough to kill and spider senses sharp enough to track prey in the dark. The giant spider suddenly releases a piercing screech that tears through the cave walls. Her voice twists into that same haunting cry, calling out her own name as the sound bounces wildly through the hollow chamber. Kaiser's face changes the moment he sees her clearly. The relaxed look disappears from his eyes, and his whole body settles into battle mode. Now, it is finally time to get to work. The queen lashes out first, swinging her massive legs down with enough force to crush anything beneath them. But compared to Kaiser's movements, her attack is painfully slow, leaving him plenty of room to slip away. Kaiser immediately activates his back grab skill, his body tensing as the skill effect wraps around him. In the blink of an eye, he prepares to break past her front guard and appear where she cannot defend herself. His figure vanishes from her sight like a shadow being cut from the air. A heartbeat later, he reappears directly behind her, planted perfectly in the blind spot where her huge body cannot react in time. Only then does the spider sense that something is wrong. Her enemy is no longer in front of her, but by the time she realizes Kaiser has slipped behind her, the opening has already been seized. Kaiser begins charging his newly acquired skill, and a brilliant golden light bursts around him. That power coils upward like a massive dragon, spiraling around his body as the pressure in the cave suddenly spikes. He releases the attack with a rising dragon kick, launching upward with explosive force. Thanks to the bonus from his equipment, the strike hits even harder, packing far more power than a normal blow. The collision is vicious. Kaiser's attack crashes into the Spider Queen with a brutal impact, and Eliza lets out a sharp cry of pain as the force tears through her massive body. Kaiser's eyes blaze with fierce golden light, while the energy from his attack whips around him like fire. At this point, he is not moving like someone casually playing a game. He is here to crush his opponent completely, and this is only the beginning. Kaiser starts the real fight with a clean, precise backstab, striking from behind before the boss can fully recover. The movement is sharp, controlled, and aimed exactly where it needs to land. The Spider Queen is caught completely off guard by the sudden strike. Her huge body jolts from the impact, unable to respond fast enough to the attack that came from her weakest angle. A painful shriek bursts from Eliza as the hit connects cleanly. The sound rings through the cavern, making it clear that Kaiser's attack has truly pierced through her defenses. But Kaiser gives her no chance to breathe. He immediately channels another huge surge of golden energy into his next move, letting the power build around him until the air itself seems to tremble. Then he drives an ascending dragon kick straight into the boss's face. His body rises with the strike, and the force of the blow crashes directly into Eliza at point-blank range. The Spider Queen cries out her own name again as the set bonus takes effect and adds even more damage to the attack. The extra power slams into her, making the already brutal hit even harder to endure. Kaiser keeps his eyes locked on her, calm and focused, searching through every movement for the next opening. He does not waste a single second celebrating the damage he has already dealt. He drops back down with a heavy landing, and the force of his descent smashes into the cavern floor. Cracks spread out beneath his feet, splitting the stone under the weight of his momentum. Without even taking a breath, Kaiser launches himself forward again. His figure streaks across the dark chamber, moving so quickly that the shadows around him seem to blur. Eliza stares at him in stunned confusion, her glowing eyes struggling to track his movements. For a boss of her size, Kaiser's speed is overwhelming, and she can barely keep up with where he will strike next. Kaiser unleashes a rapid storm of slashes, each strike flashing through the darkness like streaks of light. The cave bursts with motion as his attacks carve across the battlefield one after another. He skids to a sharp stop across the cavern floor, dust and broken stone dragging beneath his feet. Even before the last strike fades, Kaiser is already setting up his next skill. A moment later, he lunges forward once more, closing the gap in an instant. There is barely any time for Eliza to react before Kaiser is already back within striking range. Kaiser activates his striking buff, and his attack power surges upward at once. The change is immediate, turning every movement into something heavier, faster, and far more dangerous. Wrapped in a fierce orange aura, he charges back into the battle without hesitation. The glow clings to his body as he rushes straight toward Eliza, ready to tear into her again. Eliza looks back at him with wide, glowing eyes, almost frozen by the pressure bearing down on her. At that exact moment, Kaiser triggers another ascending dragon kick and drives his momentum into the attack. A golden dragon erupts from the strike, towering so massively that even Eliza's huge body looks small beside it. The blow lands squarely on her head, and the impact sends violent shockwaves rolling through the entire chamber. Eliza screams in agony as the attack tears into her. Green fluid sprays from her mandibles, splattering through the air while her enormous body reels under the force. Kaiser follows through without mercy, driving her down with overwhelming strength. From the safety of the shadows, his companion watches the one-sided beating unfold and can only mutter that Kaiser is a straight-up devil. Eliza collapses broken against the cavern floor, her massive body no longer able to hold itself up. Kaiser stands over her without the slightest warmth in his expression, cold and unmoved by the sight beneath him. Even after being crushed down, the Spider Queen continues to sob out her own name. Tears gather in her eyes, making the terrifying boss suddenly look strangely pitiful as her voice trembles through the cave. Kaiser does not care about the name she keeps repeating. To him, none of that matters. His focus stays locked on one thing only: finishing the kill and claiming the victory. A faint smirk crosses Kaiser's face as he clenches his fist, preparing to end the fight for good. But Eliza keeps crying the same name again and again, her broken voice repeating, "Eliza, Eliza." His companion watches from nearby as Kaiser continues the attack, but his expression begins to shift. With every blow that lands, the little spirit looks more uneasy, more conflicted, and less certain that this is something he can simply ignore. Seeing the boss get bullied so helplessly right in front of him makes the little spirit's heart tighten. Even though Eliza is supposed to be their enemy, he cannot stop a small pang of pity from rising inside him. Kaiser still does not slow down. He rains down a relentless barrage of hits on the defenseless spider, pressing the assault while she lies there unable to properly fight back. But then, as that name keeps echoing through the cave, something about Eliza begins to feel strangely familiar to the spirit. The sound of it pulls at his memory, like a door slowly opening in the back of his mind. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. The companion's eyes fly wide open in shock, and his whole expression changes as he finally realizes why that name has been bothering him. Kaiser stops in the middle of his swing, his fist still raised, and turns his attention toward the sudden reaction. He clearly has no idea what is happening or why his companion is acting like this now. The companion rushes out from the shadows in a panic, hurrying toward Kaiser with desperation written all over his face. He begs him to wait, to hold on, and to stop attacking. Kaiser looks at him in confusion, unable to understand the sudden interference. After everything they have done to reach this point, he cannot figure out why the spirit is stepping in now. The little spirit runs straight toward the fallen spider, tears already shining in his eyes. He calls out Eliza's name with a trembling voice, as if speaking to someone he once knew. Eliza slowly opens her eyes, weak and dazed from the beating. Her gaze begins to focus, and at last, she looks directly at the small creature standing in front of her. With his voice shaking from emotion, the spirit begs her to recognize him. Every word comes out strained and desperate, as if this single moment means far more to him than Kaiser could possibly understand. Tears begin to gather in the Spider Queen's eyes as her blurred gaze finally settles on the little figure before her. In that painful, fragile moment, she realizes exactly who has come back to her after all this time. The world then slips backward, all the way to 150 years ago, to a quiet forest where a hooded man wandered alone beneath the trees. With his cloak brushing against the undergrowth, he moved through the woods without knowing what he was about to find. Suddenly, the hooded man stops right where he stands. From a nearby leaf comes the faintest little sound, so tiny that most people would have walked past without noticing it at all. When he looks closer, he discovers a small red spider perched on the leaf, its tiny body standing out against the green. The little creature stares right back at him, as if it has been waiting for him to notice. Curious and completely captivated, he gently lifts the tiny spider into his hand. The rare little creature looks so unusual that he cannot help studying her closely, fascinated by the unexpected encounter. Cassiar lowers his gaze toward the tiny spider resting in his hand and speaks to her softly. With a calm, almost playful tone, he asks if she would like to come along with him. The little spider answers with a bright, cheerful chirp, happily calling out her own name. Even without real words, her excitement is so clear that it almost feels like she is smiling. Lisa, Cassiar thinks to himself, finding the name pleasant enough as the two of them begin settling into his quiet cabin. But after turning it over in his mind, he suggests calling her Eliza instead, feeling that her original name sounds just a little too plain. The tiny spider immediately refuses to accept it, chirping Lisa again and again as if arguing with all her might. Cassiar can only laugh, telling her that sooner or later she will have to get used to being called Eliza. Even when he gives in for the moment, he still seems quietly determined to keep his version of the name. Then, one day, Cassiar takes hold of his cloak and tells her he has to leave on a solo mission. Lisa looks up at him with those huge, pleading eyes, clearly wanting nothing more than to follow him out the door. Cassiar gently tells her no, making it clear that she cannot come with him this time. The road ahead is far too dangerous, and taking such a tiny creature along would only put her at risk. Before leaving, he gives her one last reassuring smile, trying to ease the worry in her eyes. Then he promises that he will return before she even has time to miss him. Eliza remains on the table, watching silently as Cassiar walks toward the door and disappears outside. She has no way of knowing that the back she is staring at will never return to that cabin again. At first, only a few days pass, and then those days slowly stretch into weeks. Yet no matter how long Eliza waits, her master never comes back through the door. The sun rises and falls, the moon takes its place, and then the cycle begins again and again. But the cabin door stays closed, untouched, as if time itself has forgotten the promise he made. Warm sunlight gradually fades into a room coated with dust, while cobwebs thicken in the corners and across the old wood. Season after season slips by, blurring together inside the silent cabin. 1 year turns into 10, and 10 years eventually become 100. Even after all that time, Eliza continues to wait, holding on to the hope that her master might still return. At last, when even the wooden walls of the old cabin seem exhausted from carrying that endless silence, something finally changes. The long, lonely stillness that surrounded Eliza is broken. Eliza eventually returns to the western forest, moving back through the place where everything began. She goes all the way to the very spot where she first met the master she had waited for so long. For decades, she remains there in that forest, repeating the name he once gave her over and over. She clings to it with everything she has, as if saying, Eliza, is the only way to keep from forgetting him. Back in the present, Jihad is completely shattered by what he has remembered. He sobs over the dying Spider Queen, his small body, trembling as grief spills out of him uncontrollably. Kaiser looks down at him with a sharp, direct gaze and asks the question without softening it. Was Jihad the one who abandoned her all those years ago? Jihad is so overwhelmed by sorrow that he cannot even answer. His throat tightens, his emotions collapse over him, and no proper words come out. All he can do is keep crying Eliza's name, his voice breaking each time he says it. Kaiser stands nearby, watching the whole thing with an expression that remains calm and cold. Kaiser presses him again, unwilling to let the matter slip away. If Jihad knew her, then why did he stay hidden for 150 years instead of coming back to her? Jihad lowers his head, unable to meet Kaiser's eyes. In a quiet, strained voice, he admits that the truth is not something he has the power to reveal right now. Kaiser stares at him in silence, clearly unimpressed by such an unclear answer. The look in his eyes makes it obvious that vague excuses are not enough for him. With nothing else he can say, Jihad gives his new master a soft apology. His voice is low, heavy with guilt, and barely steady enough to carry the words. Kaiser lets out a sigh and turns his attention back toward the Spider Queen lying before them. His expression tightens slightly as he weighs what choices he actually has left. The situation leaves Kaiser trapped in an uncomfortable corner. This is his graduation quest, and killing Eliza is required if he wants to move forward. Jihad stays close to her side, but the dying Spider Queen seems to be trying to pass on one final message. All at once, Jihad flinches as if struck by something invisible. His eyes widen in complete shock, and his whole body freezes beside Eliza. Eliza lets out one last pained cry for her master, her voice weak and broken. Her eyes are filled with sorrow, as though she knows there is almost no time left. Jihad screams out in refusal, the word tearing from him like he cannot bear what he has just heard. Whatever Eliza is asking, it clearly crushes him. Kaiser immediately asks what is wrong, his attention sharpening. He wants to know what the Spider Queen is actually saying to Jihad in these final moments. Jihad slowly turns back toward him, and his eyes glow with a haunting green light. In a grim, trembling voice, he tells Kaiser that Eliza wants him to stab her. Jihad leans close to the dying Spider Queen, desperate to catch even the faintest piece of her final words. Eliza can only rasp out her own name again, her voice fading with every breath. The goblin panics completely, shouting back at the massive creature as if he can somehow argue with her request. Kaiser watches the strange, painful exchange from a short distance away, unable to ignore how serious it has become. Kaiser finally steps forward, his gaze moving between Jihad and the fallen boss. He asks his companion what in the world is happening with the Spider Queen. Jihad turns toward Kaiser again, his glowing eyes carrying a grim and desperate intensity. Then he delivers the shocking request as plainly as he can. The Queen wants to be stabbed. The words hit Kaiser hard enough to stop him for a moment. He looks genuinely caught off guard, wondering if he has actually heard his subordinate correctly. Jihad ignores Kaiser's confusion and keeps both hands pressed against the massive spider. He calls out to Eliza again and again as her strength continues to fade. Green particles begin drifting from the Spider Queen's mouth, glowing faintly as her life force slips away at a frightening speed. Kaiser stares at the sight, clearly unsettled by the strange, emotional bond between a monster and his goblin. System windows suddenly appear in front of Kaiser, confirming the danger in cold, clear terms. The boss is suffering from deadly poison, and her health has already fallen below 10%. Jihad becomes even more frantic as he sees how little time she has left. His voice cracks while he begs Eliza to hold on for just one more moment. The goblin hesitates, visibly torn apart by what he is supposed to do. His orders push him one way, but the dying creature's painful request pulls him in another. The massive spider can only murmur her name again, barely able to make a sound. The light in her eyes grows dimmer by the second, making it painfully clear that the end is closing in. Finally, Jihad snaps under the pressure and shouts at Kaiser to hurry. He orders him to deliver the final blow already, before Eliza's remaining strength disappears completely. He yells that they are running out of time, his voice sharp with panic and grief. More importantly, he makes it clear that this is not his own decision. This is what Eliza herself is asking for. Kaiser checks with him one more time, still hesitating at the thought of finishing off a monster that is practically begging for death. Even for him, the situation feels strangely heavy. Jihad refuses to back down, barking at his master with desperate urgency. He tells Kaiser to just do it, to end this now, and to stop dragging out the moment. Realizing that there is no other path left, Kaiser slowly reaches for his weapon. He draws the blade from its sheath, accepting the grim task now placed in his hands. Then Kaiser leaps onto the creature's back, landing above the weakened Spider Queen. He raises his sword high over his head, steels himself, and prepares to bring the strike down. Kaiser brings the blade down without hesitation, driving it deep through the spider's hard carapace. The moment the strike lands, system messages begin flashing one after another, confirming the Spider Queen's defeat and even rewarding Kaiser with a permanent stat increase through his predation effect. For a moment, Kaiser simply stands above the corpse in silence, his sword lowered as the last echoes fade through the hatchery. Beneath him, the enormous boss's body finally goes completely limp, and the dust around them slowly begins to settle. Kaiser turns his head back toward Jihad and asks if this outcome is enough for him. But the goblin does not answer right away, only staring at the fallen queen with empty eyes, as if something inside him has been scooped out. Then, without warning, something small and purple bursts out from the spider's head. It arcs through the air in a sudden flash and drops neatly into Jihad's waiting hands, as though it had been reaching for him all along. A fresh notification appears, revealing the truth behind the strange creature. This tiny spider is the real Eliza, a hidden named boss that had been parasitizing the queen's body, and the system immediately asks whether Kaiser wants to accept her as one of Jihad's subordinates. Kaiser's eyes narrow as the pieces fall into place. He realizes this is a parasite-type boss, one of those rare and troublesome enemy variants he has already encountered before in other regions. He remembers exactly how these monsters survive. Even if their host is killed, the parasite itself does not simply disappear. Instead, it slips away and finds a new vessel, jumping from one body to another to keep itself alive. A memory flashes through Kaiser's mind of a monstrous, Hydra-like beast with multiple heads towering over the battlefield. That image alone is enough to remind him just how terrifying these parasites can become when they are allowed to grow unchecked. Because of that, Kaiser can hardly believe what is happening in front of him. A boss with this much future potential should not be willing to join someone else's side so easily. The interface updates again, officially adding Eliza to Jihad's subordinate list, and Kaiser instantly understands how huge this gain is for their small group. When he checks her profile, her loyalty is already maxed out, and her unique traits, including Sky Cobweb, make it clear that she is far more valuable than an ordinary pet. At that moment, Kaiser begins to see Jihad in a completely different light. This goblin is turning into an unbelievably useful asset, far more valuable than Kaiser ever expected when he first brought him along. Kaiser quietly watches as Jihad cradles the tiny spider with both hands, handling her like something fragile and precious. Between hidden fields and loyal allies, the goblin seems to have an almost uncanny talent for finding things no one else can. A wide, unsettling grin slowly spreads across Kaiser's face. The more he looks at Jihad, the more his companion starts to seem less like a burden and more like a living Lucky Charm. Jihad notices that strange look immediately, and a cold sweat breaks across his face. The way Kaiser is smiling makes him feel like he has just become the target of some very dangerous new idea. The goblin instinctively shrinks back, his shoulders tightening as the air around them seems to grow heavier. Kaiser keeps staring, and the more he does, the more ominous the silence becomes. Before the awkward tension can stretch any further, tiny Eliza suddenly springs out of Jihad's palms. A thin trail of silk follows behind her as she shoots through the air in a quick, graceful leap. She lands directly on Kaiser's shoulder, catching him off guard as her tiny legs settle against his armor. Without the slightest fear, she makes herself comfortable there like she has already chosen her place. The little spider chirps happily from his shoulder, her small body bouncing with excitement. It is obvious she is trying to tell her new leader something, even if Kaiser cannot understand her language directly. Jihad quickly translates for her, explaining that Eliza is thanking Kaiser. To her, he did not just defeat a boss, he saved her from the painful existence she had been trapped inside for so long. Eliza keeps chattering in her own tiny voice, her large red eyes fixed on Kaiser with pure, shining adoration. Every little movement makes it clear that she is completely attached to him now. Jihad explains the rest of her message, telling Kaiser that Eliza wants to repay the favor. She is asking them to follow her farther into the cave, and Kaiser immediately starts wondering whether some hidden reward is waiting ahead. The tiny spider waves her front legs with bright, restless energy, practically trembling with excitement. She looks more than ready to guide them, as if she can barely wait to show them what lies deeper inside. Kaiser and Jihad begin moving farther into the dark cavern, following their new little guide through the shadows. With Eliza leading the way, they head toward the next secret hidden inside the trial. As they continue through the passage, Jihad listens closely to Eliza's chirps and translates for Kaiser. According to her, they are already getting close to the place she wanted to show them. The goblin then lifts one hand and points ahead, guiding Kaiser's attention forward. Beyond them, the narrow path opens into a vast, shadow-covered chamber buried deep inside the cave system. Kaiser steps into the newly discovered area, his boots landing with a soft thud against the damp stone floor. The sound spreads quietly through the enormous space, making the chamber feel even larger. A system notification appears, confirming that they have uncovered a hidden location. The air around them is heavy with the smell of wet earth, but beneath that dampness is something darker, sharper, and far more predatory. The notification identifies the place as the Spider Queen's egg hatchery. Kaiser slowly looks upward, and above him, hundreds of massive purple spiders hang from the ceiling, packed together in the darkness. Every single hatchling carries the title of field boss. For anyone else, that sight would be enough to freeze their blood, but Kaiser's eyes widen for a very different reason. He realizes the quest requirement never said it applied only to the Spider Queen herself. If the target is any field boss, then every creature hanging from that ceiling counts. Kaiser quickly runs through the graduation quest details in his mind, and a massive loophole opens up right in front of him. If he uses this properly, his final score could shoot far beyond the normal limit. The quest was clearly designed with Eliza as the main target, but the system's wording does not separate the queen from her spawn. As long as they are registered as field bosses, they all fall under the same rule. The field boss hunt window updates before him, reminding Kaiser exactly how the scoring works. Achievement points are awarded based on the number of bosses he manages to defeat. Kaiser immediately calculates what that means for his final reward. In this hatchery, his rank will not depend on barely clearing the mission. It will depend on how many bosses he can tear down before he is finished. He looks up at the swarm of spiders crawling and hanging above him, and a ruthless plan begins forming in his head. If he wipes them all out, he can completely break the game's ranking system in his favor. A dangerous, predatory smile spreads across Kaiser's face as the decision settles in. The hatchery has stopped looking like a threat and started looking like a feast. Kaiser draws his sword, and a crimson aura of murderous intent flares around his body. Standing beneath the ceiling full of monsters, he silently challenges the entire room to come at him. Then Kaiser explodes into motion. His first strike tears through the center of the hatchery, sending a blinding beam of energy straight across the chamber. In the next instant, he becomes a blur of steel and shadow. As the spiders begin dropping from above, he weaves between them and cuts them down before their legs can even touch the ground. With his eyes glowing red, Kaiser carves through the hatchery like a man possessed. His movements are so fast and violent that the monsters cannot even track where his blade is coming from. A huge burst of energy detonates through the cave, clearing an entire section of the chamber in one overwhelming pulse. Dozens of boss-level spiders are wiped out at once, swallowed by the blast before they can fight back. Even after that, Kaiser does not slow down for a second. His sword keeps drawing bright arcs through the darkness as he continues cutting through the spider population hidden inside the room. Kaiser finishes a complicated combo by spinning through the air, his blade flashing around him in a deadly circle. Behind him, green blood splatters across the stone, and severed limbs scatter through the wreckage. From the sidelines, Jihad and tiny Eliza watch the absolute destruction unfold in front of them. The goblin's face stiffens as if he is seriously reconsidering every decision that brought him to Kaiser's side. Jihad can barely believe what he is seeing. As Kaiser continues sweeping through the hatchery, the goblin mutters in disbelief that his master's strength has gone far beyond anything normal. At last, the final hatchling crashes to the ground, and the cave falls into a heavy silence. Kaiser stands in the middle of the ruined hatchery, surrounded by the remains of the bosses he has cut down. A system window appears in front of him, congratulating him on completing the first trial's field boss hunt. The message glows over the battlefield like a final confirmation of the massacre. The final count is almost ridiculous. Kaiser has hunted one hidden field boss and 34 regular field bosses, turning what should have been a single objective into an overwhelming sweep. With a total of 1,471 points, Kaiser achieves an unprecedented S rank and becomes the first player in the world to reach that level. His name is recorded at the very top of the global rankings, and he receives the exclusive titles First S Rank and Top Graduate. Kaiser leans back slightly, feeling the massive stat increases rush through him as a dark red aura pulses around his body. After everything he has gained, he finally starts to feel like himself again. Kaiser lowers his gaze toward the tiny Eliza perched on his shoulder, his expression shifting into genuine admiration as he realizes just how incredible the reward she guided him to really is. He gives the little spider a sincere word of thanks, openly admitting that even with all his expectations, this result had gone far beyond anything he could have pictured. Before Kaiser can fully process it, Jihad steps in and passes along another message, telling him that Eliza still hasn't handed over her true reward yet. Kaiser freezes for a moment, visibly puzzled, because after farming so many ranking points from the hatchlings, he can't imagine what kind of prize could possibly be better. Jihad points toward the darker depths of the hatchery, making it clear that the real treasure is waiting just a little farther inside. Kaiser activates his eyes of truth, and almost immediately, the rough cavern wall begins to shimmer with an eerie golden glow, as if something hidden beneath the stone has finally awakened. A notification flashes before him the moment he notices a dazzling red crystal lodged deep in the rock. Before his eyes, the message appears: "You have discovered a piece of fate." Kaiser's eyes shine with curiosity as he studies the rare crystal, fully aware that an item like this isn't just valuable, it's the kind of discovery that can completely change a player's path. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a huge crowd of players has already gathered around the entrance, packed shoulder to shoulder and ready to launch their own raid. The raid leader raises his voice over the noise, firing up the team and shouting for everyone to stick to the plan so they can bring down the Spider Queen together. The crowd answers with a thunderous cheer, weapons lifted high into the air as they prepare to rush into the dungeon, hungry for glory, loot, and a legendary boss clear. But that excitement dies in an instant when a global announcement suddenly flashes in front of them. Spider Queen Eliza has been defeated. The players fall into stunned silence, their mouths hanging open as the truth sinks in. Someone had already beaten them to the very boss they were about to raid. One player quickly opens the real-time rankings, only to see Kaiser's name sitting proudly at the very top, far ahead of everyone else in the world. Outside the hatchery, the gathered players stare at their glowing screens in disbelief, rereading the announcement that confirms the field boss has already been cleared by someone else. Confusion spreads through the crowd, and before long, whispers of hacking begin to circulate as the players desperately try to figure out who this mysterious Kaiser really is. The system rankings clearly display Kaiser's name at the pinnacle, locking him in as the current top player. Back inside the hatchery, Kaiser holds the glowing red piece of fate in his hand, watching light pulse from the gem's core like a steady heartbeat. Kaiser quickly understands that this single item is the key to a job quest known as Succession of Fate, a special path that could shape everything about his future in the game. Jihad is practically bursting with excitement, throwing up two enthusiastic thumbs while tiny Eliza sits on top of his head. To him, his master is finally standing at the threshold of becoming a true adventurer. But despite all the excitement around him, Kaiser quietly sits down on the cold stone floor, his face tense and thoughtful, looking far more hesitant than anyone expected. Jihad immediately notices the change in his expression and asks why Kaiser looks so troubled when such an incredible opportunity is sitting right in front of him. A system window displays the possible reward, Heritage of Cassiar. If Kaiser succeeds, the power he gains could be enough to rival even the strongest top-tier players. Jihad keeps cheering him on, completely convinced that this heritage is exactly what Kaiser needs to finally stand on the same level as the world's elite. Kaiser snaps back at him, pointing straight at the warning in the fine print, where it clearly says that failure means complete job revocation and permanent NPC status. He holds the caution message up for Jihad to see, stressing that if he fails this quest, everything he has worked so hard to build could vanish in one blow. The risk weighs heavily on him as he grabs at his head, his thoughts spiraling around the terrifying possibility of ending up with absolutely nothing left. Then a sudden suspicion crosses Kaiser's mind. His eyes narrow as he turns toward his goblin companion, clearly beginning to question what Jihad is really after. Kaiser asks Jihad directly what would happen to him if Kaiser became unemployed and lost his current standing. Jihad instantly takes offense, his face flushing red as he screams about how insulting that question is to his loyalty, even though his loyalty bar is sitting at a pathetic 15 out of 100. The goblin launches into an even louder rant, accusing Kaiser of thinking he would abandon him the second things started going badly. Jihad's dramatic outrage becomes so exaggerated that even tiny Eliza seems to stare at him with wide, startled eyes, silently watching the whole ridiculous spectacle unfold. Irritated by the goblin's over-the-top reaction, Kaiser decides to accept the quest just to make him stop talking. After taking a physical hit from his master, Jihad's loyalty mockingly rises by only a single point. The quest window immediately updates, challenging Kaiser to prove that he is truly worthy of inheriting the fierce and formidable will of Cassiar. Kaiser remembers his past victory against the iron-blooded demonic dragon, and that memory helps steady his nerves. Compared to that fight, he figures this trial can't be that much worse. With his decision made, he reaches out and taps the confirm button, officially starting the trial of fate as a brilliant light floods the chamber. A powerful surge of energy bursts outward from Kaiser as the system announces the beginning of the trial, and he braces himself for whatever terrifying monster is about to appear. As the light surrounds him, Kaiser's mind drifts back to the moment he first drew the Cassiar card, and the memory of a grand cathedral rises clearly in his thoughts. In that memory, a frantic priest points a trembling, accusing finger at a younger Kaiser, horrified that he would dare claim to be an apostle of the battle god. Kaiser confirms his identity with a cocky smirk, completely unfazed by the holy man's obvious terror, outrage, and disgust. Kaiser asks for a blessing so he can help save a village, but the priest reacts as if he has just been cursed, immediately preparing a bowl of holy water to throw at him. The priest hurls the water with a furious scream of "Shut up!" his face twisting with pure religious rage at what he sees as Kaiser's unbearable insolence. The holy man orders the lowly apostle to leave the sacred grounds at once, completely canceling whatever request Kaiser had brought before the church. Kaiser shouts back in anger, furious that after everything he did for them, they are throwing him out without giving him any kind of reward. Back in the present, Kaiser mentally steps away from the memory, thinking about how religious NPCs seem to lose their minds the moment Cassiar's name comes up. He takes a big bite of his sandwich, chewing while trying to make sense of the deep hatred the church seems to hold toward the path he has chosen. As he sits down to eat, Kaiser brings up the job information again, his eyes carefully scanning the blue screen for any hidden clue he might have missed. A majestic image of Cassiar, the god of battle, appears before him. He is the only god who was once an adventurer, and his power was so feared that even other gods viewed him with caution. Kaiser starts to understand the church's hatred a little more. From their point of view, a rogue god like Cassiar probably seemed no different from a demonic force. He had expected the trial to be nothing more than waves of elite monsters, but a heavy, sinking feeling tells him that something has gone very wrong. Without any warning, a gigantic spiked mace slams into the ground right in front of Kaiser, the violent impact sending tremors through the entire cavern. Kaiser barely manages to dodge the first strike, his eyes widening in alarm as he looks upward and sees even more deadly threats dropping down from above. A deadly storm of blades suddenly pours down from the hatchery ceiling, with swords, spears, and axes dropping like iron rain until the entire chamber turns into a brutal death trap. Jihad lets out a terrified scream as weapon after weapon slams into the ground around him, his arms shaking wildly as he points toward the center of the room. Above them, a glowing blue magic circle spreads across the ceiling, its light widening like a portal, while the system announces that Cassiar has begun awakening from his long seal. Kaiser stares upward in stunned awe as a pair of enormous, godlike legs slowly descends from the portal, marking the beginning of a 5-minute battle where survival is the only goal. Cassiar, the god of battle, finally appears in full, towering over the hatchery with long dark hair, a powerful muscular body, and heavy chains hanging across him like symbols of an ancient seal. Kaiser's eyes widen as the truth hits him. This isn't some ordinary elite monster standing in front of him. This is a deity-level being, and he has to endure against it for 5 full minutes. Without wasting another second, Kaiser reaches for his weapon, forcing his nerves to steady as he refuses to let the sheer pressure of the situation crush his resolve. Gritting his teeth hard, Kaiser draws his glowing sword from its sheath, reminding himself that he doesn't actually need to win. He only has to stay alive until the countdown ends. On paper, that condition almost sounds possible, and a confident smirk slowly forms on Kaiser's face as he prepares himself for Cassiar's first attack. Cassiar's single red eye burns with a sinister glow, locking directly onto the mortal standing before him, as if judging the fool who dared to challenge his will. Then, without warning, an overwhelming pressure crashes over Kaiser's entire body, heavier and more terrifying than anything he has ever experienced inside the game. Kaiser's body suddenly refuses to move, as though invisible blue chains have wrapped around his arms and legs, locking him in place before he can even react. The god of battle takes one slow, heavy step forward, and the deep sound of his footfall echoes through the hatchery like a warning bell. Jihad screams at his master to move, but Kaiser remains frozen where he stands, his sword trembling in hands that no longer seem to obey him. Panic takes over Jihad's voice as he keeps shouting, completely unable to understand why Kaiser is just standing there when danger is closing in right in front of him. Inside, Kaiser is fighting with everything he has, sweat forming on his brow as he desperately struggles against the crushing aura pouring out from Cassiar. Then he realizes something even worse. His passive hero trait still hasn't activated, leaving him exposed with no automatic protection to save him. The system confirms his fear with a merciless notification. His traits have been deactivated, and the pressure binding him isn't some ordinary status effect he can simply cleanse away. Cassiar towers over him, and behind the god's form, a monstrous image of divine rage seems to flare into view, while Kaiser stands paralyzed by pure instinctive fear. Jihad grabs tiny Eliza and bolts away from the danger, convinced that Kaiser has finally lost his mind, and that running is their only chance to survive. But deep inside Kaiser, his pride suddenly flares up, twisting his expression with anger at the idea that he is being terrified by nothing more than game data. He releases a defiant roar that tears through the chamber, forcing his voice out with everything he has as he tries to break the mental chains holding him down. Cassiar pauses for a brief moment, his glowing red eye showing the faintest hint of interest as the mortal in front of him begins to push back against his divine aura. With one explosive burst of willpower, Kaiser swings his sword through the air, and that single slash tears through the invisible force that had been paralyzing him. Kaiser flashes a cocky grin at the god, even though cold sweat is still running down his face, insisting that he has seen far worse. From a safe distance, Jihad watches with Eliza and points out that Kaiser's shaking legs are not exactly helping his fearless image. Kaiser snaps at the goblin to shut up, clearly irritated that Jihad is ruining what was supposed to be his cool comeback moment. Turning his attention back to the god of battle, Kaiser admits that he has relied on Cassiar's skills plenty of times already, and now it is finally time to prove whether he deserves them. Even while facing Cassiar, Kaiser keeps running his mouth, complaining that the quest's failure penalty is far too extreme and feels completely forced. He swings his sword around in frustration, shouting that it makes no sense for the system to strip everything away from him just because he fails one single mission. Kaiser knows perfectly well that whining to a god won't change the reward conditions, but that doesn't stop him from calling the whole setup ridiculously unfair. Then he starts fake crying with full dramatic force, asking whether Cassiar has any idea how much suffering he went through just to gather the items he has now. Jihad can only stare from the sidelines with sweat running down his face, silently wondering whether his master has truly lost his mind this time. Kaiser clenches his fist and keeps up the act, lamenting as though his entire gaming life had only just started improving before this cruel trial tried to ruin it. The goblin finally can't take it anymore and screams at Kaiser to stop talking nonsense and actually start fighting before they all get killed. But Kaiser only shoots him a smug wink, calmly pointing out that there is just 1 minute left on the trial clock. Jihad's eyes immediately light up as he realizes the whole dramatic rant was nothing but a stall tactic, and he throws both thumbs up in praise of his master's cunning. He cheers Kaiser on from the side, urging him to keep that silver tongue moving so they can survive the last stretch of the trial. But Kaiser has no intention of talking any longer. In the next instant, his attitude shifts completely, and he suddenly lunges forward. In Kaiser's mind, this is the perfect opening to catch the god off guard while his defenses seem lowered. The possibility of a massive hidden reward for defeating a god begins to cloud his judgment, tempting him far more than it should. Kaiser activates Backstab, his body glowing blue as he dives down from above, aiming for a surprise strike before Cassiar can respond. Cassiar doesn't look worried in the slightest. Instead, a tiny amused smirk appears on his face, as if he had already seen through everything. In a single instant, the god turns and catches Kaiser midair, snatching him straight out of his attack by the throat. Kaiser's heart sinks as he realizes his trump card didn't just fail. It never even came close to reaching Cassiar. Cassiar gives him no time to recover, immediately smashing him down into the cratered floor with overwhelming force. Jihad can only scream in horror from the sidelines as he watches his master get crushed into the ground like he never stood a chance. Kaiser lies pinned beneath the impact, coughing up blood as the breath is violently squeezed from his body. Cassiar slams Kaiser into the cavern floor again with terrifying power, and the sheer force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the stone beneath them. Jihad and little Eliza both scream in terror as they watch their master trapped helplessly under the god's grip, pinned down like an insect. The god of battle tightens his hand around Kaiser's throat, while blood drips from Kaiser's mouth, and he struggles desperately to draw in even a single breath. Cassiar stands over Kaiser like a living mountain, and the crushing pressure rolling off his body spreads through the chamber so violently that cracks begin crawling across the ground in every direction. Jihad and his tiny companion can do nothing but stare from the side, frozen stiff as the deity's overwhelming power presses down on them like an invisible weight. Kaiser struggles to pull air into his lungs, glaring upward through the pain as he curses his rotten luck for landing him right beneath what looks like his own executioner. Cassiar looks down at him with a sharp, predatory grin, calmly watching every desperate struggle as if Kaiser's suffering is nothing more than entertainment. The god slowly raises one hand, dark energy rippling around it in heavy waves, and the tension in the cavern tightens until it feels ready to snap. Kaiser lets out one last strained cry, his body tensing as he braces himself for the fatal blow he is certain is about to come crashing down. But instead of crushing him, Cassiar suddenly starts poking and prodding around Kaiser's neck and jaw in the strangest way possible. The terrifying deity then leans in even closer, aggressively pulling and pinching Kaiser's cheeks like he's playing with a helpless baby instead of fighting an enemy. Jihad watches the whole thing in complete confusion as Cassiar continues his bizarre tickling spree, leaving Kaiser trapped, stunned, and utterly bewildered. Then Cassiar abruptly sticks his tongue out at Kaiser, making a strange mocking face that somehow feels even more ridiculous coming from a god of battle. Kaiser points at him in disbelief and asks what he is even doing, unable to make sense of the mighty god standing there making silly faces at him. Jihad's expression suddenly changes from confusion to shock as he realizes there is actually a meaning behind Cassiar's strange gesture. The goblin quickly explains that for Cassiar, sticking out his tongue is not an insult at all. It is the highest sign of respect he can give to an opponent he recognizes as worthy. Cassiar finally pulls back with a satisfied smirk, looking completely pleased with Kaiser, as though he has already made up his mind about his chosen successor. A soft, amused sound escapes the god, and little by little, the suffocating tension that had filled the cavern begins to fade. Jihad translates the next message, explaining that the god of battle is asking whether Kaiser is willing to inherit his will. Kaiser pushes himself up in surprise, visibly shaken by the sudden question and overwhelmed by the weight behind what Cassiar is asking of him. Then, out of nowhere, Cassiar strikes a dramatic sparkling pose, looking less like a terrifying war god and more like a flamboyant idol on stage. He keeps the shimmering display going, flexing his muscular body with absolute confidence. Kaiser turns to Jihad with a baffled look, silently demanding to know how that ridiculous posing is supposed to translate into some deep question about inheritance and destiny. At that moment, a system notification appears in front of Kaiser, confirming that he has successfully cleared the succession of Fate Job quest. The reveal is enormous. Kaiser has officially stepped onto the successor route, a path entirely separate from the one every other player is following. Cassiar simply raises a thumb in approval, silently backing up the system's decision with a gesture that somehow feels both casual and absolute. Jihad excitedly shouts that the deity is now prepared to hand Kaiser a holy relic, making the moment sound far more majestic than it looks. Cassiar reaches down into the waistband of his pants and starts rummaging around, apparently searching for the promised gift right there. Kaiser's eyes shoot wide open in pure horror as he realizes exactly where the god is digging for the so-called relic. The god of battle shows no shame whatsoever, continuing to search inside his trousers while Kaiser watches with an expression full of disgust and disbelief. A blinding white glow suddenly shines from inside Cassiar's waistband, growing brighter as he begins pulling the item free. Kaiser frantically waves both hands in front of him, begging the god to stop before the situation becomes even more inappropriate than it already is. Slowly, a long glowing rod emerges from the god's lower body area, radiating light, as if it is supposed to be a sacred treasure. Kaiser screams in protest, calling Cassiar a crazy lunatic for keeping a godly relic in a place like that. Cassiar calmly holds out the dark rod as if nothing is wrong at all, looking perfectly content while completely ignoring the awkwardness of the situation. Kaiser points at the weapon with a trembling finger, still visibly struggling to accept where the legendary item just came from. The system then confirms the acquisition of the God of Battle's relic, a weapon known as Thousand Transformations. Kaiser takes the weapon with a deeply uneasy look on his face, holding the legendary item at arm's length as though distance might somehow make it feel cleaner. Cassiar gives a cheerful wave, looking completely satisfied now that his strange ritual and his part in the trial have come to an end. Jihad suddenly notices that their time is up and quickly signals that they are about to be forced out of the hidden cavern. A huge magic circle erupts beneath their feet, flooding the ground with bright purple energy that surges upward around them. The sudden teleportation hits without warning, sending Kaiser and Jihad screaming as the spell yanks them violently into the void. Kaiser drops headfirst through the purple portal, yelling in shock as he tumbles into the unknown. Jihad and tiny Eliza cling to him for dear life, both caught in the same rough transition, until the portal finally spits them out into a vast courtyard dominated by an ancient temple with towering stone columns. Sunlight pours gently through the open clearing, falling across weathered stone paths and silent statues that seem to belong to a long-forgotten age. Kaiser crashes hard onto the cobblestones with a heavy thud, the purple teleportation circle fading beneath him as he lands in a tangled heap and gasps from the impact. Jihad grovels on the floor nearby, his green eyes spinning as he struggles against a wave of teleportation sickness. Beside him, Eliza the spider lies on the ground as well, looking just as dazed and disoriented from the violent trip. A shimmering blue system notification appears in the air above them, confirming exactly where the teleportation has brought them. They have officially entered Brion, the city of promise, known as the second city of the main continent. Kaiser pushes himself upright, one hand braced against his knee as he looks around the overgrown ruins. Relief washes over him when he realizes they have arrived in a familiar city rather than some deadly high-level danger zone. Then a sudden voice echoes through the quiet courtyard, making Kaiser snap his head toward the sound. His eyes narrow on instinct as he braces himself, wondering who could possibly be waiting for them in such a secluded place. Gamillion Adrian, an elderly sage with a long flowing white beard and deep blue robes, steps out from the shadows between the pillars. He moves forward with a calm, measured pace, his gaze fixed firmly on Kaiser, while Jihad scrambles backward with a serious expression after sensing the strange and powerful energy surrounding the old man. Jihad warns Kaiser to stay alert, clearly feeling that this newcomer is not an ordinary old man at all. Kaiser draws his sword in one smooth motion, the blade catching the light as he points it directly at the stranger. After everything that just happened with the god, he has no intention of lowering his guard. But to Kaiser's complete surprise, the old man does not attack. Instead, he drops to his knees and bows so deeply that his forehead touches the stone, leaving both Kaiser and Jihad stunned by the sudden display of absolute submission. Gamillion stays lowered in that deep bow, his forehead nearly touching the stone as his voice trembles with reverence. He addresses Kaiser as the long-awaited successor, claiming he has spent ages waiting for someone who would carry on the will of the god Kaiser just encountered. Still kneeling, the old man gives his name as Gamillion Adrian, revealing that his family has served and assisted the royal line since the very beginning of recorded history. Every word he speaks makes the meeting feel less like coincidence and more like a prophecy finally coming true. A system message suddenly flashes across Kaiser's vision, marking Gamillion as a hidden NPC. The appearance of someone like him makes it clear that this encounter is not ordinary. It is a major step into the game's deepest secret progression. Jihad's eyes instantly sparkle with greed and excitement, his whole face lighting up as he realizes this old man must be an important figure tied to some legendary reward. Kaiser, however, is more annoyed by the goblin's noisy reaction than impressed, and he tells Jihad to shut up. At the same moment, the system triggers a new job quest called One Step Toward the Truth, ordering Kaiser to listen to the history of humanity. Completing it will finally unlock the mysterious main quest category. Kaiser stands in silence with one hand resting against his chin, carefully processing those words. A main quest is something he hasn't heard mentioned in years, and the rarity of the term immediately catches his attention. After all, This game has gathered over 1 billion users in just a year and a half since open beta began. And yet, despite that enormous player base, some secrets have remained completely untouched. Even Barayan, the legendary player who called himself the King of Adventure, had eventually given up on finding the main quest. After searching for an entire year without a single result, Barayan had publicly declared that such a quest probably didn't exist at all. Kaiser stares at the sage with his thoughts racing, slowly realizing that the impossible quest everyone else failed to uncover is now unfolding right in front of him. The pressure of being the only person to step onto this hidden path settles over him like a heavy weight. Gamillion lifts his gaze, his expression solemn and unwavering as he says Kaiser must have already met Lord Cassiar to have reached this point. Then he prepares to reveal a story that, in his eyes, every true successor has a duty to hear. Kaiser lowers his sword and focuses completely on the old man, silently nodding for him to continue. In a world like this, he knows that the right piece of information can be worth far more than any weapon, armor, or treasure. Gamillion begins his tale by carrying them back more than 1,400 years into the past, to an age when humanity was nothing like the weakened race it is now. As he speaks, it feels as if the air itself shifts, and the hidden history of Avtartal begins to unfold before them. In that ancient era, humans were blessed with extraordinary potential and possessed power strong enough to influence the entire continent. They were not a minor race back then. They were a dominant force, powerful enough to occupy one of the 5 great thrones of the world. But that age of peace and prosperity was shattered when a foreign force suddenly invaded. The skies darkened as the intruders descended upon the world, driven by their desire to seize one of those thrones for themselves. Those invaders were the beings now worshipped as gods, the very rulers who currently stand above the people of Avtartal and treat them as underlings. Their arrival marked the beginning of humanity's long fall from power into servitude. Jihad's jaw drops as the truth crashes into him, his voice cracking in disbelief when he realizes that the beloved gods are actually the ones behind everything. The revelation is so overwhelming that the goblin can barely process it, his expression twisting as if the entire foundation of the world has just collapsed beneath him. Kaiser shoots Jihad a stern look and tells him to keep quiet, so they can focus on Gamillion's words. This is forbidden history, and Kaiser doesn't want to miss even a single important detail. Gamillion continues, explaining that these gods were actually refugees fleeing Ragnarok, a catastrophic war that had devastated their own divine realm. With nowhere else to turn, they tried to claim Avtartal as their new home, no matter the cost. What followed was a long and brutal war, with humanity fighting desperately to protect its homeland from the divine invaders. The war dragged on without mercy, staining the land with the blood of both humans and gods as neither side was willing to surrender. During that chaos, 1/3 of the world was destroyed, and it seemed as if everything was already lost. But then a single human stepped forward and changed the course of the war, wielding power strong enough to challenge even the heavens. That man was Cassiar, the god of battle, shown in the past as a blood-soaked warrior with blazing red eyes. Standing in the ruins of his broken world, he became the living symbol of humanity's defiance. With Cassiar leading the charge and cutting down myth-grade gods, humanity's victory finally seemed within reach. The tide had turned, and the divine invaders were being pushed to the very edge of defeat. But just when victory seemed close, the earth itself split apart, and a terrifying force known as the Abyss erupted from below. It rose as a writhing mass of black tentacles, born from the collective grudges of countless souls who had fallen on the battlefield. The darkness of the Abyss spared no one. Gods and humans alike were swallowed by its corruption, their minds twisted away as they transformed into glowing-eyed monsters, while the entire world teetered on the brink of being consumed. Faced with complete destruction, the gods and humans who had been slaughtering each other were forced into a painful, desperate negotiation. If they wanted to stop the Abyss, they had to find a solution, even if the cost was almost unbearable. The compromise they reached was unthinkable. To save the world from destruction, all of humanity would be sacrificed in one form or another, turned into the source of faith that fueled the gods' divine power. A massive glowing deity towers above a crowd of praying humans, drawing in their energy as they offer themselves through worship. From that moment, the system of gods ruling over mankind was established, with humans reduced to the very power source the gods depended on. Humanity was stripped of its original potential and reduced to a weakened, enslaved race. And Cassiar, the only being capable of standing against the gods, was sealed away immediately, extinguishing the last light of human freedom. Gamillion then reveals the final layer of the gods' plan. They even made use of players, people who came from another world, shattering the newcomers' original vessels and reshaping them into puppet apostles to serve their purpose. Kaiser's expression hardens as the pieces finally begin fitting together in his mind. He realizes that every player inside the game has been manipulated from the start, and the system he has been fighting within is far more sinister than he imagined. Jihad, still shaken by the story, tells Kaiser to stay quiet so he can focus, his usual greed replaced by a rare seriousness. In the middle of the ruins, the two of them stand under the weight of the heaviest secret in the world. Kaiser falls into deep thought, his hand hovering near his chin as he absorbs everything Gamillion has revealed. At last, he begins to understand where the current state of the world came from, and just how massive the burden placed on him has become. Jihad, however, is far less calm about it. With little Eliza sitting quietly on his head, the goblin yells at Kaiser in frustration, clearly irritated by both the growing complexity of their situation and his master's heavy silence. A memory flashes back to a younger Kaiser with reddish-brown hair, standing before red system windows that rejected his path as an apostle of Tyr. That failure to choose a god in the past had unknowingly become the first step toward the unique destiny he now stands in. Kaiser reflects on how his journey truly began when he slew the demonic dragon and obtained the eyes of truth. Those defining moments had guided him, step by step, toward his fated meeting with Cassiar, the god of battle. Then Kaiser's expression shifts into wild, almost manic excitement, his tongue poking out as he realizes he has completely bypassed the ordinary apostle path. His starting point is now fundamentally different from every other player in the game. Gamillion Adrian spreads his arms, his eyes filled with seriousness as he speaks of the long wait endured by him and those like him. For nearly 1,000 years, they have held on, waiting for the arrival of the prophesied successor. The thrill of being that chosen one surges through Kaiser like lightning, and a golden aura of exhilaration seems to blaze around him. His eyes widen as he realizes just how much potential is now within his reach. In his imagination, Kaiser sees himself as a superstar walking down a red carpet, surrounded by flashing cameras and roaring applause. He savors the feeling that this entire world, along with its epic hidden questline, was prepared just for him. Back in reality, Kaiser bursts into an arrogant laugh, clutching his face as he drowns in his own sense of greatness. Beside him, Jihad looks up with sweat beading on his face, genuinely disturbed by his master's sudden change in mood. Shimmering blue system notifications appear one after another, confirming that Kaiser has successfully learned the lost history of humanity in Avtartal. The knowledge is officially recorded in his book of adventures as he clears the job quest, one step toward the truth. The game announces that the mainstream has now been activated, opening an entirely new quest category for this legendary path. Kaiser looks ahead with a sharp, determined gaze, ready to seize whatever opportunities are about to come. The details of the new mainstream quest, Piece of Fate, appear before him, revealing a massive multi-part journey of mythic scale. He has already obtained the first of 10 pieces needed to unlock the final main event. Gamillion explains the seriousness of the mission, stating that from this moment on, Kaiser's primary goal is to seek out and collect the remaining pieces of fate. The old man opens his hands as he speaks, emphasizing just how important this task truly is. Kaiser stares at the glowing red shard in his hand, his mouth slightly open as he takes in the raw energy pulsing inside it. He understands that every one of these fragments is a key tied directly to breaking the ancient seals. Gamillion recounts the dark moment when Lord Cassiar was bound by radiant chains and sealed away immediately after the negotiations with the gods. It was a prison designed to stop him from ever interfering with the world again. In those final moments before the seal fully took hold, Cassiar made one last act of defiance by squeezing out the last of his divine power to create a vessel. It was the concentrated essence of his being, his final gamble for humanity's future. But the seal placed on him was so powerful that the vessel shattered into countless fragments before it could reach where it needed to go. Those shattered fragments became the pieces of fate, scattered across the farthest corners of the world. Cassiar's face appears in close-up, his mouth open in a desperate shout as the seal closes around him. Only when every fragment is gathered and fate is made whole again will the eternal seal finally be broken. Gamillion warns that humanity exists now in a half-finished, incomplete state, and when the promised day arrives, they will face a danger beyond imagination. He and Kaiser stand among the ruins of Brionne, surrounded by the shadows of a crumbling era, while Kaiser urgently asks what the promised day actually means, his brow tightening with concern. Gamillion shakes his head and explains that he is bound by a promise, so he cannot reveal that truth yet. Kaiser then shifts the question and asks where he can find the pieces, eager to move the quest forward. The old man meets his gaze steadily, preparing to give the young successor his next trial. Gamillion begins by saying the pieces were once rumored to be near Brion, but then he stops himself and brings up a specific request left behind by Lord Cassiar. Before Kaiser can begin searching for the fragments, that request must be fulfilled first. Expecting some grand reward or maybe even a legendary item, Kaiser clenches his fist as a wide, greedy grin spreads across his face. He eagerly tells the sage to give him the order, already imagining the treasure and glory waiting at the end. Gamillion keeps the same gentle, pleasant expression as he delivers Cassiar's request. Kaiser must slay exactly 1,000 monsters, and the old man says it so casually that the sheer scale of the number leaves Kaiser completely stunned. For a moment, the entire courtyard falls silent. Kaiser and Jihad both stand frozen in place, staring at Gamillion in disbelief as the absurd size of the task slowly sinks in and makes them wonder if they heard him correctly. Then a system window appears, linking a new derivative quest called Gamillion's Trial. The conditions are brutal. Kaiser has only 60 hours to kill 1,000 monsters, and if he fails, his job will be completely revoked. The final blow comes from another system message stating that the quest cannot be declined. Kaiser's jaw drops, his eyes go hollow, and for a second he looks completely paralyzed by how unfair the whole situation is. Shock quickly turns into pure rage as Kaiser explodes into a violent tantrum, shaking his fists toward the sky and ranting that Cassiar must be trying to take everything away from him with these impossible trials. Gamillion tries to calm the furious adventurer, pressing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture while insisting there must be some deep, hidden meaning behind Cassiar's seemingly cruel request. Kaiser grits his teeth as he remembers Cassiar's bizarre, dramatic behavior from their meeting. To him, the so-called god of battle feels less like a wise divine benefactor and more like a chaotic prankster with way too much power. Kaiser frantically counts on his fingers, sweat running down his face as he calculates the time limit. To clear the quest, he realizes he would need to hunt down and kill roughly one monster every 3 minutes for 3 straight days. Gamillion simply wishes him luck and turns away as if the discussion is finished. Kaiser panics and shouts for the old man to wait, so he can at least learn where to find enough monsters. But the sage moves with surprising speed, hurrying off into the overgrown ruins without even looking back. Kaiser stretches a desperate hand after him, but it is completely useless. The sage is already gone, leaving him alone in the courtyard with an impossible task hanging over his head. Clenching his fist, Kaiser mutters that the monsters around Brion are far stronger than the ones back in Raven. The fact that he has no time to adjust to this new area only makes the pressure on him feel even worse. Jihad approaches Kaiser with a curious look, breaking the heavy silence that has settled over the courtyard. Kaiser glances down at his small companion, his frustration still clearly simmering beneath the surface. The goblin brings up the long, thick, sturdy item Cassiar pulled out earlier, describing it with wording so questionable that his wide, innocent green eyes only make the moment feel even more awkward. The description is so painfully strange that Kaiser immediately snaps and yells at Jihad for making the item sound weird. Holding up a long dark rod tipped in red, he identifies it as Chinbayan, the gift from the god that he had nearly forgotten about. Jihad looks confused by the sudden outburst while Kaiser finally takes the time to examine the rod properly, deciding to see whether this mystical weapon is actually as useful as Cassiar claimed. A blue system window opens, revealing that Chinbayan is a mythic-grade weapon. Its physical attack power is shockingly high for its level, and on top of that, the weapon's durability is displayed as absolutely perfect. Kaiser's jaw drops as he stares at the screen, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. The word mythic keeps shining back at him, and he can barely believe the grade is real. He raises Chinbayan into the air, and the rod gives off a faint golden glow while divine sparks crackle around it. In all his years of playing, Kaiser has never even heard of an item rank higher than legendary. Kaiser swallows hard, his throat visibly moving as the reality of the weapon's power begins to settle in. The impossible quest is still terrifying, but now he is holding a mythic advantage in his hands. Trying to keep himself composed, Kaiser turns his attention back to the glowing blue screen and reads through the rest of the item's description. A mythic-grade weapon must have special properties worth studying carefully, and the system soon reveals a unique ability called weapon predation, allowing the rod to devour other weapons and transform into them. That same ability also lets the user access the special options of any weapon that Chinbayan has already consumed. More notifications explain that Kaiser's current level is still too low to unlock the weapon's full authority. Because of that, the attack power of transformed weapons will be adjusted according to Chinbayan's own grade and Kaiser's level, while Jihad watches nearby with a curious expression. The goblin stands beside him as Kaiser processes the fact that this overwhelming power is being scaled down to match his current progress. Pointing at the screen, Kaiser concludes that Shinbayan works like a growth-type item, one that will become stronger as he grows stronger too. He continues scanning the interface with sharp focus, searching for any other hidden features that might give him the edge he desperately needs. His eyes return once more to the weapon predation entry, intrigued by the idea of a weapon that can absorb and imitate others. With versatility like that, Shinbayan might become the only weapon Kaiser ever needs to carry. The location title, The Sordid Rocky Forest, appears over a dark woodland wrapped in mist. The twisted trees and damp shadows make it look like the perfect hunting ground for something dangerous. Aimforth Head, a brown-haired archer dressed in hunter green gear, crouches quietly in the brush. Taking a steady breath, he draws his bowstring back and locks his gaze onto the target ahead. A magic-tipped arrow cuts through the night air with a sharp whistle, leaving a glowing blue trail behind it as it races toward its mark. A massive green-skinned orc turns its head just in time to see the projectile streak past its ear, grunting in confusion as it realizes it has walked into an ambush. Aimforth Head breaks into a cold sweat when the beast's gaze snaps directly toward his hiding spot. In that instant, the element of surprise is completely gone. The monster releases a thunderous roar and charges straight through the trees, shaking the ground beneath it with every heavy step as it barrels directly toward them. A magic explosion suddenly slams into the side of the orc's face, bursting into fire and smoke that briefly swallows the path in front of it. The beast stumbles from the impact, steam rising from its burned flesh as it clutches its head in pain. That attack clearly landed hard enough to leave a mark. The arrogant cleric, a woman with purple pigtails and a mocking sneer, shouts for the monster to just collapse already, making it obvious she has no patience for a drawn-out fight. Using that opening, the arrogant warrior, a tan, muscular man in light blue plate armor, launches himself into the air with his sword raised high over his head. He brings the blade down in a heavy arc, carving a deep wound across the orc's chest and sending green blood spraying into the air. The monster roars in fury and immediately retaliates with a massive punch, knocking the warrior backward and sending him skidding across the dirt in a cloud of dust. The warrior scrambles back onto his feet, gritting his teeth as he calls for the rest of the party to attack together. He knows they cannot afford to hesitate against a monster this tough. The entire team rushes in on the beast at once, their weapons and magic flaring brightly, as they unleash a final coordinated assault that fills the air with blood, smoke, and energy. At last, the orc collapses into the mud, its huge body going limp after one final guttural groan. The fierce battle is finally over. The arrogant warrior wipes sweat from his brow and breathes heavily, admitting that even for them, hunting these orcs is no easy task. The arrogant cleric scoffs at that, bragging that they only won because their party is much stronger than the average team, and Aimforth Head quickly chimes in to agree. He proudly claims that no other party in this forest can match their physical stats or their hunting efficiency. The whole group breaks into smug laughter, completely full of themselves after their successful hunt, with their confidence swelling higher than ever. Then the sound of steady footsteps moving through the damp forest cuts through their celebration, making it clear that someone else has arrived. They spot Kaiser walking toward them with his small familiar at his side, and almost immediately, they begin mocking his plain-looking gear and strange companion. Kaiser glances in their direction, his eyes calm and unreadable, looking completely unbothered by either their presence or their insults. The arrogant warrior steps directly into his path with a cocky grin, asking if Kaiser is seriously out here hunting alone, unable to believe anyone would be reckless enough to do that. Kaiser stares back with a blank expression, showing no interest at all in the group's posturing or their attempt to size him up. He simply confirms that he is a solo player, which only makes the warrior even more amused. The warrior has no idea what kind of danger is standing in front of him. Seeing Kaiser's confidence and simple equipment, he can't stop himself from letting out a loud, mocking snicker. The entire party bursts into laughter, pointing and jeering at the lone scrub who apparently wandered into a high-level hunting zone without a party to protect him. Even as Kaiser walks past, they keep gossiping and laughing behind him, mocking the plain rod in his hand and his ugly-looking familiar, completely convinced that he is nothing more than easy prey. Their little moment of fun is cut short by a low, guttural growl rumbling through the darkness. From the shadows directly behind Kaiser, a massive orc steps into view, close enough to turn the situation into a deadly ambush before he can even react. And it isn't alone. Two more hulking beasts push their way out of the pale mist, surrounding Kaiser and his familiar from different angles as the forest closes in around them. In an instant, the situation starts looking painfully one-sided. But Kaiser doesn't tense up at all. Instead, a calm smile spreads across his face as he admits he was hoping to enjoy a little more peace and quiet before properly starting the hunt. Even with monsters closing in, he looks completely relaxed. The lead orc charges first, letting out a savage snarl as it throws its huge arms forward, aiming to crush Kaiser in a single brutal strike. Everyone watching braces themselves, already expecting the ground to be painted red. Kaiser's fingers close firmly around his weapon, and right away, a radiant golden glow begins pulsing through the dark wooden rod in his hand. The light spreads like something ancient stirring awake, as if the weapon has finally been called into action. A system message flashes before his eyes, and the relic Chinbayan shifts its shape in a burst of light, transforming into a glowing bastard's training sword. The moment it settles in Kaiser's grip, the pressure coming from it is impossible to ignore. Then everything erupts at once. Golden energy floods the clearing, blood cuts through the air, and Kaiser unleashes a rapid chain of slashes so sharp and precise that the monsters are carved apart before they can even understand what happened. The fight is over before it can even begin. Against that kind of speed and power, those orcs never had the slightest chance of surviving. The arrogant party members stop dead where they stand, their earlier smugness vanishing in an instant. Their faces twist with disbelief as they stare at the overwhelming display in front of them, and the laughter they had been enjoying is completely gone. The cocky warrior looks the worst of all. His mouth hangs open, sweat runs down his face, and the confident attitude he carried just moments ago has been replaced by raw terror. He can barely process what his own eyes are showing him. The warrior stammers under his breath, unable to believe that the person in front of him is even human. At the center of the blood-soaked clearing, Kaiser stands perfectly calm, his newly formed weapon still pulsing with that brilliant golden light. Kaiser stands over the freshly decapitated body of an orc, the golden blade in his hand still shining against the darkness of the forest. In front of him, the group of players watches in stunned silence, unable to understand how the kill happened so fast. None of the witnesses can move. Sweat beads roll down their faces as they stare at the butchered monsters scattered around Kaiser. The arrogant warrior can only mutter to his companions, wondering if his eyes are somehow lying to him. Kaiser holds the glowing sword with an easy grip, its energy crackling faintly in the dim forest light. To the onlookers, none of it makes sense. Just a few seconds earlier, they were certain he had been holding nothing more than a wooden staff. Before anyone can even recover, another enormous orc bursts from the darkness with its mouth stretched wide in a feral roar. It barrels straight toward Kaiser, completely unaware that it is charging into certain death. Kaiser doesn't step back, doesn't flinch, and doesn't even look surprised. He simply turns his eyes toward the new threat, his expression cooling into something sharp and calculated as he prepares to move again. The weapon in his hand begins to pulse and twist, its golden light growing brighter as the blade's shape starts to bend and change. Power hums through the air around it, and in the next flash, the longsword compresses into a jagged glowing dagger, light, sharp, and perfectly made for a fast kill. In less than a heartbeat, the weapon has completely changed its form. One moment it was a sword, and the next, it was a deadly dagger gleaming in Kaiser's hand. Kaiser launches himself into the air and brings the blade down with devastating force. The impact drives the orc straight into the ground, ending the battle before the monster can even lift its weapon for a counterattack. The witnesses are practically losing their minds now. They've never seen anyone switch between completely different weapon types this quickly, especially not in the middle of a live fight, where one wrong move should mean death. The orc's huge body lies motionless across the forest floor, blood spreading beneath it in a dark pool. The glowing assassin's dagger is buried deep in its chest, marking the exact spot where Kaiser ended it. Kaiser gives a dismissive wave, sounding almost bored by his own attack. He admits he didn't expect the monster to fall from just one hit, then yanks the weapon free, spraying dark blood across the grass as the golden glow slowly fades from the blade. With the dagger resting casually against his shoulder, Kaiser turns back toward the group of players and gives them a relaxed smirk. He knows exactly what they just witnessed, and he knows it shattered every expectation they had of him. The watching party begins whispering among themselves, desperately trying to guess whether Kaiser's weapon has some rare option or a unique trait they've never heard about. Then, in another burst of light, the dagger returns to its original staff form, and Kaiser casually leans it over his shoulder while looking at the stunned adventurers. Kaiser lets out a goofy laugh and scratches the back of his head like none of it was a big deal. He brushes it off by saying he must have gotten a little too excited and accidentally wiped out the targets they were planning to hunt. The arrogant warrior quickly tries to recover his pride, forcing out a nervous laugh that doesn't sound convincing at all. He insists that his group had already hunted plenty of monsters earlier anyway, as if that somehow saves his image. Kaiser just looks at them with a flat, unimpressed stare. Not a single part of their tough act gets past him, and his expression makes it clear he isn't buying their excuse for even a second. Then more guttural growls echo from deeper between the trees, announcing the approach of even more orcs. Their voices fill the night air, but Jihad Black watches from the side without the slightest trace of concern. Kaiser spins his staff with effortless control, the dark wood whipping through the air so smoothly and quickly that it almost turns into a blur. Every movement looks light, practiced, and completely under his command. He lowers himself into a combat stance, and a predatory grin slowly spreads across his face. To him, cutting down another 100 or so monsters sounds like nothing more than a decent warm-up for the night ahead. A few minutes later, the clearing has turned into a graveyard of green limbs, severed torsos, and ruined bodies. The orcs never even had time to turn the battle around before Kaiser's speed tore through them one after another. Kaiser lets out a sigh as he looks around the now empty clearing, a faint hint of disappointment crossing his face. He had been hoping for far more action than this, especially since he wanted to properly test his new gear. Jihad Black points out the obvious from the side. Kaiser swept through the monsters so quickly that anything with even a little sense decided to run for its life, leaving the whole area completely deserted. Kaiser immediately puts on his most innocent expression, acting like a helpless weakling in front of the other players. With a shameless little joke, he claims that a trashy loser like him couldn't possibly have done all of this alone. But deep within the treeline, two orcs are already trying to sneak away. Their huge shoulders are hunched, their bodies tense with fear, and there is no fight left in them anymore. Even the monsters have figured out who the real predator in these woods is. Jihad Black watches them flee and realizes that Kaiser has officially become the most terrifying nightmare roaming the forest. Kaiser can feel the enormous boost from his new S-rank title, the successor of Cassiar's will, surging through him. He looks down at his hands as the golden energy from his graduation reward flows through his body with unmistakable strength. He takes a brief moment to admire the loot he earned, including the Raven Trial set and the Black Raven Spear. The spear gives off a dark, powerful aura, pulsing as if it has been waiting for battle. Kaiser stretches both arms over his head, casually saying that they should probably take it easy for a while. Jihad Black, however, is already restless, clearly eager to dive right back into the action. Kaiser's smirk turns sly and wicked as he glances back at his companion. Despite what he said, he has no intention of playing nice, slowing down, or leaving even the smallest scraps behind for the other players. Shinbayan begins to shine again, this time with a fierce, burning light gathering around Kaiser's grip. The energy crackles violently, signaling that the weapon is about to take on its next lethal form. The weapon stretches and reshapes into the Black Raven's spear, and Kaiser lunges forward with a wild laugh. He calls out that anyone who wants to keep up with him should try graduating with an S rank first. Kaiser turns into a moving storm of destruction, the spear tips slicing through orcs as if their bodies are made of paper. Every swing flashes with golden light and dark steel, carving a path through anything in front of him. His laughter echoes across the battlefield while the kill count climbs past 120. The way he moves is brutally efficient, so fast and controlled that watching him fight almost feels more frightening than the monsters themselves. Kaiser's eyes burn with a menacing red glow as he drives the spear into another target. With cold irritation in his voice, he tells the scum to die quietly and stop wasting his time. Notifications continue appearing one after another as his kill count breaks past 200. By this point, his combat effectiveness has reached a level that most ordinary players could only dream of touching. He has already cleared a quarter of his goal of 1,000 kills. At the pace he is moving, the entire monster population near Brion might be wiped out before morning even arrives. One terrified orc finally tries to run, stumbling forward in a desperate attempt to escape. But Kaiser is already right behind it, spear raised high, eyes fixed on the target, and a crazed grin stretched across his face. The monster glances back over its shoulder, its eyes widening as the truth sinks in. No matter where it runs, there is nowhere left to hide from the silver-eyed predator chasing it down. Then, without warning, Kaiser skids to a sudden stop. A look of realization flashes across his face as a notification appears before him, and even Jihad Black is caught off guard by the abrupt halt. A warning from the system suddenly flashes across Kaiser's screen, cutting through the chase. He has only 3 minutes left before the server forcibly logs him out, meaning his time in the game is already running out for the day. Kaiser says it almost casually, mentioning that his playtime is nearly over. The massive orc standing in front of him freezes in complete disbelief, as if it can't understand why the terrifying hunter chasing it is suddenly about to walk away. For a brief moment, the orc actually lets out a relieved breath. It thinks the nightmare is finally ending, believing Kaiser will be forced out of the game before he can finish the kill. But Kaiser isn't done just yet. Since he only needs one more kill to reach his personal milestone of 250, he immediately goes after the fleeing orc again, spear ready in his hands, ignoring its desperate cries for mercy. Then his eye suddenly lights up with a brilliant golden glow. Kaiser activates Eyes of Truth, sweeping his gaze across the surroundings as the skill begins searching for anything hidden in the dark forest. He skids to a sharp stop the moment something unusual catches his attention off to the side. Jihad Black, unable to react in time, loses his balance behind him and faceplants straight into the dirt from the sudden halt. Jihad Black drags himself back up, furious over how easily his master gets distracted even in the middle of a hunt. Kaiser barely reacts to his complaining and simply tells him to stay still for a second while he checks something. Kaiser raises his hand and points toward a distant cluster of rocks. Against the dark landscape, a faint red glow pulses from the formation, and through his special vision, the light stands out far too clearly to ignore. That red energy flares over the jagged stone like a warning beacon. Under the pale moonlight, the glow looks disturbingly close to fresh blood staining the rock. Whatever is hidden there, it definitely isn't normal. The strange light makes the entire spot feel unnatural, as if the forest itself is marking it as something dangerous. Jihad Black turns his head toward the place Kaiser is pointing, but to him, there is nothing special there at all. All he sees is an ordinary, dull pile of rocks sitting in the middle of a dark forest. Kaiser doesn't dismiss it so easily. If that single spot is reacting under eyes of truth, while everything else looks normal, then something important has to be hidden there. He steps closer to the rock formation, and the glow becomes even stronger. A vertical pillar of red light rises from the center, spilling an eerie shine over the ground and bathing the whole area in an unsettling crimson haze. It has been a long time since his skill reacted this intensely to anything. With a cautious look, Kaiser reaches toward the glowing, blood-stained surface, wanting to find out exactly what triggered it. He wonders if this might be another thread of fate, just like the one that led him to the god of battle and the spear he now carries. But when his fingers touch the surface, they come away coated in a thick, sticky red substance that feels far too much like fresh blood. Kaiser instantly recoils in disgust, pulling his hand back as his face twists at the unpleasant feeling clinging to his fingers. System notifications begin scrolling in front of him one after another. He has uncovered a hidden clue, and the discovery is immediately recorded in his adventure log, so he can review it later. Kaiser picks up a small red stone glowing with ominous energy. The quest item is called Ominous Energy, and he jokes that he already gets enough ominous vibes just from being around Jihad Black, which immediately earns him an angry shout from the goblin. The item description confirms that it is a rare quest item found within the rocky forests of Brionne. It carries a sinister presence so unusual that even the system treats it as something out of the ordinary. The quest gives him his next direction clearly. To uncover the truth behind the item, Kaiser must seek out High Priest Gildedi. The trail points him toward the Lyre Grand Temple, where the glowing stone's true identity and potential can be revealed. Kaiser smirks as he turns the stone over in his hand, already sensing that even if it isn't another piece of fate, the reward will be worth the trouble. Then a final notification pings, warning him that only 10 seconds remain before his mandatory logout. Before he can admire his find any longer, Kaiser freezes in surprise as his arm begins breaking apart into pixels and data, while Jihad Black panics at the sight of his master vanishing right in front of him. The goblin completely loses his composure, shouting in panic as he asks what he is supposed to do if his master leaves him behind in the middle of a monster-infested forest. He reaches out toward Kaiser, but there is already nothing solid for him to grab. Jihad Black's voice grows more desperate as bright blue digital static begins swallowing the world around him. He starts to call out about Eliza, but before he can finish, his body dissolves into the light as well. The system confirms the transition immediately. While the player is logged out, the Guardians are being transferred to the Guardian Room, and the dark forest disappears around them in a single instant. The world changes into a breathtaking dimension filled with floating islands and warm golden sunlight. Far removed from the danger of the game world, this place feels like a peaceful sanctuary made for pets and familiars to wait safely. Jihad Black finds himself standing in the center of a lush, quiet forest. For a moment, he simply looks around in a daze as the calm air and peaceful surroundings begin to settle over him. A system box appears and explains the purpose of the Guardian Room. It is a waiting space where Guardians can move around freely and remain safe from threats until their master returns. This is only Jihad Black's second time being here, and the sudden transfer still feels strange to him. After the chaos, blood, and monsters outside, the quiet peacefulness of this place feels almost unreal. He begins walking through the grass, but his thoughts immediately drift toward Eliza. Since this is her very first time in the Guardian Room, he can't help wondering whether she is all right. Tears begin welling in Jihad Black's eyes as he realizes he still hasn't had the chance to ask her how she has been after all those long centuries. More than anything, he just wants to touch her fluffy fur again and finally relax beside her. Then he suddenly stops in his tracks. Through the trees, something familiar comes into view, and it is the last thing he ever expected to find in a place like this. Nestled in a bright, sunny clearing stands a small wooden hut. Jihad Black stares at it in shock, because it looks exactly like the home he lived in hundreds of years ago. He slowly approaches the door, his hand trembling slightly as he reaches for the handle. Just seeing the simple wooden entrance is enough to bring back a flood of old memories he thought were buried. With a soft creak, Jihad Black pushes the door open and cautiously peeks inside. The dim interior of the room looks painfully familiar, as if a piece of his past has been waiting there all along. There, sitting on a wooden table surrounded by candles and an hourglass, is a tiny fuzzy purple spider. Jihad Black freezes in disbelief, unable to trust what he is seeing. The two companions cry out each other's names with pure joy, finally reunited in a place where they can rest without fear. Even in the form of a spider, Eliza looks happy to see him again. Back in the real world, the sun begins setting over a cluster of modern apartment buildings. Warm evening light stretches long shadows across the city, where life moves at a far slower pace than the battlefield Kaiser just left behind. Inside his room, Kang Doyen climbs out of his gaming capsule and stretches his aching body. He grumbles to himself in frustration, annoyed that he missed his 250-kill goal by only a few monsters. Then a delicious smell drifts through the apartment and immediately catches his attention. His stomach reacts before he can, and he wonders if someone actually made food for once. Following the scent, he makes his way to the kitchen and finds his sister, Kang Ji-yoon, calmly eating a bowl of spicy ramen topped with a perfectly cooked egg. She is completely absorbed in her meal and barely acknowledges the world around her. Kang Doyen leans against the wall with a playful smile, greeting her like his sweet little sister. Kang Ji-yoon doesn't even bother lifting her eyes from the bowl before telling him to get lost and find his own food. For a moment, Doyen just stands there, his charming greeting crushed without mercy. Meanwhile, Ji-yoon goes right back to slurping her noodles like nothing happened, showing the finest kind of sibling affection. Kang Doyen grips his chopsticks like a pair of deadly daggers, narrowing his eyes at the steaming pot of ramen in front of him. In his mind, the bowl is no longer food, but a high-level monster waiting to be defeated. He starts making rapid stabbing motions toward the bowl, dramatically claiming that his weapon has transformed into shining steel chopsticks. In his imagination, every strike rings out with the sound of clashing metal. Kang Ji-yoon doesn't even look up from her food. With a completely unimpressed tone, she calls him a goby fish and says he is acting way too dramatic for someone who isn't even good at the game. She points her own chopsticks at him, her face perfectly deadpan. Then she tells her brother to stop living in a fantasy world and come back to reality already. Doyen slams both hands on the table and leans toward her, clearly offended. He demands to know whether she has ever actually watched him play or heard about the epic main quests he has been clearing. Ji-yoon simply takes another slow, deliberate bite of her noodles. With the same indifferent look, she asks whether he has even managed to join a guild yet. Doyen crosses his arms and turns his face away with a stubborn huff. He insists that, for the time being, he has absolutely no intention of joining a guild. Ji-yoon lets out a sharp, mocking snort, immediately seeing through him. She correctly guesses that the real reason is that not a single scout has bothered to approach him with an offer yet. Kang Doyen's face turns bright red with frustration, and he bares his teeth like he's ready to start a fight right there at the table. He insists none of that matters, because whether anyone recognizes him now or not, he's still going to become the #1 ranker. Kang Ji-yoon lazily waves him off like she's brushing away a fly, then starts listing every reason his dream sounds impossible. He doesn't belong to a top guild, he isn't as handsome as the famous player Burrs, and worst of all, he has absolutely no presence on YouTube. That complete lack of respect finally pushes Doyen over the edge. He shoots up from his seat and shouts at her to just wait and see, swearing that once he makes it big, she'll be forced to admit she was wrong. Ji-yoon only stares at him in pure confusion, wondering where this sudden confidence even came from. But the second Ji-yoon turns her attention back to her bowl, Doyen's angry expression melts into a sly, mischievous smirk. In one swift move, he leans over the table and slurps up a huge bundle of noodles straight from her pot before she can stop him. Ji-yoon's scream of fury tears through the kitchen as she asks if he seriously wants to die today. Later that night, the playful chaos is long gone, replaced by the cool blue glow of a computer monitor reflecting in Doyen's focused eyes. His fingers fly across the keyboard as he mutters about the humiliation his sister put him through, determined to show her what kind of legendary player her brother really is. He starts by opening the footage he recorded earlier while playing as Kaiser. With sharp focus, he begins reviewing the hunt, searching for the most impressive moments that would make his video look powerful enough to grab people's attention. Next, he opens a popular video sharing site and searches for God of Savior, wanting to see which players and clips are currently trending in the community. But as he scrolls through the results, his breath suddenly catches, and his eyes widen when a familiar face appears on the screen. Right there in front of him is a video titled, "Who is Kaiser?" His own character is sitting in the thumbnail, and somehow, The video has already exploded past 1 million views in only 10 hours. The focus shifts back into the game world, where a massive blue portal swirls with energy at the entrance of Brionne. Players gather around the glowing gateway as rumors begin spreading faster than anyone can control. Across God of Savior, the entire player base is buzzing with excitement, suspicion, and wild speculation. Everyone seems to be talking about the same name now. Crowds of players gather in clusters, their voices overlapping in a frantic rush as they argue over the rumors. Some are convinced the legendary Kaiser from the old Demrock days has truly returned, while others still can't believe it. Near the portal, two high-level warriors exchange tense looks. They can't understand why, despite Kaiser's sudden fame, no one has managed to catch even a single clear glimpse of this mysterious newcomer. In the misty, rocky forest, talk of Kaiser's presence spreads like wildfire. One scout reports to his team leader that screenshots of Kaiser hunting nearby were circulating only moments ago. The leader immediately sprints through the dark woods, sweating as he wonders if Kaiser somehow sensed them coming and slipped away before they could secure a meeting. A scout from another group lets out a disappointed sigh, clearly crushed by the missed opportunity. He had been hoping that making contact with the legend would become their biggest achievement of the day. Members of the Bekdusen Guild and Xenian Guild gather with grim expressions, discussing how Kaiser has ignored every offer they have sent him so far. One Xenian Guild member scoffs in disbelief, calling Kaiser insane if he thinks he can survive Brionne's high-level challenges without backing from a major guild. A charismatic representative from the Hero Guild strokes his chin with a thoughtful look, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, things won't be nearly as easy for a solo player once Kaiser steps into the areas waiting ahead. Below the trending news, the comments section is exploding with hype. Fans praise Kaiser's legendary solo path, claiming he'll crush the corrupt guilds and build an entirely new order with his own strength. Back in his room, Doyen sits frozen in front of the screen as the rumors keep spiraling further and further out of control. The community has taken his actions and turned them into something far bigger than he ever meant. He looks completely baffled by the scale of the drama. With a blank stare, he wonders when he ever said he looked down on guilds, let alone declared some kind of revolution against them. Then Doyen slowly leans back in his gaming chair, and a more calculating expression crosses his face. If everyone's eyes are already on Kaiser, then this accidental burst of fame might actually be perfect for what he wants. With one quick click of the mouse, he hits the upload button. If the community is already worked up, he may as well feed the frenzy while the spotlight is shining directly on him. Once the video goes live, Doyen flops backward onto his bed, staring up at the ceiling with a huge, excited grin. His mind is already racing with thoughts of views, attention, and the money that might start rolling in. He giggles to himself, already imagining the price tag of a Ferrari and wondering how much one costs these days. Then the fantasy screeches to a halt when he suddenly remembers he doesn't even have a driver's license yet. The next morning, bright sunlight pours through the balcony window and fills the apartment with warmth, promising a day full of new possibilities. Doyen is already awake, sitting on the edge of his bed with his eyes locked on his smartphone. His hands tremble slightly as he checks his newest notifications, the glow of the screen reflecting in his wide, anxious eyes. He opens his channel, Kaiser TV, and his jaw almost drops to the floor. In a shockingly short amount of time, he has already reached 794,000 subscribers. Doyen scrolls through the flood of comments under his Raven, hidden field hunting video, which has pulled in 3.4 million views in just one day. The entire community is in total shock over what they've seen. He reads message after message from fans promising to wait with bated breath for his next upload. Some are even announcing that fan cafes are already opening in his honor, as if Kaiser has become a celebrity overnight. Doyen sits quietly in his room, letting the full weight of his sudden stardom sink in. As he stares at the numbers on the screen, he can barely believe this incredible channel actually belongs to him. Kong Doyen keeps staring at his smartphone, a wide, triumphant grin spreading across his face. Every number on the screen feels unreal, and he basks in the massive growth his brand new channel has already achieved. Unable to contain himself, he bursts out of his bedroom with a loud, boisterous laugh. Holding his phone high in the air, he shouts for his sister to come witness his true majesty. His grand celebration is cut short in the most painful way possible. A metal ladle comes flying through the air and smacks him squarely in the forehead with a sharp, ringing thwack. Doyen grabs his head in pain, staggering from the impact as his mother looms over him with the ladle still in hand. She sharply scolds him for making such a ridiculous amount of noise so early in the morning. Still wincing from the blow, Doyen looks around the house and asks where Ji-yoon is. His mother immediately reminds him that it's Friday, which means she has already gone to school. His mother lets out an exhausted sigh and turns back toward the kitchen. Over her shoulder, She asks if he plans to finally sit down and eat his breakfast instead of shouting through the house. Doyen turns back toward his room with a playful bounce in his step, still riding the high of his sudden success. He cheerfully promises that once his future earnings come in, he'll treat her to an expensive beef dinner. The login screen flickers to life as Kong Doyen reconnects to God of Savior. The usual welcome message appears before him, pulling him out of the quiet apartment and back toward Kaiser's world. Doyen is fired up to return, already thinking about his next upload and his inevitable rise to the top. But the instant he enters the game, system notifications flood his vision, announcing that Jihad Black's loyalty and level have both shot upward. Another notification follows right behind it, revealing that his other companion, Eliza, has undergone an awakening. Doyen stares at the floating blue boxes in surprise, completely caught off guard by the sudden news. Eliza's awakening is the last thing he expected to see the moment he logged in. Jihad Black strolls out from a glowing portal and greets his master with a casual wave. Doyen looks the goblin over from head to toe, immediately sensing a strange new arrogance in the little guy's attitude. When he asks if Jihad has changed, the goblin simply laughs it off and says he must have become more handsome after resting. That's when Doyen notices the tiny spider perched proudly on top of Jihad Black's head. Eliza is now pure white, and around her small body rests a brand new gemstone necklace. Jihad Black explains that while they were in the Guardian room, Eliza suddenly started glowing and somehow found the necklace. From the way she's acting now, it has clearly become her new favorite treasure. The explanation only makes Doyen even more confused. He can't understand how two Guardians shared the same waiting space and just happened to stumble across new loot like it was the most normal thing in the world. Jihad Black ignores Doyen's skeptical look and keeps gently petting Eliza. The little spider seems perfectly content with her new appearance, happily sitting there as if nothing about this is strange. Doyen watches the two of them with a doubtful expression, slowly getting the feeling that Jihad Black might not be the best influence on the tiny spider after all. Before he can think too much about it, a voice suddenly rings out from nearby. Someone has recognized Doyen's in-game avatar. A guy in blue armor points straight at him and calls out to his friends, certain that it has to be Kaiser. According to him, that unmistakably arrogant pose gives him away immediately. Doyen turns his head toward the voice and sees a small group of players staring at him. Their eyes are locked on him like they've just found the person everyone has been searching for. Within seconds, players start rushing in from the shadows, and the small group turns into a full-blown mob. Guild recruiters shout over one another, throwing out offers from names like Emergency and Bangtang Knights as they swarm toward Kaiser. One aggressive player suddenly lunges forward, his hands reaching out to physically grab Kaiser by the cloak. He turns back to glare at the gathering crowd, shouting a frantic warning for the others not to cut the line before Kaiser can slip away into the trees again. Watching the chaos unfold, Kaiser realizes with a heavy chest that his sudden viral fame has completely backfired. Instead of making things easier, his legendary reputation is simply drawing in a relentless crowd of persistent flies, all desperate to cash in on his long-awaited return. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, dropping his shoulders. Since the entire crowd is already treating him like some kind of global celebrity, he decides he might as well play directly into the drama and use it to his advantage. Puffing out his chest, Kaiser strikes an exaggerated, theatrical pose right in front of the mob. He points a finger at the stunned onlookers and loudly tells them to get in an orderly line, throwing out that they need to take a number if they want a photo with a star. However, the cold-eyed scouts tracking him aren't interested in silly games. One of the leaders steps forward, drawing his weapon and ordering the group to strike now and catch him while his level is still low enough for them to handle. Faced with the sudden threat, Kaiser just nonchalantly shrugs his shoulders. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a simple-looking rod, which instantly begins to pulse with a blinding, golden light that reflects in his eyes. Right on cue, a translucent system notification flashes brightly in the air, loudly announcing the immediate transformation of the weapon Chinbayan into the defensive form known as the Silver Iron Shield. A brilliant explosion of light erupts from his hand, forcing the front ranks of the mob to shield their eyes. As the glare fades, a massive, incredibly heavy iron shield materializes in his grip, still glowing intensely with residual magical energy. Kaiser tightly wraps his fingers around the heavy leather handle, planting his feet firmly into the dirt and bracing his weight as the hostile crowd begins to close in from all sides. With a powerful grunt, Kaiser swings the massive iron shield in a wide, sweeping arc across his front. The sheer force of the impact knocks the aggressive players backward into the dirt, while Kaiser loudly shouts at them to respect his portrait rights. Kaiser's trusted weapon, Chinbayan, begins to pulse with a brilliant, suffocating golden light once more. The hum of magical energy vibrates through the air as the tool prepares to dynamically change its physical form. In a flash of sparks, it rapidly morphs into a massive, towering silver iron shield. It is a heavy, impenetrable defensive piece specifically designed to absorb damage and violently clear a wide path through any suffocating crowd. He locks his fingers firmly around the secondary grip, his knuckles turning white as his patience with these stalking, parasitic players finally reaches its absolute breaking point. Glaring down at the mob, he snaps at them with an icy glare, making it perfectly clear that he has zero interest in being featured in their pathetic video sketches or vanity screenshots. The surrounding players freeze in their tracks, completely caught off guard. They look at the massive shield in sheer bewilderment, having absolutely no idea what kind of high-tier skill he just activated. Kaiser doesn't give them a single second to react. Raising the heavy armament high above his head, he slams the silver iron shield violently down into the earth, fracturing the ground and unleashing a massive shockwave. Dozens of bodies go flying through the air as the explosive impact completely scatters the small fry who were attempting to corner him. With the temporary opening finally cleared, Kaiser spins around and calls out to Jihad and Eliza, telling them to move their legs because it's time to make a run for it. Without looking back, the small group sprints away into the brush, leaving the bruised and frustrated mob shouting uselessly behind them in the thick, misty forest. As he runs, Kaiser grinds his teeth in pure annoyance, realizing that being famous in this massive online world is turning out to be far more of a curse than a blessing. Just as they start to gain some real ground, a fresh group of eagle-eyed players spots his username from the ridge, and the frantic chase begins all over again. Jihad and Eliza cling tightly to the top of his head for dear life, their small eyes wide with anxiety as they look back at the fiercely determined pack of stalkers trailing closely behind them. Realizing he can't run forever, Kaiser decides he needs a much more permanent solution to shake them off, and he prepares to launch his primary defense. He reaches out his hand toward the air, and the massive shield begins to float and stir on its own, as if it possesses a living consciousness. With a sharp whistle, the shield zips right back to Kaiser's waiting hand like a boomerang. He keeps his legs moving at a full sprint, masterfully using the momentary chaos and dust clouds to finally put some real, unbridgeable distance between himself and the greedy looters. With practiced ease, Kaiser catches the returning shield cleanly out of the air, spinning it around his wrist with effortless precision without slowing down his frantic pace for even a second. He hurls the heavy metal disc forward once again, projecting his voice across the clearing to deliver one final, icy warning. Anyone who dares to keep following his footsteps from this point on will meet a very painful, immediate end. After a grueling trek, the trees finally clear, and they arrive at the majestic city gates of Brion. The towering, ancient medieval structures and stone walls promise at least a temporary bit of sanctuary from the lawless wild. Yet, even within the city safety zone, Kaiser quickly finds he can't escape the suffocating weight of attention. Regular players lingering on the cobblestone street instantly begin to whisper to one another, pointing fingers in awe as the famous high-ranker walks past them. An overly enthusiastic guild recruiter spots him and lunges forward, trying to aggressively shove a brightly colored promotional pamphlet right into his face. Kaiser doesn't even blink, coldly brushing past the man without breaking his steady stride. Glancing around the bustling square, he finds the city crowd slightly less annoying than the aggressive fire ants in the wilderness hunting grounds, but the constant, unblinking staring from every passerby is still an absolute pain to deal with. Deep within the dark alleyway shadows, a sinister group of suspicious-looking players wearing dark masks keeps their eyes locked onto him, silently waiting for any viable chance to ambush him and steal his hard-earned fame. Jihad trots happily alongside his master's boots, seemingly oblivious to the dangerous, murderous glares cutting through the dark corners of the street. Kaiser keeps his eyes forward, knowing he needs to hit the server-level cap as quickly as possible. Until then, his best bet is to keep a low profile and completely avoid unnecessary trouble. But staying quiet proves to be completely impossible when Jihad suddenly puffs out his chest and starts shouting at the top of his lungs, drawing every single eye in the plaza. The loud little goblin begins boastfully introducing himself and Eliza as the elite, personal guardians of the great, legendary Kaiser, turning their quiet arrival into an embarrassing public parade. The goblin is clearly soaking up the grand spotlight, waving his hands and making sure everyone within a mile knows exactly who they are dealing with. Kaiser's vein pops on his forehead. He has seen more than enough, reaching down with a swift motion to grab the noisy goblin by the very back of his leather collar. He unceremoniously drags Jihad away through the dirt, while the little creature continues to flail his arms and legs wildly, sternly scolding the goblin for drawing even more heat to them when they are already being actively hunted by half the server. Jihad pouts deeply and tries to frantically defend his actions, waving his small fists and claiming he was just trying to give the two of them the grand, proper introduction they rightfully deserve as living server legends. Kaiser glares down and tells the puny goblin to shut his mouth right now, coldly reminding him that they have highly specific, time-sensitive quests to finish and absolutely zero time to waste on his useless, arrogant grandstanding. Turning a corner, they finally arrive before the magnificent Lyre Grand Temple, a massive, ornately carved stone building that stands tall as a grand, unshakable symbol of absolute power in the heart of the city. Kaiser abruptly stops his boots right at the base of the massive stairs, feeling a sudden, heavy wave of pure intimidation wash over him as he looks up at the sheer scale of the holy site. He swallows hard and takes a tentative, cautious first step inside the grand threshold, silently wondering to himself if an unranked player like him can actually just walk right in and demand a private audience. Before he can even cross the inner line, two heavily armored temple guards immediately step forward to block his path, crossing their gleaming steel spears firmly in front of his chest as they loudly demand to know his business. Kaiser keeps his cool under the pressure, refusing to back down an inch as he looks the guards in the eye and calmly tells them he is here for an official meeting with the High Priest, Gildetti. The reaction from the sentries is instant and hostile. One guard aggressively thrusts his sharp spear tip a mere inch away from Kaiser's nose, his eyes narrowing into a sharp, threatening glare. The guard's face contorts with livid rage, feeling deeply insulted that a complete, nameless nobody like Kaiser would dare to utter the sacred High Priest's name so casually in a place of worship. Jihad snaps back instantly in defense of his master, stepping forward and shouting at the guard for having the absolute nerve to point a sharp weapon at the great Kaiser. The tiny goblin gets right up in the giant guard's face, completely unfazed by the physical threat as he barks out his furious defense. Kaiser puts a hand out and tells the useless punk to hold on for a second, calmly pulling up a glowing green system screen in midair to show the aggressive guards definitive proof that he isn't just some random intruder off the street. Kaiser reaches into his coat and holds up a small, mysterious green box, tilting it toward their faces and telling the guards he has come to this holy temple specifically to show them its rare contents. Seeing the crest on the container, one of the guards is instantly taken aback, his aggressive posture crumbling as his hand moves reflexively toward his chest in sheer surprise. The guard lowers his weapon slightly and leans his upper body in closer, his wide eyes entirely fixed on the mysterious, glowing container Kaiser is presenting to them. With the misunderstanding cleared, Kaiser walks down the temple's echoing stone halls, flanked closely by Jihad and Eliza, as they follow a pair of silently gliding, robed priests. Noting just how fierce and suffocating the holy atmosphere is, they finally arrive at a set of towering, ancient wooden doors where the guide pauses, instructing them to enter slowly and maintain absolute respect. Kaiser takes a deep breath and steps through the massive threshold, though the guide's parting, stern warning about his behavior in front of the high priest makes him feel like he's already managed to do something wrong. Anxiously holding his breath, Kaiser leans forward and carefully peeks through the widening gap of the heavy wooden doors to see what awaits him inside the inner sanctum. Inside the cavernous, echoing grandeur of the massive hall, High Priest Gildetti sits regally upon a towering, ornate throne. The elderly man looks every bit the part of a supreme holy authority, his long white beard flowing down over his chest, and a magnificent, intricately detailed mitre resting upon his head. Flanking him on either side stand two imposing, heavily armored knights, their presence radiating a quiet, dangerous strength that commands absolute submission. As Kaiser steps deeper into the hall and approaches the steps of the throne, a suffocating weight settles over his chest. The raw, intense pressure permeating the room is almost physical, emanating not just from the high priest, but from the unapproachable, razor-sharp aura of the elite guards standing watch. Every instinct in his body tells him that a single wrong move here could be fatal. From the right side of the throne, Zerdik, a heavily muscled knight with sharp, spiky blonde hair, shifts his gaze downward. He glares at Kaiser with eyes full of immediate skepticism, his arms crossed over his chest armor as he openly judges the newcomer, making no effort to hide his disapproval. Feeling the full force of that hostile glare, Kaiser freezes, stammering out a shaky, nervous reply. His anxiety spikes through the roof when his eyes suddenly lock onto the floating display above the blonde knight's shoulder. Zerdik's name tag is glowing in a deep, lethal shade of blood red, signaling a level of power that could instantly obliterate him. Leaning forward slightly, Zerdik looms over the trembling youth, his voice booming through the quiet hall. He demands that Kaiser start talking and deliver a proper, respectful introduction, reminding him that being granted entry into this sacred space is a privilege, not a right. Terrified of making things worse, Kaiser bows his head and quickly blurts out an apology, rapidly introducing himself by name. But his stuttering delivery only irritates the knight further, and Zerdik snaps at him, barking to speak up, stop muttering like a coward, and project his voice clearly. Before the intimidation can go any further, the second guard intervenes. A calm, Dark-haired knight with his hair tied back in a neat ponytail steps forward, his voice level and steady as he tells Zerdik to back off, noting that he has already seen and heard enough of the boy's frantic trembling. This elegant, dark-haired knight introduces himself as Taxanal. Turning to Kaiser, he offers a polite, weary apology for his companion's abrasive behavior, explaining with a sigh that Zerdik hails from a rough, distant border region where manners are a luxury they rarely practice. Kaiser forces himself to swallow his fear and maintain his composure, keeping his face as still as possible. Internally, however, he is breaking out into a cold sweat. A quick glance upward confirms that Taxanal also carries a terrifying, deep red name tag, meaning both of these guards are walking disasters waiting to happen. Trying to ease the suffocating tension, Kaiser lets out a forced, nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. He weakly admits that the sudden, intense confrontation caught him completely off guard, trying his best to brush it off as nothing more than a misunderstanding. From high atop the throne, High Priest Gildedi finally speaks up, his deep, resonant voice cutting through the awkward chatter. He acknowledges the immense hardships and perils Kaiser must have faced just to reach the Holy Temple. Leaning forward, Gildedi gently asks to see the item the boy brought with him, prompting Kaiser to reach into his bag and pull out the mysterious green box once more. With trembling fingers, Kaiser presses the latch, and the green box clicks open. Resting against the soft interior lining is a jagged, obsidian-like fragment that seems to absorb the surrounding light, radiating an unnatural, chilling presence. The High Priest's eyes widen slightly at the sight. Reaching into his robes, Gildedi pulls out a pristine white cloth, using it to carefully lift the fragment without making direct skin contact, his face visibly draining of color as his expression grows heavy and gray. Holding the dark stone up to the light, the High Priest examines its jagged edges with absolute intensity. His eyes are filled with a profound, solemn weight, his grim expression confirming that this artifact is exactly the nightmare he feared it would be. Slowly lowering his hand, Gildedi looks up from the ominous stone, his piercing gaze locking onto the young adventurer. With a deadpan, serious tone, he asks Kaiser if he has even the slightest inkling of what this object actually is, or what kind of danger he's carrying around. Kaiser blinks innocently and scratches his cheek, openly admitting his total ignorance. He explains that he didn't fight some grand monster for it. He literally just found the strange, dark thing sitting out in the open on a random rock while wandering through the forest. Hearing this, Zerdik completely loses his temper. He explodes in raw frustration, slamming his fist into his palm and yelling at Kaiser for being a reckless, brainless fool, bringing an unknown, potentially catastrophic artifact right into the heart of the temple without even bothering to figure out what it was. The hot-headed blonde knight steps closer and leans in tight, his face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated disbelief and aggression. He glares down at Kaiser as if staring at a walking biohazard, completely appalled by the boy's casual, careless attitude. Taxanal lets out another tired, exasperated sigh, raising a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. He offers Kaiser yet another weary apology on behalf of his partner, nodding toward the raging blonde, and admitting that while Zerdik is fundamentally a good kid at heart, his words and explosive temper are far too rough for polite company. Raising a calming hand, Gildedi speaks softly, reassuring Zerdik that there is absolutely no reason to doubt Kaiser's honest intentions or the validity of his story. Despite the High Priest's words, Zerdik remains visibly annoyed, crossing his arms and grumbling under his breath about how the Grand High Priest is treating this random, neighborhood nobody with far too much unearned respect. Instead of taking offense, Gildedi just chuckles softly at the young knight's persistent grumpiness. He smiles warmly at Kaiser, genuinely admitting that, looking back at how they all reacted, their initial reception of him was indeed a bit rude and hostile for a holy sanctuary. Gildedi strokes his white beard, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he looks at the young man. He notes that while Kaiser might appear to be a simple, unremarkable outlander on the surface, his hidden potential speaks volumes. His top graduate title is actively humming, reacting with intense resonance to the gravity of the situation. Shifting his posture, the High Priest addresses Kaiser as an honored, esteemed guest. He states with absolute certainty that someone of Kaiser's undeniable caliber and hidden strength is more than qualified to have been the one to discover and secure such a critical item. Gildedi's smile vanishes as his gaze drops back down to the dark artifact. Staring intently at the jagged black fragment, his voice drops to a chilling whisper, calling it the source of the most ominous, corrupted energy in all of Aftardal, a physical manifestation of the very footsteps of fear. The entire room goes dead silent. Zerdik and Taxanal straighten their postures, listening with rapt, undivided attention as the High Priest solemnly explains that this tiny, single shard is actually a terrifying trace left behind by a much greater, incomprehensible terror. A dark shadow passes over the high priest's face, his features turning cold and menacing as he prepares to speak the name of the primordial entity that left this trace behind. Lowering his voice to a grave whisper, he utters the forbidden word, the abyss. Hearing that word, Kaiser's casual demeanor completely evaporates. His face hardens into a serious expression as a cold shiver runs down his spine, the sheer gravity and world-ending scale of the situation finally starting to sink into his mind. Guildetti leans forward, explaining that the abyss is not just a monster, but an ancient, cosmic malevolence. It is a force so unimaginably destructive and volatile that even the omnipotent gods themselves treat it with absolute wariness and dread. He looks deeply into Kaiser's eyes, revealing that the great god Lair has personally tasked their holy order with a sacred duty, to find and erase every single trace of the abyss to keep the innocent people of the world safe. As Kaiser listens, his mind begins to race at a frantic pace. He vividly recalls the ominous warnings of Gamillion, realizing with absolute dread that the catastrophic arrival of the abyss has occurred far sooner than anyone ever anticipated. He lowers his eyes, falling into deep, solitary thought as he ponders the strange, hidden truth behind this crisis. He can't help but wonder if this rampant, sudden spreading of the abyss is actually a direct, catastrophic consequence of the brutal war previously waged by the gods themselves. Zerdik immediately notices the sudden, distant look in the boy's eyes. Breaking the silence, the blonde knight points an accusatory finger straight at Kaiser's face, aggressively demanding to know exactly what kind of suspicious thoughts are running through his head right now. Narrowing his eyes, the hot-headed knight loudly accuses Kaiser of hiding a dark secret from them. Seeing the unnecessary aggression, Taxanal quickly reaches out, swatting Zerdik's hand down and telling him to cut it out and show some restraint. Taxanal steps in to smooth things over once again, giving Kaiser a reassuring nod. He explains with a sigh that Zerdik isn't malicious, but he becomes particularly sensitive and overly defensive whenever they deal with matters regarding the terrifying threat of the abyss. Guildetti cuts the small talk short with a sharp raise of his hand, bringing the focus back to the matter at hand. Now that the terrifying presence of the abyss has been officially confirmed within their borders, he looks at Kaiser with a solemn expression, asking the capable young man to grant the temple a crucial favor. As the high priest speaks, the air behind the throne shimmers, and a massive, glowing red holographic projection of a ferocious orc appears, towering over the hall. Guildetti begins to lay out the details of the mission, explaining that their immediate priority is to identify and track down local monsters that have been corrupted by this spreading darkness. Guildetti explains that while creatures in the advanced stages of demonic corruption are blatantly obvious and violent, those in the early stages show absolutely no outward physical signs. Because of this hidden danger, Kaiser will need to hunt them down and collect precise blood samples from the beasts for magical analysis. The moment the words leave the priest's mouth, a bright, glowing system notification materializes in the air directly in front of Kaiser's face. The floating text asks if he would like to officially accept the linked quest. Search for traces of the abyss. Kaiser's eyes instantly skim down to the bottom of the notification, where the reward list for the new quest is flashing brightly. It highlights a massive increase in High Priest Guildetti's personal affinity, and right beneath that, a rare, incredibly valuable mid-grade skill draw ticket upon successful completion. The moment he sees the words mid-grade skill draw ticket, Kaiser's jaw drops. His eyes completely light up with pure, unadulterated greed, staring at the glowing notification like a starving man looking at a feast, all his previous fears about the abyss instantly flying out the window. Snapping back to reality, he quickly hits accept and drops into a deep, overly respectful bow before the high priest. He promises with absolute fervor to look into the matter and wipe out the threat immediately, grinning from ear to ear as Guildetti warmly leaves the fate of the task in his hands. A moment later, Kaiser bursts through the heavy temple exit doors and storms into the hallway, pumping his fist in the air. He shouts out with pure glee, laughing about how hunting a bunch of simple orcs is going to be an absolute piece of cake compared to the hellish, near-death trials he just barely survived. He throws his arms wide open in sheer excitement, looking up at the ceiling as he visualizes his future success. He can already see himself overpowering everything in his path, imagining just how monstrously strong he'll become once he powers up with Chinbind and pairs it with whatever broken new skill he pulls from that reward ticket. Overwhelmed by the pure hype, Kaiser spins around on his heel, breaking into a hilarious, joyous victory dance right there in the corridor. His hyperactive energy is completely overflowing, and right behind him, his loyal companion Jihad happily mimics his master's ridiculous movements, flailing his arms in perfect synchronization. The two of them completely lose all sense of decorum, skipping and dancing down the grand hallway toward the main exit. They are totally swept up in the absolute high of landing a high-risk, high-reward quest, completely forgetting about the dangers of the world outside. Kaiser runs full speed toward the heavy, towering exit doors of the temple complex. Reaching out with both hands, he grabs the massive handles, a wide, supremely confident grin plastered across his face as he prepares to stride out like a conquering hero. But the moment the heavy doors creak open just a tiny crack, Kaiser freezes dead in his tracks. Peeking through the gap, his eyes widen as he spots an absolute sea of people. A massive, rowdy crowd of players is packed shoulder to shoulder, waiting right outside the temple grounds just to catch a glimpse of him. Kaiser immediately slams his weight forward, shutting the door back to a sliver and leaning his back against it in utter disbelief. His confident grin instantly vanishes, his face twisting into an expression of pure annoyance and disgust at the sight of the relentless player paparazzi blocking his exit. Jihad stops his celebrating, looking up at his master with a look of complete confusion at the sudden, drastic shift in mood. The little companion tilts his head, asking what could possibly be wrong as Kaiser just stares blankly at the exit door, looking like his soul has left his body. In his mind's eye, Kaiser envisions a horrific nightmare scenario where he steps outside and is instantly pursued by a relentless, screaming mob of thousands of players. He mentally compares them to a never-ending trail of ravenous fire ants, completely invading his space and tracking his every move straight out of the city. He shudders as he imagines being ruthlessly ganged up on and suffocated by the crowd the absolute second he steps foot into the hunting forest. He realizes with a bitter groan that if he can't shake them off, he'll end up completely running out of his precious daily playtime just dealing with the annoying crowd before he can even kill a single orc. Kaiser props his head against one hand and lets out a heavy, tired sigh, clearly annoyed as he weighs his options. If he wants to step back outside without being swarmed again, he starts wondering whether he should cover his face before leaving the hall. His eyes slide off to the side while his thoughts race for a way around all that unwanted attention waiting outside. Then Kaiser lowers his gaze toward the goblin, calls out Jihad's name, and the shape of a very specific plan begins forming in his mind. Without dressing it up at all, Kaiser raises one finger and points straight at Jihad, ordering him right there in the hallway to take off his robe. Jihad instantly grabs the front of his clothing with both hands, his cheeks flushing in disbelief. Staring up at his master, he blurts out a flustered question, clearly wondering what in the world Kaiser thinks he's doing. Kaiser brings up the item details for the Black Goblin Shaman's robe and studies them with a practical look. He explains that the robe's facial recognition disruption mode is exactly what he needs if he wants to move around freely without being identified. Jihad's face grows even more uneasy as the situation sinks in. The goblin tightens his hold on the robe, visibly flustered and deeply unwilling to hand over what is basically the only clothing he has. In Kaiser's imagination, his own shadow stretches out huge and intimidating, swallowing the space around him. Once he puts on the shaman's robe, he pictures himself as a dark, ominous figure no one would dare approach lightly. Jihad suddenly tells him to wait, and the nervousness on his face sharpens into something far more calculating. In that instant, the goblin realizes this might be the perfect chance to flip the situation back onto his master. A sly, toothy grin slowly spreads across Jihad's face as his confidence returns. He shifts his grip on the robe's collar, clearly preparing to squeeze every bit of advantage out of the moment. Jihad sticks out one hand like he's setting terms for a royal favor and demands that Kaiser ask properly. He even tells him to say, "Please give it to me, Lord Jihad," and Kaiser fires back immediately, shouting that the goblin must have completely lost his mind. Jihad only gives a careless little shrug, acting as if none of this bothers him in the slightest. Since Kaiser is apparently so capable, the goblin tells him he can just deal with all those stalking players on his own. The goblin drops backward onto the cold stone tiles and laughs right in front of him, rolling around as if this is the funniest thing he has ever seen. Meanwhile, Kaiser stands there fuming, completely fed up with the sudden lack of loyalty from his own companion. Kaiser grits his teeth so hard his face twists with pure humiliation. Every part of him seems to reject the words, but he still struggles painfully to force them out. Throbbing veins rise across Kaiser's forehead as he finally chokes out the request. With visible pain in his expression, he stammers the words and addresses the goblin as Lord Jihad. Before Jihad can fully enjoy his victory, Eliza suddenly springs off the top of his head. The little spider lands neatly on Kaiser's shoulder and chirps brightly, trying to get his attention. Jihad shoots upright in a panic, his eyes going wide as he looks at the spider in alarm. He immediately demands to know what she thinks she's doing, as if he can already sense something going terribly wrong for him. Eliza happily presents a small necklace glowing with a soft light, holding it out toward Kaiser as she chirps her name with cheerful pride. Kaiser looks down at the piece of jewelry now resting in his palm, his expression going blank with confusion. He has no idea why Eliza suddenly decided to give him something like this. A system message appears and confirms that Kaiser has acquired Eliza's bracelet. The item is marked as heroic grade, and its durability is impressively high. The bracelet's special options unfold in front of him next. It grants the wearer faint stealth, and even better, it removes the mana cost normally tied to using that ability. Kaiser breaks into a laugh filled with pure delight, lifting the necklace up to get a better look at it. He can't help wondering why Eliza had something this useful hidden away all this time. Jihad collapses to his knees with tears pouring down his face, crying out to Eliza as if she has betrayed him completely. Eliza only chirps back at the devastated goblin, offering no apology at all. Kaiser studies the necklace carefully in his palm and gives a thoughtful nod. The stealth ability is definitely useful, but the condition that he can't touch anything while using it is still a pretty severe restriction. Then his eyes move over to Jihad, and another problem becomes obvious. Even if Kaiser turns invisible, trying to pass through a packed crowd with a loud, attention-hungry goblin beside him would ruin the whole point. Kaiser suddenly stops in place and turns his full attention toward Jihad. The goblin flinches the moment he feels that intense stare land on him. A dark, threatening grin curls across Kaiser's face as he reminds Jihad just how arrogant he was acting only a few moments earlier. Jihad is sweating like crazy, looking completely lost while Eliza sits perched on top of his head. Left to figure things out by himself, he mutters under his breath, desperately trying to decide what his next move should be. Outside the temple, a huge crowd has already packed the area, and they definitely have not gathered for some peaceful Sunday service. Every one of them is waiting for Kaiser, and none of them looks ready to leave until they find him. The players talk among themselves, confirming that they saw Kaiser go inside with their own eyes. Determined to camp at the entrance until he finally appears, they're all hoping to grab even a tiny piece of his fame. Jihad peeks out from around the corner with a bitter look on his face. He is clearly not happy about being left to face the mob while his master disappears somewhere else to do who knows what. The crowd notices him sitting alone near the entrance almost immediately. Recognizing him as Kaiser's guardian, the players start whispering and wondering why the goblin is wandering around without his master beside him. Jihad fumes to himself, fully convinced that Kaiser abandoned him just because he took one quick bathroom break. He takes the whole thing personally, completely missing the fact that he is actually part of a much bigger plan. Then Jihad gets to his feet and begins walking away, instantly pulling every gaze in the courtyard after him. The players grow curious at once, wondering where he's going and whether he might lead them straight to Kaiser. Jihad slips into the act, loudly talking about some hidden gate that Kaiser supposedly discovered nearby. The mob bites down on the bait completely, believing they are about to uncover a secret no one else knows. With that, Jihad leads the entire group of players away from the temple and down the main path. From a distance, he looks like a tiny parade leader, with a massive crowd of greedy followers marching right behind him. The players trail so closely behind him that they are practically breathing down his neck, desperate for even the smallest clue about Kaiser's whereabouts. Their attention is so completely locked onto the goblin that the temple entrance fades from their minds altogether. Not one of them is watching the place they were supposed to be guarding. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification flashes into view. Because Kaiser has already left the current zone, the game mechanics begin pulling his guardians back to his side automatically. Right in front of the baffled players, Jihad and Eliza break apart into a pillar of blue light. In that glowing instant, the entire decoy plan finishes exactly the way Kaiser intended. The crowd is left staring at the empty spot where the goblin had been just seconds ago. Only then do they realize their target has slipped away, and their prize has quite literally vanished into thin air. System messages confirm that Kaiser has arrived in the Fishy Rock Forest. His stealth ability is already active, keeping him hidden from any nearby players who might have been in the area. Deep inside the misty woods, Jihad materializes right beside Kaiser. The teleportation mechanic worked exactly as planned, bringing the whole team back together in a completely new field. Kaiser pumps his fist in satisfaction, clearly thrilled that the escape played out without a single problem. At last, he has shaken off that irritating crowd. He had deliberately used Jihad's noisy personality to lure the players away, fully aware that the game would teleport his companions back once he crossed into another zone. It was the kind of clean, calculated move only a seasoned gamer would pull off. Kaiser can't hold back his laughter as he thinks about how easily the mob fell for the trick. Jihad, however, looks completely exhausted, as if he has reached his limit with his master's schemes for one day. The moment Jihad opens his mouth to complain, Kaiser cuts him off with a sharp shush. Since Kaiser is still under stealth, the last thing he needs is Jihad's loud voice giving them away to anyone hidden in the fog. Kaiser notices a few other players moving nearby and warns Jihad to stay quiet and keep walking. If the goblin keeps attracting attention, Kaiser threatens to lock him in the guardian room permanently. They continue deeper into the dark forest, passing right by other players who have no idea Kaiser is standing so close. The players can see the goblin, but because Kaiser remains invisible, they simply assume Jihad is some random NPC. As the fog grows thicker around them, a warning message appears. The system advises Kaiser to stay alert, because orcs in this area are known to hide in the mist and ambush players without warning. Now that the crowd of players is safely behind them, Kaiser finally lets the stealth fade away. His figure returns within the drifting fog, and with the forest pressing in around them, it feels like the real hunt is about to begin. Kaiser reaches over and gently pats Eliza on the head, giving her the praise she has more than earned. The tiny spider happily leans into the attention and lets out a bright little squeak, clearly enjoying every second of it. Jihad immediately tries to slide himself into the credit, proudly claiming their clean escape only worked because of him. Kaiser admits the plan did succeed, but with a dry look, he jokes that it really pains him to give the goblin any kind of praise. All of a sudden, Eliza starts chirping her name again and again, her tiny body looking restless and strangely tense. Kaiser glances down at her with confusion, trying to understand what his little companion is so urgently trying to tell him. Jihad brushes it off with an easy shrug, casually guessing that Eliza is probably just sulking about something. He doesn't seem to notice how the air around them has shifted, or how the fog suddenly feels much heavier than before. Then, without warning, an enormous green arm packed with muscle tears straight through the white mist, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The ambush they had been warned about is no longer a possibility. It is happening right in front of them. Kaiser and Jihad both freeze for a split second, their conversation completely cut off by the huge threat forcing its way out of the fog. Even after the warning, neither of them expected the attack to come this quickly. Before Kaiser can properly move or even raise his guard, Eliza launches herself into the air toward the monster. The tiny spider acts without hesitation, throwing herself forward to keep anything from reaching her master. A massive orc towers over them from inside the mist, its presence swallowing the path ahead. But the little white spider is already diving headfirst into battle, and in that instant, the hunt for the abyss truly begins.